Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the one event in the whole year that if you're an EU or a CIS fan that you are really looking forward to. This is the creme de la creme. This is essentially the World Cup for the EU and the CIS region when it comes to Escape from Tarkov, competitive arena. And without the support from the background and the people that bring this to the table for you guys, we wouldn't be able to get to this amazing action. So let's start up this insane event by opening up with the people leading the charge. The Hunt Premier partnered up again with Battlestate Games. This time, Battlestate Games have even allowed us to step through that golden door frame onto their channel on Twitch to be able to bring you this action directly from the front stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, partnered up with them as well. In the booth, as always, myself, Cracked Wisdom, and joined today with Hot Sauce and a brand new sponsor.
SteelSeries, baby. I'm so excited for this. And honestly, we have so many things to give away over the next 2 weekends. And on top of that, they are going to be packed full of action. So many great teams competing here, but we take a look at some of these prizes. I mean, you've got the fastest keyboard in the world here. Look at these mice as well. The headset, wireless, the mouse pad, so many great gifts. And people in chat are going to have an opportunity to win these over the next 2 weekends.
This absolutely insane, the quality that you're going to get from one of these products. And I mean, we got to see Gigabyte the last time around. This time around, another exceptional brand that is the top tier of gaming equipment and paraphernalia has decided to step up and lead the charge again. Multiple different bits and bobs to give away, as you see beautifully displayed on screen by that graphic for the folks at home. The Arctis Nova 7, the Apex 3, the Apex Pro Gen 3 keyboard, two different variations of that amazing top tier quality you can get. Same for the mouse there as well. There's the Rival 3 Gen 2 and the Aerox 3, that Aerox 3 sporting that slightly more breathable design in the hotter temperatures that we're experiencing right now in the UK and that the rest of the world experiencing that heat out there. And of course, with a great mouse, you got to have yourself a great mouse pad. Potential to pick up a mouse pad, a QCK Performance mouse pad from SteelSeries. Nice and simple, sleek, smooth design, loads of desk space, giving you that ability to whip 180 or even 360 no-scope your favorite player inside of the scene. Thank you, and an absolute welcome to SteelSeries, joining us here for Arena Cup Series Season 4. Speaking of the fourth hot, we have an absolute monumental task ahead of us for one of the 8 teams that are taking part here today. Virtus Pro returning to the Arena Cup Series 4, looking for the three-peat. They did it once, they did it twice and proved it wasn't a fluke. Now this is like the cherry on the cake. This is the final one to fill out the trophy cabinet. Just make it fully balanced on either side, right?
Right. I mean, in the first ever Arena Cup Series, they fell just short with second place. So it seems like that really fueled that fire for them. Back-to-back champions. We thought XPA Academy was going to maybe give them for a run for their money last ACS, but once that playoffs happened, that wasn't the case. It was all Virtus plow, as we like to say sometimes, plowing through the competition. So we've seen some things recently in the HPL, though. I mean, Outcast EPA, Pandaric Apex, there's a lot of teams that are fighting for that spot now. So, man, I'm just excited to be back in the booth with you.
And let's have a look at through the wonderful rolling scroll screen of the teams that are here to keep us keen whilst they're keeping themselves mean inside of the arena. 4 CIS teams, your Virtus Pro, Tarkov Help, XP Academy, and one more that's a little bit further down the slider representing that CIS region. Before we come to Jumbo Team, the 4 finishing that region, you've got K3 and Sicario, the first 2 of the 4 teams from EU. Then the Jumbo Team following them, as we mentioned. Jumbo Team going to be a good one to separate from those CIS regions in the slider here, as they're going to be the most talked about team. Not necessarily new to the scene. The players people will recognize when we go through the roster a little bit later on, but the logo's new, the brand is new, so maybe a new look to how they play the game. Maybe that's going to increase their chances of success. Following off the back of that, the final 2 teams for your European side for the 4 stack is Pandaric Apex and Outcasts.epa, and rightly separated here, I feel. Sicario have shown a little bit of a weaker performance recently, so we'll be looking to Sicario to improve their standing and how we feel they stand up against the EU and the CIS teams in ACS 4. But Pandaric Apex is the one to watch out from EU for me. They, last time around for ACS 3, really turned the game on its head throughout the playoff series, including having to go through an absolute stonkers match in their semis to make it to the final. And honestly, without such a tough tasking match in the semi-finals, I had a very big bit of confidence into the back of my head to see Pandaric take it all the way. But like you've said many a time, and as I think many people in the crowds familiar with the team will back you on, Virtus Plow. I expect they're going to come to the table with the same strength this time around, right?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't drop a single game in the playoffs last season, or during the last ACS, excuse me. And so, I think they only dropped a game in the group stages. XP Academy was that team that we thought maybe would have a chance. And Pandaric Apex, for me, really gave them a run for the money. I thought if Pandaric Apex could have got through XP Academy, they had the chance to topple Virtus Pro. But I mean, a lot of these teams have been fighting since that last one. I know Sicario is going to look to kind of show that, yeah, maybe they stumbled a little bit in that last one. They put in that work off screen. For me, I've got my eye on K3, though. I mean, this is a team that recently won ASPL, got into HPL, qualified for this from HPL. So teams like Jumbo Team K3 certainly have the toughest time here in this one, I think. But, we all love that good Cinderella story. And I think we're due for some kind of crazy upset at some point here.
It's funny, actually. You could classify both of these groups as almost a steel series with how tough the task they're going to be for the teams that sit at the bottom of those tables to fight their way through to be able to qualify. I have to agree with you that K3 and Jumbo Team in their respective groups have their work cut out for them here. Actually quite scarily hard. Like, it's a big task for K3. You've Virtus Pro, reigning champions twice over. XPA, the only team in their region for previous ACS3 that's looked to be on a level or taking games off of them. And then you've got Sicario over there, who, all right, arguably they might be the third weakest team for the Sicario squad right now. But this is the team that went undefeated in HPL Season 3. They might be going through a rough patch, but as Carrigan and all the Counter-Strike players like to say when it comes to a major, once you've left the regular season, you get to the major, it's about what team turns up on the day. It doesn't matter if you placed 18th. If you came second in the major, that's the bit everyone remembers for. So I'm looking to see Sicario maybe throw that season out the window and go, didn't happen. It was a fluke. Don't forget we're still the real kings of the court.
Well, as we're talking about it, why don't we take a look at what all of these teams are going to be fighting for? Obviously, we all love the bragging rights here as well, but there is a huge prize pool in this one. And I mean, take a look at that first place position, Crack. 10,000 euros.
Yep, 10,000 euros, and that's just for the top spot. A grand total of 25,000 euros spread all the way from first all the way down to eighth, which just goes to prove why this is one of the pinnacle tournaments to be getting yourselves involved in. When it comes to Escape from Tarkov Arena, you have to qualify top 4 in your HPL to be able to get into this, and that earns you a piece of the prize. Once you're here, though, that's just the beginning of the journey. You may have already earned yourself a guaranteed 1,000 euros in that stack, but to times that by 10, and to take arguably the more important prize home, which is the pride of being classed the strongest team across EU and CIS right now, you've got to fight your way to that top golden spot, which does carry that 10,000 euro trophy alongside of it. And a little bit of a gift from our sponsor to back up, to put some more power into the performance if they weren't already good enough as it is.
Oof, man, I keep thinking about it. Can anybody topple Virtus Pro? I think that's going to be the big thing here for this one as they fight for these prize pools. Obviously, those top 3 positions look real nice as far as the money goes in the pocket, but to be able to say that you're champions of Arena Cup Series, and really the best across the seas. Obviously, we haven't been able to bring the NA region into things like this. Hopefully one day in the future we'll have a land to really let everybody hash it out. But I mean, Virtus Pro, they've been looking incredibly dangerous. We talk about the likes of Magic and Andreezy. So I've certainly got my my eye on the Polar Bears.
I have my eye on many teams this time around, actually. I had a very, very fortunate chance to be able to speak to a couple of the EU captains going into this season and their thoughts on the plays. And I mean, I'm actually going to make sure I grab my books for the details on this because there's so many bits to talk about, actually. It's quite an interesting scenario. So for the folks at home that may be not so familiar, currently in the CIS scene, Tarkov Help looked to be ranked number 1 at this moment in time. Considered by most other teams, Tarkov Help are theoretically your number 1 strongest CIS playing team, followed shortly by XPA and Virtus Pro, and yes, in that order. I know I'm scoffing. I'm sure there are people out there in the chat that will be scoffing and calling me completely crazy rather than correct by the end of this cast, but good advice says to me that XPA and Virtus Pro are on a very similar level, but it looks like XPA might be just pipping them to the post at this moment in time, and then Jumbo Team settle in as a very comfortable fourth. But what I was made very clear of on these notes is it's a comfortable fourth. It's not a fourth place that might see a massive gap between that and their third place. This Jumbo Team has the ability to compete. So this 4 entrants from the CIS region this time, I mean, they always look scary from CIS, but they're definitely going to be 4 stronger teams. I mean, the argument made by EU was that if you were to place it 1, 2, 3, 4 CIS, EU's number 1 team would sit next to CIS 3 and 4 maybe in the ranking.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to see it on screen first before I buy that. I mean, we thought XPA Academy was going to be able to topple Virtus Pro last time. They had beat them previously. I've heard it about Tarkov Help before, but the fact of the matter was Virtus Pro didn't drop a single map in that playoff run. So until I see it on screen, it's tough to believe. Now, obviously, EU has struggled a little bit against these CIS region teams in the past, but the way that Pandaric Apex and both Outcast EPA have been looking recently, I mean, I would put them up closer to that XP Academy, to that second position spot. We already saw Pandaric Apex take a game away from XP Academy in the last ACS. It came down to that nail biter of all the way to that best of 3. So, you know, I can understand maybe because of results in past times, but I think I'd put Pandaric and them up just a little bit more. I expect to see them competing with these CIS region teams.
Okay. Well, I know me and you are going to be fortunate enough to be here to be able to entertain the folks through the majority of the Arena Cup series. We're always grateful for a seat on the booth to be able to entertain you folks with our wordsmithery and wackiness, which we bring to help add color to the context. But I am really curious, chat, whether we can get Hort to give us a prediction now for the first weekend, and then maybe we revisit this prediction on the first day of the second weekend to maybe adjust, because it's not fair, I would say, to go in fully blind without any information, but we do love throwing a little bit of a gamba out there in the chat. So whilst I'm going to quiz Hort very, very quickly in the contest booth for you guys to understand what his perspective might be going into this tournament as to who he thinks might place 1, 2, and 3 overall in the tournament, I want to know who you guys at home think is your favorite for the tournament. Whether your answer is logical or it's a bit of a fantasy, a hope, or a dream, I'd like to see the passion. If you've got somebody that you're supporting here throughout the entirety of the Arena Cup series, folks, get your emotes spammed in the chat. Shout out about your team so that the ceilings and the rest of the chat can hear about it, all right? If you think FMX and Andreezy are going to slaughter their way through this Cup series to success again, we want to know. If you think Outcast CPA are going to take an upset victory against Tarkov Help, we want to know. If you think K3 is going to bring down the mountain and flip the entire house on its head, maybe we'll have to call Timmy for some house design, but we'll see. It's going to happen, all right? Many things to come very, very soon, and I can't wait to see it play out. But Hort, do you have a prediction for your top 3 teams this tournament?
I mean, if I was going to take a realistic prediction, I would probably, I'm going to put, I know XP Academy has recently beat them, but the same thing happened in the previous ACS. So for me, I would go with Virtus Pro up top, Pandaric Apex in second, and then the third one is a little bit of toss-up. I really want to put Outcast EPA there, but I don't think it's going to happen quite yet. So I'm going to go with XPA and then Outcast EPA. But if I was going to get a really crazy thing out there, I would probably put Pandaric first, Plow second, EPA third. That would be my crazy. That would be my if I was going to take a gamble and kind of go away from statistics or previous track record. You know, these EU teams have been making strides in the right direction. You take a look at teams like Pandaric Apex, that Ace, Cacao, El Rapido, the clutch factor. And so they've just continuously been getting better and better and better. And so I've been dying to get back into the ACS to see these two regions go back at it. So I'm a fan of upsets. I'm a fan of seeing those leads change around from time to time, but I'm also a fan of seeing that three-peat. So my heart is being tugged in all directions here.
And speaking of tugged in all directions, we just physically don't have enough time to be able to cover all the amazing detail of everything that's going to go into this Arena Cup series. So, folks, without any further ado, off with the waffle. All right, throw it out the bin. We're going into the first game. Let's have a look at our first matchup. No nonsense happening on the day today. We're keeping it smooth, slick, and sliding on into chaos. Speaking of chaos, this first match is going to be just that. XP Academy, one of the strongest teams in the CIS region, going up against the team that has thoroughly impressed us in EU recently due to their improvement. K3, a team that had a curse of not making it to the HPL alone, seeing any ACS action so far, has finally managed to do so, and then in their first endeavor in the HPL, claim themselves that fourth place spot to qualify for Arena Cup Series. Question, Hort, is can Malikan, Duras, Reynolds, Halava, and Griffin from K3 take down XPA in this first game and start the Cup Series with an upset?
It's going to be tough, right? I mean, I think day one is probably the best day to do that. Maybe they're not quite on their game yet. How much do they warm up? So day one, it has potential for those upsets, but at the same time, I think for K3 to have to go up against a team as tough as XPA on your first game, first one of the day as well, can equally create some of that pressure. So I'm excited to see what K3 does. I'd love to see them take at least one game away, but realistically, you have to feel like this strongly favors XP Academy.
I'm done with suggesting favorites. I'm going to be honest with you, Hort. Because when we come to suggesting favorites, we've started to start our own trend where we like being wrong. You like being wrong, I like being wrong, and consistently being wrong seems to be the concept. So instead of that, we're going to wait until the facts fall onto the screen, and we're going to speak about some of those facts right now, one of which being the environment. First ban, onto the table. Now we have a 5-map selection process. Wait a minute. Iceberg, first of all, didn't get banned in the ban process, but more importantly, Fort's gone, and Bowler's gone, which means K3 and Hort. Please tell me you're in the same mindset as me as this, but is K3 not Skybridge heaven?
I mean, K3 loves Skybridge. The only thing I worry about is we've seen in the past the CIS region teams play very, very well. I always talk about maybe taking some strategies out of Virtus Pro. This, I think, was a map that we saw XPA Academy take away from Virtus Pro in the group stages in the last ACS. So, I mean, I like the confidence from K3 though, and I think if they could come out swinging, find this first map, I mean, what an upset and what a way to start off day one it could be.
I'm actually really, really excited for this now. That's a great set of map picks, honestly, for K3. That's the best foot forward to give them a chance. I mean, absolutely, they consider themselves a Skybridge fan when it comes to map picks, but to see that then go to Bay 5, I think is about as honeymoon to instant divorce scenario as you could consider, right, Hort? Because Bay 5 is one of those maps that we have for the longest time considered as an unforgiving map. You make slight mistakes or are slightly slow on your positioning or rotations on that map, and Bay 5, for a dominant aggressive team, well, that momentum just sees teams torn apart way too easily, and that snowball effect, it seems to be way more prevalent for the teams that we are going to see dominate all the way down the tournament. The one thing I am enjoying, the more we get into living this Escape from Tarkov competitive growth and development, is Bay Fizzy's becoming a little bit of a fizzy topic, all right? If you take a team to Bay 5, it's almost like we're not playing for a good fight here. Like, this is a done, dusted deal. We're dusting them under the table kind of nonsense. Like, it's almost like a BM shout now if somebody says we're taking you to Bay 5. I feel K3 might just find themselves under a lot of pressure should they take map 1. Like, I would be scared as K3 to take map 1 going to Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't envy them, but at least they've made it here. That's the first stepping stone in this fun ride, right? But I mean, XPA they're just so good, and they are a very aggressive team, which I think is going to favor them on Bay 5. But I mean, we've seen a lot more of Bay 5 recently, especially in the last ACS. It was almost non-existent. We didn't see a ton of it. A lot of Skybridge, a lot of Sky and Bowl recently as well. So it's nice to see teams kind of getting back into Bay 5. Pandaric Apex is another one that was staying away from it a little while, even though it used to be kind of a bread and butter for them. We see them back on that map dominating. And I think teams, I like to see teams not banning Iceberg. I hope that a lot of them practiced it and kind of, you want to force another team to pick that. You get your own map comfortabilities. It's something that can really set you apart from some of these other teams. Okay, I'm good at Iceberg. I don't need to ban it away. Let's force them to either waste a ban or maybe allow us to put it in that map pool and kind of get a little bit of an upper hand.
I'm just going to bow down and praise my co-caster in the casting booth chat. I'm begging for some Iceberg, okay? I want to see some Iceberg. This map is great. The Battlestate Games group did a phenomenal job on the map. And since the adjustments which have come into all of the maps, which if you've not played Arena since the wipe, we have to make you aware of at home, there have been some technical changes. There have been some not technical changes, aka some very visual and very large changes to some certain angles on the map. So You know that beautiful spawn nade on Skybridge, it gets thrown off the curved wall and lands in the hole? Well, that doesn't happen anymore because there's a big barricade stopping that from happening. So, beautiful changes coming in, some great work from the map design from Battlestate Games, and I have to credit Battlestate Games for some phenomenal listening skills. And no patronization, no disrespect meant whatsoever, but a lot of input has been given by the competitive Tarkov players in the arena scene, and it was heard exceptionally well in these improvements. And we're going to get to see some of that right now. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the day, K3 take on XPA on Skybridge.
I'm ready for it. You know, and I gotta say, I love it for Battlestate. They're not afraid to take risks, but they listen to the community, and you love to see that as they continue to go forward. But it's Cord Disabler. He steps out and finds an early 2-piece.
Do you call that a walk out or a walk back in? It looked more casual leaving the fight than he did walking into it. It's kind of crazy. 3 strong, 4 strong. The blue men are coming like a battle bus of doom towards the site as Communica trades one out with Malikan. Forced off the back of fight. Malikan dangerous, damaging member of this K3 squad team well through the standard season. Fends himself too. It's Communica for the closeout though as top aim Sabiri takes lava. All the mess on site ends up in just 1-for-1 trades right down to Cords.
Well, XPA will get up on top. They grab that first round here, which is, you know, always nice to start out on the right foot. But, I mean, we saw already a great presence here from K3. They were picking up a lot of kills. I think there were still 2 members standing for XPA by the end of it. But, you know, this is what I want to see. I want to see K3 competing early. I'd like to see him grab a couple rounds here, though, within the first 4 and not allow XPA to kind of really extend that gap.
Talked about consistency. The one thing we spoke throughout the majority of the EU season was some of these teams struggling to put multiple rounds together to be able to put home a game or to take a good lead in a game. Malikan is going to start off 4K3 with a good opening first blood. Frag down Zarel. Pressure from the train out of Griffin. Not find Jewel. Top aim Siberia, however, is not going to step back with a reload with a 20-round mag on that side. He's going to continue spraying. Finds the man on site. The challenge from K3 steps off. The second and the third come through as both Siberia and Communica clean house.
Halava got the device down, but that's about it. Killed on the way out there, and 4 members standing tall here for XPA. So 2 rounds in the bag. They only dropped Cords, who solidified that round win in 1, but we see everybody really getting on the board here early except for Moyanri, so maybe gonna have to fight his teammates for some kills here.
Yeah, looks like one of the XPA members there has gotten up and spun around in too many circles before stepping into spawn this time around. Looks a little bit dizzy as he's trying to find his bearings. Bearings not required, though, apparently. 2-0 up, XPA playerless or player with. That 5th member dizzy or not, they're still able to convert. I will say that K3 are going at this with a lot of aggression. It's really good to see the confidence out of the gate for K3. They've come at this with the right mindset, where if they can catch XPA sleeping, they might be able to steal the map away from them. But XPA showing us that they are no slouch. They're more than ready to compete here today.
Malikan pressing forward. Does he know Cords is here, though? He's trying to check all the angles. Cords on the peak from the audio cue. Finds the first. Jiras gonna let some shots sing out toward VIP. Don't quite find the mark just yet. We'll have to pop that reload.
Yeah, tough repeat for Jiras now because Communica's got the better angle on this from the height. That's going to see Communica taking down Jiras on that trade. Constant duels back and forth, a little bit of nerves from both teams. Nobody really necessarily looking to move defensive positions thus far yet, or trying to rotate to force a better fight. Just happy to take these head-to-head 50-50. Blank comes in, Communica's in an absolute god-tier position. Lava needs to do some nabs. Backs open! And XPA claim the 3rd.
Yeah, other than that first round, these last 2 really haven't been that close. And so we see XPA kind of just doing XPA things. They've found their stride. Communica already 6 kills on the board as well. And we talked about some of these visual changes. It's nice to see them here on screen now. I got to say, I love the update here from BSG.
I'm actually really pleased at the multitude of things. And I hate to overglaze, right? I would be very, very disappointed to undervalue such great work by over-complimenting it. But the grenade trails, the heads-up display, and the improvements to spectator mode from the last year have been phenomenal. Moyanri's got dirty moves on sight as he goes left, right, back and forth to be able to claim the first. Communica and Moyanri pair up for 2 more. And it's just a massacre, Hort.
Yeah, I mean, this is XPA. They're so good at pressing together. They're holding the angles. They can trust in each other to hit the shots. And, well, they certainly haven't had any issues doing so. I mean, Communica 7-1, Sibiri 4-0, not a death on the board yet. And really the rest of the crew just kind of following suit. Everybody filling their role, doing exactly what they need to do. And this is why I was worried about K3's pick on Skybridge. I love the confidence here, but at the same time, this is a map that we've seen XPA, much like Virtus Pro, be one of the best at.
Yeah, absolutely have to agree with you on that one. Going to see XPA deem out of spawn for their 5th round on the defending side. K3, however, played a lot towards this B side so far and noticed that XPA actually only have a one-man weak hold over towards the site. If K3 read this quickly, this could be a much better round for them. They need to get pressure on Red and onto jungle. Second member's now already through. Back of Red is occupied. As the spawn, K3 now have a lot less pressure they had initially. First opening kill. Second opening kill is really good for K3.
Well, Reynolds able to find that one. They've got a 2-player advantage to work with. Moyanri, though, looks to bring it back instead of ice. Tap's been planted, and we will find Griffin. But Malikan, a hailstorm of bullets, finds Moyanri. Siviri able to answer one back of his own. Now on a 2-for-2, though, but not a ton of health here for XPA.
Oh, shots down range. Malikan's going to get it first as top aim. Severi is caught running at the wrong time. Communica has just less than half of his health left to be able to duel this one out. And the main man, Malikan, the main mad menace, the man held inside of the cards, going to step right and claim it. K3, get on the board.
And there we go. There's those side quests, those stepping stones. We just got to work on getting one kill, one round at a time. So they finally get onto the board, maybe a little bit later than they would have liked to, but now that they've got that ball rolling, they've got to keep it moving.
Yeah, Malikan earns himself his first stripes inside of the Arena Cup series, claiming that beautiful clutch 2v1. Made the work easy for himself. Managed to isolate the first kill off the back of one of the teammates going down, so that he was only left with the 1v1 to have to deal with. And honestly, confidence stepping out of that blue train. I feel like if you're still inside of the train there when XPA gets that first pick, the tempo falls in the favor of the member of the higher ground. But because Malikan holds his confidence, and a quick push from K3, actually, we're going to stop talking about that and watch this. The A site is under very quick pressure here. On site already. Nade out as Malikan and his teammate on site are going to put this down. Good shots from Malikan. James Arrow for the response. The shotgun through the smoke.
Enforcers, they stay enforcing. They'll recollect that mag momentarily. Communica is going to find Jiras to plant. And doesn't go down. Actually denied here. Communica finding the second one as well. And Griffin all alone in a world of trouble.
And can you hear death in the background, or can you hear the sound of that flank creeping up? Well, it's not going to matter, because by the time that flanking member gets through the hole, the job's already been done. Shotgun and company are going to step out again from separate angles, all as one, and close that last member of K3 out. Closing the net. Something we see these CIS teams do that have had so much experience because they've been around a while. I mean, Zarold, Cause Disabler, Top M Sibiri, Communica, Moyanri, now all a minimum of at least one Arena Cup Series experience under their belt before this, if not all of them. I believe Zarold, Cords Disabler at this point in time have participated in 3 out of 4 Cup Series, if not all 4 at this point in time, which is a crazy achievement individually alone for both players.
Got to tip my hat here to Malikan as well. 7 kills on the board for Malikan. Unfortunately, it's donuts and breadsticks for the rest of the crew. He needs everybody to kind of help out a little bit here. He's got to get some insistence, find a couple kills from the rest of the team, and see if that can spark that flame and get that fire rekindled.
Yeah, Malikan just needs to convince the rest of his team that Skybridge is not an Italian diner. Breadsticks, as tasty as they may be, they're not going to score you enough points on the board to be able to claim success and take you out to that 5-star meal in the next step up on the restaurants. Like you said, those small stepping stones, little pieces of the puzzle that K3 need to put together here for their successful campaign in Arena Cup.
Can't stop it. Communica dropping bombs. Moyanri will find one, and XPA continues to have a dominating performance here on Skybridge.
It's hard to really criticize too much of what K3 are doing either. It's XPA doing a very good job of giving them enough space to make them think that they're safe. And then once that space has been given and you've almost let that edge of tension drop off the end of the atmosphere, then XPA just walk forward. And they're not doing it like explosively. They're not doing it with such drastic reaction that it's impactful or readable. It's just a confident step. Moyanri and Communica step out of E-Box together. Communica takes the aggression. He entries with the first 2 kills, gets both of them back to back, and it just is made to look easy, like XPA are going through the motions. We've got to see K3 start to pull them a bit more here to really drastically change this up. And again, they read this one-man weak B site, and they're going to play towards it. But again, they look like they're really cooking this time. Is this a heaven hold to see if we can force a rotate and go back? On connected. Lane 3, lane 2. Good shots from Malikan. It's an open. The nade goes onto site as well, just in case. Lots of util coming out. All of the
Them a bit. We'll see if they can find a way to bring it back.
A 2-6 is not a bad first round for a K3 versus XPA here. Realistically, K3, 4th seed in the European seeds, versus XPA, classed as the 2nd seed in the CIS region, especially bearing in mind we consider CIS to be more stacked than EU. This is a great showing from K3 to begin with. It's not a success, don't get me wrong. XPA are absolutely handling business, but K3 are not rolling over for them, and that's what I'd love to see. The performance out of Malikan so far at 10-6 is outstanding, and it is the same thing that we saw during HPL season that brought them here to the table today. A momentary 0-7 and tip of the hat to TFG, who had that spot taken away from them by K3, outperforming on the last day to claim their spot in the ACS pool.
Yeah. Well, Siberius Herald's going to find two quick ones. Communica able to get Giros here as well. And now we see that domino effect beginning to come into play as Griffin does find a pick of their own to chop that down just a bit. Now Cords is able on the Reynolds, and it's all down to Griffin in a 4v1. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. The nade comes in to collect the kill, but and before that action popped off, I was getting ready to say that, unfortunately, 2 rounds is great, but they did that on the attacking side. And so a Skybridge, a little bit more of a favorable map. I feel like at a minimum you need 3, but realistically you're looking toward that 5 mark when you are on the attacking side. So again, small side quests, small victories for K3 here, but looking a bit grim at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely fair and agree with you on that one. It is a great showing, but it is what we expected, right, from the first game. Not to do any disrespect to either XPA or K3, but this is definitely a favored match. There's not one of these matches that we would have expected to be going round for round all the way down to overtime. If it had, K3 would have massively outperformed. They are doing a good job here, but they've got to step it up an extra step. It's a completely different, drastically different environment here in ACS than it is in HPL. Look at the util, the precision. I mean, he's not called top aim Siberi for nothing, let's be real.
Shot will ring out for the smoke. Maybe a bit of a jump peek from Halava, but Griffin going down, and Communica through the smoke. It's now 15. You want to talk about situational or game awareness. XPA displaying it to a T.
Slow and steady wins the race as Moyanri steps slowly on the pace out into the crosshair of Giras, but not allowed to fire a shot off. Shot the box score is good. Lava takes his time. Good for one, but the crosshair placement is great for second. E-Box responds back. The Reynolds beat position is going to find a trade back, but it's only enough for one as the 2 members remaining from XPA close it out.
XPA already up to match point. They've given themselves 6 additional opportunities to close it out. We've starting to see a little bit more from the other members from K3 in these last couple rounds as well. Malikan has been having a standout performance as well, but you need that whole crew to be showing up, to be working at that cohesive unit. And right now, XPA is showing that they are slightly better than that here, starting off on Skybridge. From the nades to the util to the just sheer aggressiveness from XPA.
The sounds in the Colosseum just sounding out in each of the corners. The XPA trying to feel a way out into this A site after that slightly more defensive hold from K3. Did pick off a few more members than I think they were confident with by the end of this. This time Zarold's going to find the first. The captain goes down. And K3 now need to find the rest of the team, trying just to put something together in some strength. The jump off the top from Moyanri is disgusting as Griffin's flank. Well, cut off those wings. That Griffin ain't flying no more.
Lava, though, able to answer back onto Siberi. Close the gap a bit. Moyanri's got other plans. Harold finds the second one as well. And now Reynolds, Moyanri both get a kill on the way out here. But XPA getting it done in decisive fashion here. 9-2 on Skybridge as we have to wait to get set and ready here for Bay 5. And Siberi, 11 on the board there. Great MVP from them. Moyanri, 9-5. Communica, 15-5. I mean, everybody popping off on the side of XPA. They get it done here relatively quick in that first one. So taking a look at some of those stats. I mean, Malikan, 2 MVPs, 11-9 on the other side of things. Unfortunately, Giros just having a bit of a tough start here today. Well, XPA gets it done on Skybridge, 9-2. Gonna have to hope that K3 can find a way to battle back here on Bay 5. But again, we saw a great performance from Malikan, honestly. Just hopefully the rest of the crew can get it popping off here on Bay 5. It felt like, obviously we saw Jiras with that donut. Halava and some of these guys took a little bit too long to get going, but we've seen XPA be very dominant on maps like Skybridge. So we'll see if K3 can reel it back a bit here on Bay 5. But again, taking a look at these rosters, I mean, for K3, they've made big strides here. They were in the semi-pro league where they became champions. They got into HPL. They, in that final day, stole that 4th spot away from those friendly guys, and they punched their ticket into the ACS here. So love to see them getting some of this competitive experience, but I think it is a bit rough that they have to go up against the juggernauts of XP Academy here on day 1, on game 1. We'll see if they can muster up the strength here to bounce back on Bay 5. A lot more of that close quarter combat style action. So probably going to be running the same compositions here. I know Halava loves that Enforcer class as well. And at times we've seen teams kind of double up on the Enforcer, especially on a map like Bay 5. So interested to see if they will make any changes heading forward on this one. But hopefully in chat, everybody's having as much fun as we are. How we think that the next one's going to play out? We got any predictions in chat for Bay 5 as well? Will K3 find a way to be able to bounce back with the likes of Malikan here? Or is XP Academy maybe going to find another decisive victory? But as always, we appreciate everybody hanging out in chat. We've got a ton of amazing giveaways going on here today as well. Both physical giveaways from our partners over at Steel Series, as well as some in-game prizes to give away here as well. I mean, I don't know if you guys had a chance to spot the new drip. Some of my buddies are already sporting it on the battlefield, and I got to say, I absolutely love it.
Not going to lie, I had to sneak away from the back end of that game to go and grab myself my shirt as well, because they're going off of the stands so quickly that they're going to be sold out before the end of the tournament, folks. So don't miss out on your chance to be able to grab that amazing drip coming into the game. And I believe, Hort, it's not just purchasable, but I believe there might even be a couple of free flamboyant kits flying around, courtesy of the partnerships going on for the Arena Cup Series, right? There's a couple of those Flandango shirts that might be flaring off in the distance in the future, right?
Yeah, I mean, 15 of those Froggy shirts on the USEC side that we'll be giving away here today, I believe, after game 1. I mean, we're going to be giving away prizes all day. So make sure you stick around, support the action, get hype and chat with us. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to know who you think's going to win. And, well, we're going to reward you with some nice little treats here as well. From the in-game prizes to the physical prizes, we've got all kinds of stuff for everybody hanging out with us today.
I'm really interested to see what's going to happen for the rest of the games. Screw the prizes. Sorry, folks, I know we all love free stuff, but that's a great start out of K3. I know it's not the performance that gets them a win on the board, but as an EU caster that has spent a lot of time watching K3 go through both struggles and success, it is great to see them continue on a trajectory for improvement. And I would like to look back to that first game as a K3 member for a similar purpose and say, there's improvements to be made there. There was definitely a couple of reads on that B site with a one member stacking to it. There they had a weak hold with a bit more pressure and a bit more tempo. K3 could have maybe exploited that a little bit more. And I'm sure many teams in the Arena Cup Series are going to look at this as they start to potentially consider facing XPA down the line, and they will have taken note of that on Skybridge as well. K3, maybe not successful there, but definitely showing that XPA maybe not the strongest on Skybridge comparative to other maps. We're going to get to see one of those other maps in the future soon and maybe compare that at a later date. But more matches to come today as well. I mean, we're going to get to see Outcast CPA. We're going to get to see Sicario, Virtus Pro. Many explosive matches. And honestly, the further down we get today, the closer the matches are going to become.
There's so many great matches just littered throughout both of these weekends. Ton of prizes to give away. I mean, you don't want to miss the action. All the more reason not only to click that follow button down below, because it is free to do so, but to become part of that notification gang so you don't miss out on any of the action or any of the wonderful prizes that we've got to give away to everybody kicking it with us here. But yeah, I like the fact that K3 was trying to exploit that one on the B side. I would have liked to seen him move a little bit quicker, though. We kind of saw him holding up toward the heaven side, and when a team is aggressive like XPA, if you don't have a solo member kind of holding that push, I mean, they were able to push forward, kind of get that flank. They had an early rotation toward the B side as well. I think they read that play very, very well on the side of XPA. So I feel like some of these EU teams almost have to try to match the aggression of these CIS teams. I feel like EU may be a little bit more patient.
I think that's going to change the further we get down the tournament too. And I think we both agree on this one, actually. We talk about this the further we get, especially into playoffs. But regardless of whether a region or a team specifically is considered to be aggressive naturally or defensive naturally, the more relevant the games are for whether a team is going to lead the competition or not, the more consistently I think we will see teams change that tempo drastically. These explosive quick rounds will become more of a one-off at the right time rather than all the time kind of pressure. It definitely depends on the matchup as well, right? We've seen teams like XPA when previously were Oil Rig, not this XPA, but now our Panderic Apex. That team of players, when they were originally in ACS2, their momentum was pace, slam, like speed, get on site, be aggressive, be authoritative. The more that team has been, you know, across brands from XPA to Oil Rig and then Panderic, and the more they have developed as a team as a whole, that pace has come off a little bit. It's not all slam. It's now maybe one slam, then one creative, then one combination of both, like that cannons push that we've become quite keen to see the Panderic squad do on Fort, where they do send a heavy body out to the one side to challenge that person out there in cannons and dice roll whether they're good enough. Either, you know, he gets his 2 or he gets his 3, and the defending side are like, okay, that's what we play a cannons player for. Or the attacking side overrules him, and the pressure is the pressure. So I'm going to be very keen to see how each of these teams play in the matchups. My most interested one is going to be Virtus.pro versus Sicario later on today. I'm really keen to see how that one plays out. It's going to give us a good idea where Sicario is going to settle versus how they were performing in the previous HPL for this season.
Yeah, and when you look at teams like XPA and Virtus.pro, I think their utility is so good. It allows them to be that aggressive. I mean, they were into VIP so quickly every time they're on Skybridge. Those, you know, they smoke off the lanes, they pressure up, and they really don't allow the attacking side to take any space as well. And so I think that's something that these two teams have done very well historically over the last couple ACSs. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Sicario, Panderic Apex, we're seeing teams like this now kind of work that ebb and flow a bit, where they pick up that aggression, they try to match it for a couple rounds, but they're also good at slowing that pace down when they need to and try to keep their opponents guessing. So I'm looking to see some of these juggernauts clash here at some point throughout these 2 weekends.
I'm really, really keen to see the highlights from that first game. We're going to get to roll on into our second map for this best of 2 head-to-head, where K3 are going to be taken, you know, they're going to be taken to, I think, probably a less favorable environment than they were in Skybridge. We're actually not going to have a nosy at the highlights just yet, folks. What we're going to do is we're going to build that anticipation up a little bit more for you. We're going to go to that second game and get you into the action first, and then we'll get to look at some highlights from the games after that. So for now, we're just going to talk about the next setting, scene, and horizon within the close future, which is round 2. K3 have their second chance to try and get themselves on the board for a point with regards to an overall match score. They put 2 to 3 rounds the first game home. Arguably, they could have had a couple more. The XPA definitely in the driving seat so far, Hawk.
Malikan, though, picking up right where he left off, and Giros, who struggled a lot on Skybridge, already finding their first pick as well. Cords Disabler answers one back here, but it is K3 for a player advantage, and if they can start out with a round 1 win, it could be huge, but Sabiri's got other plans.
Patience from Giras is going to find himself being shot in the back if he's not careful. There's the creep around from Zarul that I actually saw Grenade go over to site. Interesting play out of Reynolds right now. Backed off and given full space backside. He had control from inside red door, but decided to give it away whilst Palava turns up. Both members now in. Shotguns ringing out. 2 battle buddy system steps. Con's gonna have a bad trick. Oh! Sends him on a bad trip instead. I thought it was going the other way, but Palava whips to 180. Claims himself 2. K3 make it possible. On site. Cords. Is he going to be able to pull the instep on this one? No, he's run out of bullets. And And he goes down! Alava claims it for the round. K3 start off with the first point in map number 2.
I mean, that got dangerous a bit there. They had that first opening pick. It was XPA that began to reel it back, but Halava, what a hell of a play on this Enforcer, finds that 3-piece, and well, K3 up and in the lead here for the first time today.
Yeah, Cause Disabler swings out, big, confident, into that last 1v1, tries to rip out the internet cable, and as he reaches for it, he just turned on a dime and told, you can't milk those. Back to where you came from, sir. 1-0 K3 is a great start, but how long is it going to last for? I mean, 2 great opening first blood frags from K3 really did the damage, honestly, and XPA maybe a little bit shook so much that they're going to pick the bomb up immediately and go out of spawn.
Moyanri's going to waste no time finding kills, though. Malikan answers back in a 1-for-1 trade. Shots continue to ring out. Communica is going to have to dip back as he pops the reload here, and we can see that smoke has plumed out. Cords will find Griffin, and XPA looking for a response.
So an in hand from top end Siberi. That one's going to go out towards Ninja. And it's going to take out a teammate! Oh no! Malikan creeping in the night. All he has to do is find his pick. The member from Corner's going to take him in time, though. Communica holds well. Great positioning from XPA as he holds good for 2. Communica has got sicker moves than Lava this time around. They're having a good old dance on the dance floor, but it's going to be an XPA claim and a balance up as the ties are leveled.
Communica is dropping bombs here today. I mean, he had a crazy first series on Skybridge. Now a nice triple kill there to clutch up that important round as they tie things back up and not allow K3 to extend the lead. We'll see if K3 can find a way to slow him down. Malikan, again, another one of these shining stars over here on the side of K3. It seems like he's kind of reignited that flame, at least in a couple members. Halava, nice start here. Giros as well, had that donut in the previous one, already a kill, so we'll see if they can begin to build off the back of this.
That position, chucked well. Reynolds inside that smoke. Working in both teams' favor. Reynolds is not going to find it. Slava actually from Rattler picks it up. That's going to be good for 2 with a shotgun. Malikan goes down and Zarel picks it up, but the bomb's in a rough spot now.
Vice definitely in an awkward spot. Cords on the jiggle, has spotted one. We'll pop a couple pre-fires through as Griffin picks up on the Zerald here as well. And K3, a 2-player advantage. They are looking to put up one heck of a fight here on Bay 5. Lava finding another one here as well. Now on a 4v1, it all comes down to Moyanri, who has been spotted. We take a look at where that device is in no man's land here, and gonna have to find pretty much all of these kills if he wants to even consider picking that up. There's a flank coming in, but it's not necessary. Halava, 7-1 through these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, he killed 2 people early on in the round, and then just as you begin to forget about him, he gets a 3rd, and then just as the back end of the round starts to fall off, and you've just forgotten that there was a shotgun in Rat, well, guess what? To remind him again, you can't forget about that guy stood at the end of the Silver Office or tucked into that Rat position on A site. That is the god-tier spot from a defending position to be able to play out of if you play with your wits about you. People just do not have a good push into that position unless you have deep alley control where you can use a wallbang to your advantage. So just great awareness from the shotgun player there to play the tempo well, aggressively for 2, but then slow it down to claim extra.
Communica finding the open pick, and it's on Malikan nonetheless. Spots the shadow, but the pre-fire from Communica is good for another one, and they're looking to stampede toward the B site.
And then the top mid, though, is going to be spotted through the smoke. Griffin somehow does not manage to connect a bullet. Lava is going to finish off Zarold from the other side, though. Moyanri trades one out. It's Reynolds that goes down. Separate player as 4 members on that B side have full control. Now, Lava and Griffin, the last 2 left alive. They have space to regather, but have they got this retake in the bag? Oh, 2v4 is so tough.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to find so many picks here. You've only got 38 seconds, but you need 6 or so of those to find that diffuser as well. And XPA, a great job of just being patient. They've got numbers on site. They can hold the angle. We see one down prone. Sabiri finds Griffin. The repeat here from Halava doesn't connect the shots. Then they will continue to sing, but it's Halava that finds a 6 feet dirt nap here. And, well, XPA has found a way to tie it up yet again. But I got to say, I'm impressed with the showing from K3 here on Bay 5 so far.
They're definitely not giving site for free. They are heavily contesting both sides of site and trying to make it without possibility for XPA to get onto plant, short of losing bodies or taking bodies with them. And, I mean, It's a dangerous game to play. You want to encourage XPA to have to kill people to get the bomb down. I mean, XPA is going to oblige very politely and kindly and say, thank you, sir. I shall continue to destroy anybody in my path as we have been sent out to do so. 2-2. The scoreline shows that both teams relatively well matched early on in Bay 5, map number 2. That nade is crazy. Where is that going? Not where it was intended.
I think he was bouncing it toward the back alley there behind the box. I'm not sure. That might have been intentional. I don't know. I love seeing some of these nade lineups from XPA. Maybe we'll have to pick Communica's brain later, but Sabiri's picking the brains of the competitions. Finds another one here, and it's a 2-player advantage as the device goes down.
Oh, my Henry's crept himself into a god-tier spot as well. The Shadow's going to preempt Griffin. Moyanri knows. Moyanri knows. Duras has got one back with a grenade, but Moyanri is causing devastation. The jump shot. Oh, he gets ripped out of the air, though. Malikan, the captain, in a 1v3, doesn't realize he's just ran past an adversary in the smoke. He's going to get round the corner in time by the time the guy in the smoke realizes it too. Top position from Rat, though, is going to close him out. These rounds are crazy.
Yeah, XPA taking the lead for the first time in this map here on Bay 5, which is crazy to say on its own. So I'd say K3 have certainly toppled some of those side quests. We'll see if they can pressure through and find that main victory here. Two wins already on defense against XPA, especially after you had such a tough time on Skybridge. It's nice to see that that did not affect the mental here of K3.
I mean, with 2 and 3, with the maximum potential of going 5 and 3 on the half, looks pretty favoured for a 4 and 4 if they keep this up and giving themselves a chance. Honestly, almost seeing Communica having his back found open could have been rough, but Communica somehow manages to get the kill before being traded out.
The shots continuing to ring out here. Unfortunately for XPA, they've dropped 2. Jiris, the only member falling here for the side of K3, and so they've got to continue to work with these numbers advantages, but Cords, he's looking for something cheeky out here, I think. Spotted, though, and the intel goes out.
Good check on the magazine. We'll be glad to see that from the casting booth, as we've had a couple of comic moments recently. A couple of very exceptional players being caught only short of bullets to be able to finish off a great clutch. And nice to see the XPA members not going to fall prey to that one. His tight angle does not favour Cords into Con. Malikan has the better of the angle on this when it comes to vision visibility. Too many places for Cords to have to check. He almost has to sack out this corner here and hope that Con's ready. No, it's not going to happen as checking it finds the kill. Malikan somehow, though, gets responded to by Zaral doing the same thing, creeping up mid.
Well, they've got the player advantage here. They just got to solidify this round win. Halava's tucked under the site. We'll hear the audio cue here as well. We might see that rotation begin to shift on the mini-map. They've got 2 near toward the site with Malikan, who potentially could flag, but does Halava find his first one? He does, and Halava is on fire here on Bay 5.
Oh, no, it was so well played. XPA walk in, they go, knock, knock, who's home? And Halava says, I'm not here. I'm not here. He stands on flat and wait, and then he goes, nah, just kidding, psych. Steps up, cleans the man holding the bomb planter, and then just walks up for the free finish. Well played from Halava, and a little bit of sneaky smoke and mirrors play there from both teams. Actually goes in the favor of the underdog. 3-3, we're tied up again.
I could almost hear Halava shouting a crack line, said, you can't park here, mate.
Can't park there, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is great, right? K3 competing with the likes of XPA, who's supposed to kind of be considered maybe at the top of the CIS region or the top 2 there. So K3 showing that mental fortitude, even from Skybridge, found a way to tie it up. They've had the lead a couple times in this one as well. We'll see if they can grab it. And round 1 would at least solidify that tied half.
This is why it's been so anticipated for the Arena Cup Series Season 4. We'll continue this conversation after the round because there's so much to talk about and it's going to pop off very quickly as Communica puts himself all the way into Rat very quickly. I'm not sure how aware Halava is of this position. He's going to know now. The officers got him covered. Duras and Griffin are going to duo up together on that door and try and push in to retake some of this space. And XPA and K3 right now, full line of scrimmage set up. Mid pressure goes the way of Malik and Communica finds us one from Rat. Beacon. Look at the mover. Malikan making pace towards that B site as the bomb's being planted. Almost tries to deny. Goes down. The distraction on A is merely just that. But XPA claim the kills out of the rotations. Oh my word.
Jiras is gifted a present at the feet. One he probably didn't want to accept, but will be forced to do so. Zaral finding Griffin at mid and XPA back to XPA things. They've guaranteed themselves a tie at half. They'll be looking for the winning one, though, here in the final round of the first half.
Had a whiff of deja vu there. I felt myself back in Skybridge for a second as Top Aim Siberia's finished 2 rounds off with some beautiful grenade work there like that as it lands right in the pocket of the last K3 member. Wrong game of catch to be playing. Hot Potato just finds you on the bench for the round, so K3 member's going to be looking to avoid some of those grenades going into round number 8. One more round left on their defending half, and a chance to go into the half fully tied is an exceptional statement for K3. First down, Captain's B.
Yeah, opening up with a nice pick here. Continues to let the gun sing as Moyanri finds Giros, who has been having a little bit of a tough day. Reynolds, though, on that donut as well. They've got to get the whole crew popping off. Honestly, if everybody was firing on all cylinders, they would be competing and potentially beating XPA at the moment. But Malikan going down here. XPA regains that player advantage. And, well, we'll see if maybe Halava can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
And this is where experience will be tested. Look at K3, 2 members on that A site, tempted to rotate, and then they realize, no, smoke and mirrors. What about the play? So they play it smart. K3 show this improvement that has seen them so successful. They anchor A, they anchor B, and then they anchor top mid. They don't even leave that top mid player in a position that he can be caught out. They send him all the way back to CT spawn. And Lava is doing God's work with the shotgun. It sings again. It's 2 from Lava. Shots at top mid are going to save XPA's thoughts for the round, but it's 2 2, and Lava's done all the work he can. A duel at the top towards Ice Cream. Moyanri gets the better of. Reynolds is down. Bomb versus Lava. Lava, that's a click. No, we spoke about it a second ago. You can't do this.
That, that might end up in the next intro video as we've seen some clicks before, but not like this as he screams out Moyanri a 4K on the round to put him up to 10-6, but Halava 12-5 and a 3-5 half. 4K3 is honestly a great start for them. I feel like they could have had at least 4 in that one, but I mean, nonetheless, 3 away from XPA. We'll see what they can do here in the second half.
It's a game-defining play. I can't believe it. It's a game-defining play. Halava has been exceptional in Bay 5. Really good in the first map too, and it's one mistake. But this is the Arena Cup Series, baby. You can't make those kind of mistakes because it will cost you the round. Now, K3 have some making up to do. First attacking round on their side, and they're a heavy push towards this B site. XPA are not here, actually. Weak side, strong in. Rat is going to be double easy. Stepping forward, though, the jump. 2 from Sabiri. Shotgun is strong. Bomb is down on site. Zarold comes, and here is the Battle Buddy squad and the cavalry for the XPA defense.
Oh, Giros going to follow Sabiri through the smoke, though, to find that pick. Has some help coming in through connector here as well, but XPA, they are all over this device, so we can see Zero just on the other side. No util left here for K3 as he steps into the crosshair of Zero. The peek from Malikan is good for 1, but he's got 2 more to go.
Team fight. That's all he's going to think at this moment in time. It's the captain versus 2, and Communica's got the off angle on site. Into Connie, claims the last life. XPA extend that lead from 2 to 3 and move to 6 and 3 on the scoreboard. Communica playing well. Moyanri's the one leading the charge for XPA this game.
Yeah, I mean, for XPA, I think almost anybody is capable of that. They've got a very in-depth roster over there. For K3, again, this is really kind of, their first time in this setting. So getting some good competitive experience, but I think it has affected a couple of the members here today. We saw it on Skybridge for a few players. We're seeing it for Reynolds right now on Bay 5, but Halava having a hell of a game here. Malikan in the first one as well. So it's great to see them performing well. Just need that little extra oomph here.
Great to see that K3 have not allowed that one mistake to deter the confidence either. Straight onto the B site again, the same approach, just looking to do it the same again, but better, with more passion. First time again, it's going to be the kill for first blood, and second for XPA, the defending members, stronger than those in the attack. Reynolds steps in. Darrell stands up strong with Communica in support. Reynolds goes down.
Bring around the Rosie. Communica finds Griffin. Malikan was able to pick up on Moyanri in the process, and just considering heading toward forklift, we'll begin to shift back toward mid, but there's 2 waiting, and that's going to be Cords to find a headshot on the Malikan. XPA back to popping off in XPA ways. They are 1 away from match point and 2 from closing it out.
This ain't over yet, Hawk. I get a feeling we've still got a couple of K3 rounds in the tank with the way they've been playing. I also get the feeling that XPA are They're definitely falling prey to the unknown factor a little bit here. This is the first time K3's really been exposed to these CIS teams and vice versa, other than scrims they may have participated in. And it looks to me like that's kind of catching XPA off guard because they're not so familiar with how they play. The K3 doing a good job of playing into success when they get to it. We've only seen a couple of the rounds that look in their favor go the other way, but this is going to be a great early peek from Communica, and you just see Model everywhere. It's hard to miss at that point. In less space that isn't Blue Model than is, as Communica claims himself 2 from the back alley. The third comes round, and finally the bomb puts him down.
Finally able to find that trade back, but the damage has been done. It's a 2 for 1, and now Moyanri and Serold, everybody getting a piece of the pie. XPA. Once we swap sides, it's been all XPA here. They are now just 1 away from closing it out. Communica back on top with 13. Moyanri with 12. And I mean, the whole crew, again, just continues to pop off. And they do it so consistently well.
And as I say, I feel like there might be another round in K3 before the end of the game. I find myself directly contradicted by XPA's authority and dominance as they slam their way through our round number 11. As we go on into 12, don't get up from the seat to go to the bathroom early, folks. I get the feeling that you might get a chance to do that very shortly from now. If not this round, in the very near future. A little bit of difficulty as hardcore parkour is the only thing between Zarold and getting up into that position of power. The top spot is going to see members moving into con boxes. Moyanri's here, but 3 members are strong. It's a bomb that goes down. Good response. Only sees traded 2 for 1 as XPA. 3 for 1 are stronger, better, harder, faster, and just everywhere they need to be at the right time. Communica's got the 4. Communica's got the 5th, and it's done, Justin, and put in the history books.
Communica, I think, able to steal that MVP away at the end. 5 MVPs. Tops it off with a quadra. 1 shy of the ace that was collected by Moyanri there, but 17 kills for Communica, 9 headshots as well, and XPA getting it done here in dominating fashion. K3, great signs of life in the first half, but in that second half, just struggled to get it going.
Yeah, definitely felt like a couple of the XPA members heard a little bit of the criticism in the commentary booth and rose to the challenge. Never are we people to fear that any of these teams would not be able to step up on the day, but it has been exceptional to see out of XPA being put through again. A good test from a new team to the Arena Cup series, but XPA again have shown us the reason why they are now second, third time for some of these members, 4th time for some of these members, participants in the Arena Cup series. Their experience definitely showed out stronger on the day.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very consistent team, right? They've been dominating. We talked about how they've recently been able to kind of stick it to Virtus Pro as well. And so I think this was to be expected. Skybridge was a little bit of a rough map, but I feel like 9-3 doesn't do Bay 5 justice because we saw a ton of great rounds from K3. They won some very important early rounds. It was just that second half that they struggled in, but Halava was popping off.
Okay. He absolutely was. And this is where we talk about that beautiful phrase that you introduced me to when we first started working together in casting. You have winners and you have learners. Halava has got to look to today's performance and think of all of the exceptional things that were done and look to the one mistake, as drastic a mistake as it was, as heavy, as impactful as it was to the rounds that it was made. It is a learning curve. We have through multiple teams discussed about this effect of the click. Okay, it's been in an intro video from Base Game, from one of the legends of the origins of Tarkov. All right, if you're a UK human being in any way, shape, or form, born here, family here, you watch UK streamers, then you'll know Nonny had his time with Base Game, and we have a clip of him clicking on the DVL. It affects even the best players. When you're under pressure in that moment, sometimes you just don't register that you've not reloaded. It is what it is. You can't let that define a poor performance over an exceptional day, because I think Halava, like you say, played out of his skin today, and I would tip my hat to the strength in his performance rather than be wagging a finger at the one mistake that was made, honestly. A great showing from K3 overall. I'm gonna be real. Malikan, I know Halava did a great job, but Malikan is on fire right now, and Malikan does not look out of water in this environment. Like, even against some of the best players of XPA, Malikan is holding his own, and I'm really, really happy to see that, because I think if Malikan can bring the rest of his team to that level, I mean, sky's the limit, right, Hort?
When is Malakin not on fire? I think that's when I would be concerned. But, as we claim our first winner here in this first series, we're going to be looking for some winners in chat. So make sure you're typing this in the BSG channel, !ACS4. We've got 10 stash expansion keys to give away, 20 slots, 2 lines, 10 of these keys to give away. We got 10 winners coming up in a few moments. So make sure you get in that giveaway. Again, it's !ACS in the BSG channel. But man, I think this is just a stepping stone for how much action that we've got for the rest of the day and the weekends to come, Craig.
I mean, this is day one. This is only the stuff we've got for day one's worth of giveaways. There's so many presents that have been gifted to us thanks to the partnership with Battlestate Games, the sponsors and Steel Series, who are bringing their perspective on gaming performance, quality, and excellence. I mean, since 2001, Steel Series has been a mainstay in that development scene when it comes to being a powerhouse in gaming performance and paraphernalia. And we give great thanks to Steel Series for them bringing us some bits to add into that giveaway. I mean, we got to show previously at the beginning of the broadcast the mice, the keyboards, that headset, and the mouse pad that are all part of that beautiful giveaway across the Arena Cup Series 4, thanks to Steel Series showing up and being part of the front four. So again, tip of the hat and a thank you to Steel Series. And for the folks of you at home that may be not so familiar with their equipment or any of the stuff that's being given away, please go check Steel Series out. Jump on their website, have a look at some of their products, and maybe invest in a little something to help you be a little bit more devastating on the battlefield. That being said, our Steel Series, multiple, still got many more matches to show for you today. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 more amazing bouts to be able to crack on into and tons of highlights to just put a little flair on the tip of the hat. Not just that, we've also got teams to test. We've seen one. K3 have been bathed in the fire. Unfortunately, they came out a little bit McCrispy, all right? But they did show that they were able to handle the heat, and that's great showing from the first match. The next one's going to be a similar talk to it, I think, Hort. And would you mind delving us a little bit into your thoughts and feelings as we go into this next game, whilst we give chat a chance to enlighten us on who they think is going to be taking it victorious? And before we do, chat, I want to extend something to you guys in between this next segment. It's time for you to get involved, all right? Here at Arena Cup Series 4, we want to make you guys the kings and the queens of the court by allowing you to interact as much as possible in the best way possible, all right? So talk to us about the previous game. Who was your favourites from that last game? Were you impressed by K3's performance, or do you think XPA have started as they mean to end, with an dominant performance regardless who's put in front of them, and they're going to carry on for the victory? Let us know. Thoughts, feelings, and emotes, ladies and gentlemen. There's some beautiful emotes sub to the channels that get you the way to display your passion through a nice little logo. So let us know. We're always keen to hear who you think's going to win.
That's right. I'll be keeping an eye on chat to see who they think's going to win as we get ready for this short break. We got to get the players loaded into that next lobby, but it's a great time to stretch those legs. Maybe grab the snacks, but don't go too far, because when we come back, we've got 10 winners in chat, and we've got Outcast EPA taking on the Jumbo team.
there.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series, Season 4. Here we pit the top 4 teams in EU versus the top 4 teams in the CIS region at this current state of time, as we've seen a couple of different teams have appeared from ACS 3 to ACS 4, one of which we got to feature before the break. In their first head-to-head, we saw K3 going down 2-0 to XP Academy, a mainstay in the Arena Cup Series now after a couple of ventures here. XPA starts off their crusade with a win on the board and a 2-0 victory. Our second match of the day, Outcasts.epa taking on Jumbo Team. And to be able to talk to you guys about all the amazing action in the booth is myself, Cracked Wisdom, again joined by the man, the myth, and the mustache, Mr. Hot Sauce.
Man, I'm excited for this one. Outcast EPA, they have been making wakes in the scene here. Walker, I mean, Blitzer Girl, we've seen some crazy aces, some crazy 3v1 clutches recently. Nemenos, Fox. And I was wondering, we've seen Stripey been playing with them a little bit, but Pablo kind of on that main roster. So it does look like Pablo will be playing out here today, but Stripey probably on that reserve side.
Absolutely. And from Jumbo Team, actually, a new name to the team, but similar, probably familiar faces for a lot of people from the previous Arena Cup series and those that maybe have watched some of the more community-based tournaments that go on alongside some of these prestigious cups. DOSJet, the Vaughn, Gummy, Kaguya, Madara Flow, many different accolades throughout this team, from exceptional players to exceptional organizers. Kaguya, you're head of the TPL, that competitive queue where the pro players go to really even out some of the beef, where they just play mixed draft style 5v5 for a prize pool put on by the guys over there, as well as the likes of DOSJet playing in that Chop Shop tournament, the trios and the duos and stuff from before. So many of these players, if the guys have not caught them in the CIS region, they might be familiar with their endeavors elsewise, but as a team alongside Madara Flow, Gummy and Vivon, this Jumbo Team squad, although seeded 4th in their region theoretically coming into this, are definitely not one to slouch against. For EPA, the Outcast.epa squad, this is a test again, like we said for match 1, and I don't know which side I feel favoured for this one, Hawk.
I'm favoring Outcast EPA in this one. You know, we hear a lot of the talk that the CIS region, their worst teams can beat the best teams of EU, so I guess it's time to put the money where the mouth is here for Jumbo Team and see what they've got. But Outcast, they have been looking so good lately. I'm excited to see what they have now that we are back into this Arena Cup series. But before we get into this matchup, we've got 10 winners in chat, and one of them is a little bit familiar to us, Cracked. But we've got HBKS, Mick Chalfsky, Trazen, TR4ZN, Kirk on the lurk, fellow caster, getting some extra stash space out there, maybe to go with that killer outfit. We got Ocean H, Motorboater, Thick Nasty, Wolf Sniper, Thrashhead Gaming, and Mr. Merrily 420. Congratulations, guys, and thanks for playing with us. We got all kinds of giveaways coming up here in the very near future today as well, so make sure you keep tuned in, buckle those seatbelts, because there's a ton of fun and action to be had.
There's so much going on. I mean, it's Arena Cup Series 3 and then the extra, you know? Arena Cup Series Season 3 was an explosive experience. For those of you here all the way down, you got to pay witness to some of the best playoff stages I think we've seen in Arena Cup Series history, given the Pandemic run and some other matches in individual isolation throughout that play series that was very, very good to watch. Some of the best entertainment, which is part of the reason that I love and I'm grateful to be able to sit on the casting desk for the 4th season of this. Now, something I wanted to talk about in the previous game that we didn't get time to, we're going to have a little bit more time to have a natter about now, is the improvement of teams as a whole. The general meta in every scene, NA, EU, CIS, and the APAC region, has gone through a stage of it being just 1 or 2 dominant teams, and then the bottom part of the pack has been quite disparate in skill level comparatively. This season from the EU HPL, we saw the teams actually climbing a lot closer to each other, and consideration as to who would win being a lot more of a closer conversation than as foregone conclusion as we'd expected. So, very, very, very curious to see whether that affects the play out of the Arena Cup series. The teams being closer in skill level makes me feel like we might have a lot more potential for some of these upsets. Now, I'm on a cheeky, cheesy, smooth segue, because upsets are something we're trying to avoid over here, all right, between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. And this beautiful partnership would not be valid or valued without being able to get you guys your hands on the prize. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that were successful in that giveaway. Please join the Hunt Discord. Create yourself a ticket, and the Discord admins will deliver you your prize as swiftly as possible to avoid upset. Make sure you get in the Discord, create yourself a ticket, and claim those awesome prizes. Congratulations to the winners.
Yeah, big congrats. I know we can all use a little extra stash space, especially at the beginning of White. But, you talked about some of those other matchups in the ACS3. And I think, that's the first time where we saw, an EU team like Pandaric Apex 2-0 Sicario almost went on to topple XP Academy, and you got to look at, they've just continued to compete since then. They've continued to get better. So I think you're absolutely right. I think there's a lot more possibility, a lot more chances for some type of upset here today. Outcast EPA Jumbo team. I mean, it's hard to call anybody a true underdog in this one. We really haven't seen these two teams clash, but I am leaning into to Outcast EPA a little bit on this one.
As we see all of the members of the chat flooding up with that exclamation mark ACS4 to get you entered into those giveaways, we're going to slide on into the map picks for our next match. First on the board, first off the table, Fort Forgotten. Jumbo team not interested to take us to the CQB environment there, inside of the portcullis. Nope, they want to push on for power in the distance. Similar mindset coming from Outcast CPA as their ban also responds another CQB map port. Both of the close quarters battlegrounds taken off the table with Bay 5 sitting on the bench alongside Fort, which takes us to our selected maps.
Yeah, Skybridge here from the Jumbo team, which this is a map that Outcast EPA picks a lot as well. They've kind of been a Skybridge and Bowl team recently, so honestly, I feel like, again, I don't know as much about Jumbo team, how they feel about Bowl, but I have to feel like, Outcast is happy with both of these maps. I mean, we've seen him play very well on Skybridge. Walker always lurking about on that Enforcer class. Bowl, I mean, you've got Blitzer Girl who's often holding down that B site by herself. That's where we saw that crazy ace not too long ago. So, again, I think Skybridge and Bowl probably my two favorite maps to cast at the moment. So I couldn't be more pleased.
Double down on Skybridge for the first map of the duel as well. Never going to be disappointed to see that. A little bit of background information for the folks at home. A little bit of context, colour and flavour. Thanks to the partnership now. The Outcasts.EPA. That EPA squad now battle buddying up with one of the Div 2 teams, the Outcasts, to be able to try and improve both teams with the performance. We had a little chat with Walker last night about preparation for the Arena Cup Series Season 4. And the line, I quote unquote, how I have 200 grenades I have learnt, but only 6 screenshots for my team of this. I don't know, they're going to kill me. So to put that into context, the fact that this man has been able to mentally store and manage 200 grenade lineups, probably a bit of an exaggeration, but going into this match makes me think that we are going to see some of the newest utility we've seen on Skybridge in a long time, and maybe even that utility heaven that is Bowl being played into a similar form of force. I mean, how many times have we spoken, Hort, about Mr. Walker and his utility recently? Not so much, actually. It's kind of fell into the wayside a little bit.
Well, it's because I think Walker's been helping the teammates. Walker's been on the Enforcer class, so he's getting up. He's eating that space. And what we've seen is Nemonos, Fox, double nade kills. And so, Walker, I think, has just kind of shared that knowledge with the rest of the squad. And I think it's great. Everybody on your team should be able to throw those lineups. You never know when something's going to happen, or maybe you want to switch up the strategy for a couple rounds. So obviously you have your typical couple that are using that utility, but I think it's important to have everybody have that knowledge. And I think that's what we've seen from Walker. He's always been a great leader. He's always, making sure he's prepared. You talk about the #1 EU arena player right now as far as ranks goes on the scene. You talk about somebody who's got every single achievement with every weapon. That's Walker. I mean, that's what we know Walker for. So, I wouldn't expect anything less from them. And I think this is going to be, as you had mentioned, I think, as time goes on, every one of these games is getting more and more exciting.
The reason we talk so heavily about Walker and the utility here is I actually think that it's the contrasting side of the table maybe the people at home aren't aware of, that we sort of are in the back of our heads. So allow us to elaborate on the other half of this. The Jumbo team squad doesn't necessarily have a particular utility expert. Where the Jumbo team will succeed is down to individual demonic gunplay. Doshjet, Vivorn, in previous outings have shown to be unstoppable in isolated ones. something that Outcasts are going to have to do a great job of their EPA mindset, shall we say. Looking at that European approach where people consider that EU scene to be slightly slower, not as aggressive into the Force, and maybe playing into some scenarios that force the 1v1 to not be possible. Pull those crossfires, kite some of the members in, set a trap, close the net, and suffocate out that pressure rather than allowing these isolated ones. I am going to look to both of these two teams in how they execute as a team to set the tone going into this head-to-head.
Yeah, I think gunplay obviously incredibly important, right? You got to be able to hit your shots, but we look at the two maps that we're on, Sky and Bowl, and those are probably the two biggest util maps that there are currently. Obviously, we're starting to see some more stuff with Iceberg as it's now been out for a little while, but these are the two of the biggest util maps, and both of these maps, when you're really good at util, tend to favor that attacking side. So that makes me worry a little bit about, maybe for Jumbo, maybe they've been putting in the work with the utility though. So they definitely have the gun skill, but I think they're going to have to be able to try at least somewhat match that utility as well, because I can't count how many times we've seen crazy nade kills and lineups from this Outcast squad in the last 2 months.
And you thought that you might have seen some moves like Jagger swinging out of the hips of Communica. Just you wait till you see Gummy move. This man makes Mick Jagger look like a schoolchild when it comes to the smooth blue suede shoes that this guy's going to be slinging across the dance floor. I have seen Gummy pull off some incredible individual mechanical plays to be able to outperform and clutch up 1v2s, 1v3s many a time before, and it's something that I'm going to be looking to from the Jumbo team to find some strength to be able to topple some of the tougher opponents in their group. Because let's be honest, when we're looking at the two, K3 and Jumbo team are the two teams in the two groups that are set with the highest task to overcome. Does it mean it's impossible? Absolutely not. Should we undervalue how difficult that task is? Absolutely not. And each of the teams that come to the table like XPA did will deliver us that due thought and fortitude in their performance when they slam it out on the stage. I mean, K3 did good. This is a different game. Outcasts, .EPA, and Jumbo team arguably have both been here for a while in different forms. Outcasts together as a team, but the Jumbo team members across different teams and together have played for a similar amount of time at this level. I'm going to be really looking to that effect then to Jumbo team's synergy. That's what I mean for this. We know the Outcasts.EPA are going to have a level of synergy to bring to the table. I'm curious how Jumbo team clashes with that.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference between Jumbo team and K3, right? K3, they don't really have a ton to lose. They barely snuck in here. Just getting here on its own is a huge feat for them. So I think they can go out there and kind of have fun with it, just take some risks, take some chances. For Jumbo team, maybe the team itself as a whole is a little newer, but I mean, all of these names we recognize and know. We've seen them play before, even in these big competitive scenes. So I think they have a little bit more to prove than K3 does, that they are a viable team that can compete with the best of them.
Curious question is going to be, are they going to be Jumbo team, full One Piece Luffy style, where they become invulnerable in that size? Or is it going to be a little bit like that guy on the street corner that blows and then makes you a little cartoon balloon dog that, although it's really cool to look at, you pop that with a pin and it's kind of gone. So interesting perspective whether we're going to see the Jumbo team or the Jumbo team coming into the pitch today, and that's going to be the test of the battle and the scoreline that's going to take us forward for this group stage. Arguably for Jumbo team, this is their best match to try and get themselves a chance to qualify. This group is death. This group is actual death for Jumbo team. I really do hope that they can compete on a level with everybody, because if that's the case, then this group goes from being a group of death to just anybody's game, and I am so here for that.
I mean, honestly, I think both groups are groups of death if you're Jumbo team or K3 at this point. So, but yeah, I have to agree. For me, though, the biggest worry is I haven't seen as much from Jumbo team, so I don't know as much about their util usage. But we talked about how good the utility is. We look at Skybridge, we look at Bowl, very util heavy favored maps. And so, even if you are a great shooter, I think, you don't want to rely solely on that, because util has become such a big part here. And so that is what I'm going to be looking for, especially in those first 3 to 4 rounds. How comfortable is Jumbo team with this utility and kind of combating it? And then also, are they going to make the proper adjustments? Because when Outcast uses utility, they do such a great job of finding some early nade kills. Then you might not hear one for 3 or 4 rounds within the first minute or so. They really change that pace and kind of keep you guessing. As soon as you get comfortable and want to be aggressive again, they throw that early nade. And so for me, I'm looking for Jumbo Team. Can you recognize these things from round to round? Can you adapt, react, and overcome?
You've hit the nail on the head. And I'm sure there's going to be many people giggling in the chat, because apparently that's become a common catchphrase of mine, is to be able to say that you struck true on gold when it comes to the words of wisdom. That's it. Donk, there it goes. We've hit one for the day. I'm just really, really excited for this next match. I would love to have spoken to a Jumbo Team member for the map picks to get their perspective on how they felt map pick and band selection went. Fortunately, I bump into Walker quite regularly through team stuff, so I got to ask him how he felt about these maps, and his perspective on it was that they felt that they crushed map picks. So the EPA squad is very confident in the territory, both on Skybridge and Bowl. Whether they feel favored, I wasn't told. They're not going to spill the beans too much for that one. They did say they're going to keep that one in the bag, but they're definitely not disappointed going to both maps here. I'm very curious, and I actually think probably Jumbo Team might be thinking in a similar mindset, which does set this up to be a real clash. Like this, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't go to the bathroom in the break, it might be time to ignore the yap for 2 minutes and go get yourself some snacks and everything ready for this game, because this is one that could potentially see a long overtime on the end of it. If Jumbo Team surprise us, this could be a banger of a match too.
I'm here for it. I mean, I would love to see some overtime, some back and forth. I mean, we love that competition. I think, it's only going to grow as time goes on. Obviously, it gets a little bit more, nitty gritty once we get into the playoffs, but you want to get a good spot, the best spot possible. You want that easier playoff, route. You don't want to be fighting from that lower bracket if you don't have to be. So, that's why every single game is incredibly crucial here, especially in these group stages where you potentially could end in a 1-1 draw that only gets you a point. And so, I think all of these teams are going to be hungry for that 2-0 sweep here today. So, but yeah, I think Outcast, we've seen them play Skybridge and Bold nonstop here recently in the past couple months, and the other tournaments going on. So, I need to start diving into some of these CIS teams more, because I'd love to know a little bit more about the utility. But at least we don't have to wait much longer, because we are ready for Skybridge Jumbo Team taking on Outcast EPA.
Yeah, speaking of diving in, the Outcast CPA squad's going to start by throwing in some utility towards the Jumbo Team, but only one finding close enough to the mark. This time around, Jumbo Team get the better of both the util and the weapon trades early on. Dosh gets first blood with the MCX out of VIP, then rings and sings for 2 as Nemo does find 1 in response.
Really nade kill there coming on to Walker, who is up very, very close. I'm not sure if the call out came in. It wasn't a typical nade spot, you feel like, from Jumbo Team, but showing that they are equally as capable at utility. And I think they did a good job of kind of just buying up some time. Now we see the smokes coming in late, which is going to allow them to pressure onto site. They've got the 2-player advantage as well. And now it's going to be all up to Outcast for the retake.
40 on the clock. Doshjet steps out of VIP and wins a great fight into Blitzer Girl over that box. Just left a graffiti. Pablo's going to step in and take up the space and claim back the life. And some revenge as he dunks down a double. The dome of Thorn is going to be placed onto the floor. Speaking of the floor, Gummy actually does get rinsed too. Pablo's good for 3s into a 1v1. It's Madaraflow versus Pablo for the round. 20 on the clock.
Pablo, can he find the clutch? He's got the triple already. The free fire through. It's a bit off, and he had it right, but Madara finding the kill onto Pablo. Pablo has recently been sitting out in their performances, allowing Stripey to step in and get some experience, but it's nice to see that Pablo hasn't missed a beat. One heck of a start for them. They don't quite clutch the round. We'll see if they can bring it back in number 2.
I mean, it's almost as if the song was designed for him. We're not calling him Pablo, we're calling him Pedro, because Pedro claims himself a triple in the first. It's not enough to claim the round. And that's the underlying tone of the Arena Cup series, is going to be that gimmicks and great plays aren't going to get you over the line. It's going to need to be a full team effort to be able to score points on the board. The first breadsticks buried for the favor, the Jumbo Team. They look to set up for a similar approach onto the A side. Round 2, the shot one actually going to claim Nemo early. Walker responds once the Doshjet goes down. Shots out of Pablo, and he's back again, but only for 1 himself. Second and third as the kill feed is flooded with plaid stripes.
Walker finding 2 before being taken out there as well. So Had some good early pressure, wasn't taken out by the util this time. Adaro's going to jump into the crosshair of Blitzer Girl. Will put him down early. Now Vivorn, who had that nade kill a bit earlier, will be all alone against Pablo and Blitzer Girl.
Rocking the Valde on this spear, slightly high on the crosshair placement, as Blitz is going to have a slightly better angle from the higher point. Good choice of positioning from Blitzer Girl, as she knows with 60 seconds left on the clock, definitely not a wise time to be giving up a life right now. Just going to play for space. The A-site anchor you see from the Outcast EPA squad holding towards jungle. And now a second site anchor on the other half of the map towards B sees EPA with full site control on both halves of the map.
Yeah, when you got that player advantage, you don't want to allow Vivorn to isolate those ones. So I think great decision-making here from Blitzer Girl, able to fall back a little bit. Still playing around that B side. And again, you look at the time on the clock at this point, Vivorn is really going to have that clock working against him. Has to find a way to pressure in and find this plant. We see that rotation coming around from Outcast, and it looks like they already have read this play.
Yeah, audio gathered from Blitzer Girl actually is the initial rotation that happen gets called. So they send one, leaving one at jungle just in case it's a fake, but now fully committed with no time left on the clock. Up steps Blitzer Girl, and it's not even going to be allowed to be left to the timer. The Outcasts EPA squad do put full 5 kills on the board and claim themselves a breadstick of their own. Level us up 1 apiece. And I'm going to be honest, Hort, we've got Dominoes on the horizon.
Dominoes on the horizon, baby. Is he talking about the domino effect or the pizza coming in from Stepdad Philbo? We'll have to wait and see if there is an ace on the cards. But, I mean, Jumbo Team really showing that, you know, they've got util as well. We saw that the first nade pick came from them in that opening round. So I think we're going to see maybe that up a little bit. We haven't seen too many early nades from Outcast just yet find a home. So we'll see if they're able to find something here. It's Nemo, and we speak it into existence. Vivorn answers back on the Walker yet again.
Yeah, Jumbo Team not allowing any form of bias at all to go unpunished, and not because it's uncredified or religiously delivered. It's just pure decimation and devastation from the hands of these pocket pinballs pulled per player, per person, thought of beginning of the round. Sometimes doesn't find the same home it was hoping for, but it's interesting that we see the grenade throwers being the ones that also receive the grenade being sent.
Well, DasJet's going to find Fox. Jumbo Team will reclaim that player advantage here momentarily. Pablo already up to 4, just as is DasJet. These two juggernauts continue to duke it out on the battlefield. Pablo on the Jiggle Peak has a bit of intel. No, there's one here, VIP. All this action about to pressure toward the A site.
Oh, Kaguya's going to put a bullet through the dome of Nemo, but that's actually going to give him a bit of unfortunate timing. A great duck on the bomb saves him from a return trade, and the Battle Buddy system comes through to take out the second on E-Box. Blitz, the last left alive, in a 1 versus 4. Probably about 38 seconds left on the clock when that smoke disperses on E-Box.
Blitzer Girl. We saw a crazy 3v1 clutch recently, but this is 4, and with only 30 seconds on the clock as well, you got to give yourself 5 or 6 to find that defusal. This is going to be a near impossible feat here. We'll find Blitzer Girl, and with that, Jumbo Team back on top by 1.
That smoke actually lasted a lot longer than I thought. It had been put down way later than when the bomber got on site. Great work out of Jumbo Team, and on the attacking side, which we do speak of Skybridge, I think to be slightly more attacking side favoured, especially since the changes. The tempo and timing on the defending side playing aggressively out of that A site is a lot more difficult now because of the new scenery adjustments. The IP has a slightly better tempo. There's a couple of different access points, and the most important point of change is right here through the hole. The blockage of that spawn nade and the adjustment of the positioning of Sandwich and that slight divider of Carp there makes that gameplay completely different now. You actually have a bit of advantage through if you take space towards elevator, but Fox is not going to give him that space. Up aggressive, Walker's already into the corner. Look at the positioning of the shotgun.
Kamada trying to shift through VIP here as well. It's a good smoke, and Vivorn finds Fox. If we had any question about the utility from Jumbo Team, it's been answered in the first 3 rounds. Kaguya, Pablo, both finding a piece of the prize, but it is Jumbo Team that has that player advantage.
I think they must realize that Walker's already here. They know he's here, and that's why they're not committing to this A site. DasJet is left to deal with Walker lurking out in the smoke, and the rest of the team's taking that bomb round the outside back to the B site. Fortunately for the Outcast EPA squad, there is A rotating member in jungle's first point of contact, and Nemo's got a lot of work to do to be able to create enough space for him and Pablo to try and bring this round back.
Yeah, cards certainly stacked against him at the moment. Nemo just trying to find a pick here again, but you take a look at that device. It's now down to 40 seconds here as well. Nemo goes down, and once more, all down to Pablo here, trying to pressure forward. Has been spotted. Dummy speeding forward just a bit. Shots ring out. Pablo able to find the first. Can he get the second? No, it's Kaguya, and Jumbo Team will begin to extend the lead a little bit.
Yeah, Kaguya with some good moves there. He swings out wide right to lane 3 to find the member looking up to try and contest Heaven. After claiming the kill, immediately gets across to re-challenge. And a crucial bit of micro in the mechanics there. Crouches just underneath the shot to Pablo, adjusts his height as he leans into that peak, just to throw off the crosshair placement ever so slightly, and that gets the better of Pablo in the 1v1. Still, firing on all cylinders is our man Pablo with 6 kills and 3 deaths so far, but it's not going to be enough to be able to get more points over the line than what Jumbo Team have done. Doshjet 5-2, Matter of Flow 3-2, Vivorn on 4-3, and Kaguya on 6-2. It's a great team performance so far. Only Gummy actually still eating himself a donut.
Had a couple nade kills as well. Walker's going to find not only 1, but 2 as he picks up Gummy. Kaguya, Walker, and Kaguya back. Walker is on a tear, and he's looking for more.
He's down for the ace, and he's set himself in a position to be able to do it. He's 3 on the board, and with the teammates falling left and right, Walker knows that his best position right now is not to actually anchor that bomb and be predictable in it, but to maybe just push that aggressive angle and try and claim a flank of his own. Kaguya, smart, wise, and aware to it, though, is instantly sent on the hunt. You see Jumbo Team responding to this lost member of Walker. Can they find him? Can they locate this crucial player? You look and you see the silhouette. We can see him stomping about above. Who's going to win this out? Kaguya's going to fall off back towards his teammate instead. You know, Blitzergirl's not going to give him the space. She'll play this slowly all day long.
Yeah, I love to see the patience being displayed here momentarily. One back toward that device there as well. Walker just looking to hold it down, and Blitzer knows the pressure's coming from the other side. Able to find the first. Matera answers back. Walker's got all the intel he needs. Matera's going to be looking, knowing that that flank is potentially back there, but Walker creeping up on the other side here.
It's shotgun versus shotgun. This is down to the aggressive player. Both of them are going to take the time to not risk corners, but you've just got to be confident. You've got to get in there and give it some. Or you've got to play your time. You've got to land the shots. Matter has got a couple of ankles left to run on, but that's about it, as the rest of his health is decimated on the cross. There's no way!
How in the world did Madara pull that off? Somehow comes away with it. That is a big round for them as well. I mean, realistically, we should be looking at a 3v2 right now, or 3-2 scoreline. Instead, it's 4-1. They begin to extend that gap a little bit. Outcast EPA maybe starting to feel some of that pressure. Fox, who is often a menace on the battlefield, still sitting with that donut, unfortunately.
4-1 Jumbo Team take themselves another round, and one they escape from by a sliver of health thanks to a great placed shot from Matter of Flow. Headshots are king, and it's something that has maybe gone out of people's minds with this Flesh Meta shotgun being super strong. 1-for-1 trades as utility again. Causes chaos at the beginning of the opener. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and both grenade throwers again are the ones on the ground. Walker, Vivorn.
There's been so many crazy doubles from Nemo and Fox, both on this map specifically with that utility, but we haven't seen a ton of this early utility from Outcast, and all those questions that we had while Jumbo Team has seemed to answer pretty decisively here. Vivorn has gotten a heat-seeking nades as Matera finds Fox. That Piranha round just continuing to shred through, and Jumbo Team working with the player advantage once more.
Close swing off aside from Pablo is really good to clean up Doshjet that's lurking just a little bit too overextended towards that site. Matter is going to be caught in a run sprint step, and Pablo's going to be good for 2. That actually claims the tempo back. In comes the third shotgun, it goes down. Pablo's on a rampage. Shut down by Gummy.
2v1 though. Outcast EPA, these are the rounds that they have to solidify. They're supposed to win, and they need to win. They can't allow another crazy upset here. For Jumbo Team to go up 5-1 this early, it could spell trouble. We'll see if Outcast EPA can solidify these important rounds when it matters most.
Yeah, if you're in the chat right now and you are loving this just as much as we are in the casting booth, then let's hear you. If you're here to support the CIS region, if you think Jumbo Team's got what it takes to push it over the line with this 3-round advantage, spam some Jumbo Team emotes, get some Jumbo Team support. If you think the Outcasts or EPA have got what it takes to pull it back, starting right here, right now, we want to see you up off the bomb. Gummy's ready to challenge. A little bit of health lost. Back into the smoke. He's going for the aggressive push. He jumps and he falls. Nemo's not going to fall prey to that one. Outcasts.EPA put another one on the board. 4-2.
Well, they'll cut the lead in half a bit. Pablo, a nice triple there as Nemo will rack it up with a full house, 2 of their own. I'd like to see them give Fox an opportunity here with a nade or put them in a position to find an early pick. I think once Fox finds that first pick, we'll see that flame rekindled once more. But I don't think I've ever said this in a round 6 that Fox has a donut. It almost feels awkward to say it out loud.
The level of the Arena Cup series, though. And it's also potentially a bit of a game 1 Andy feel. Grenades going out off the opener this time. Both teams seem to have learned from the previous woes. Some bullets being fired, but nobody falling down and taking too much damage. A little bit of tickle worth on Jumbo team. Ops looking for that pick that you were hoping for. Ball actually goes down. Nemo gets a good one off side, but it's going to run directly into the crosshair of DOSJet.
Well, Jumbo team again with this player advantage. You take a look at the life of Walker, and it's not ideal, but Blitzer Girl slowly beginning to creep forward here and might just have a 1v1 with Kaguya, who's looking for this flank coming in. Do they realize Blitzer Girl is this close? Walker finding a 2K on the backside, though. Blitzer looking up a bit too high. Kaguya, Pablo finding picks of their own. It's a 2v1 that the Outcast need to solidify once more.
You've just got to credit Kaguya for his game sense and awareness so far of just keeping a present mind on this flank at all times. He's going to put some great shots down into the body of Walker, but it's just going to give space for Pablo to swing and clean up. 11 and 5 an MVP for the round. Pablo finishes another round on the board for the Outcasts EPA squad. 4-3. Jumbo team still find themselves in the lead, but Outcasts fighting for a tied half.
I'm not sure what Pablo was doing on his little 2-3 week vacation that we saw Stripey stepped in, but whatever it was, it certainly worked. Already into double digits, 11. Same could be said for Kaguya on the other side. For me, though, it's been Vivorin. 2-3 nade kills already. They only have 5 on the board, but these early kills have helped set them up for success, and I think that's the reason they're in the lead momentarily. But now all of a sudden we've seen Outcast beginning to reel it back here. They were looking to weather the storm, swap side, and see what they got. Walker already in some early trouble.
Straight through for the shotgun. He's going to get himself a first, though. He picks up a good kill, but it's instantly traded thanks to the pressure from Kaguya. He's not going to allow his teammates to go down and give space for free. Fox finally gets himself on the board, though, with a good re-swing and timing on the magazine being pulled out for the reload.
Adara trying to pop a couple through the smoke. Nobody waiting on the other side. We see Gummy here. Posted up by KFC. That nade about to head toward the back of the site. With these smokes that begin to plume, we might see that subtle shift forward. They still got a minute to work with, so plenty of time here.
Yeah, you got Jumbo team are just going to slowly, steadily creep their way down towards the site. Gummy gets onto the floor as the pre-fire through the smoke almost takes his life away from him without any chance to be able to respond. Up off the floor we go. Audio Cube will probably bring a bit more aggression through that smoke. Slight pre-fire towards Rat clears it. Jumbo team have found sight, but it's not the bomb, it's just the forward member. The scout knows it's clear, but where's the rest of the team? A couple of flanking members from the Outcast EPA squad you're going to keep an eye on as well. The Spectator doing a great job of watching Madara, watching the flank. Device being planted on site. Jumbo team have done the first half of the hard work. Now they've just got a post plant. 3v4.
I like the fact that Outcast EPA have decided to go with a double flank this time. We see JT kind of always checking this flank. Are they going to be ready for 2? Shots ring out from Nemo! And Nemo wishes they could have that one back. A series of unfortunate events, and with that, there's the domino effect. It's all down to Pablo, hanging on by a thread, looking for a dangerous clutch.
Well, we have to find out whether Pablo considers himself a baker. 2 stacks of bread to collect. Picks up a secondary weapon, actually. Favoring this SR3M. Couple of shots off towards, giving himself a chance so he can pop one. Not enough time left on the clock. He's going to challenge for 1. Look to try and get the second for a bit of confidence, but Jumbo team close out their attacking half 5-3 with a final successful round. Thanks to Matter of Flow on that shotgun and some great rounds out of Kaguya. But the Jumbo team squad looking like they are firing on all cylinders coming out of the gate.
Yeah, I think Outcasts were really hoping to find that tied half, but again, we were just looking to weather the storm here, and that's why we always say to kind of look for those first 2 rounds of the second half. Outcast will get their shot on the attacking side, which in the past has been that more favorable side. So I think 5-3 scoreline is not something that you have to be too worried about just yet. But again, I think these first two rounds here of the second half are going to tell us a lot.
2-round differential. That's the gap that needs to be overcome. Obviously, clear by 2 to take the game first to 9 as well would theoretically mean it's 4 on the board for a turnaround at this point in time. Consecutive rounds are something we've spoken about in the casting booth time and time again. And now the Outcast.EPA squad find themselves in a similar situation. They need to put consecutive rounds together back to back on the attacking side to start putting this Jumbo Team squad back under a little bit of pressure. Early grenade off the opener. The bench to delay some pressure, puts the shotgun out in lobby. There's 3 members of the Outcast squad pushed down lane 3 towards site. Again, a weak side defense on that B site as we saw from the first match of the day. Showing again being attacked. Oh, Vivorn's good for the first though as he creeps out of the back of lane 3 by the ramp.
Oh, again, it's Outcast experiencing some of these early troubles. We've seen Fox get on the board with that first kill. Now we got to see a little bit more from Fox here. The device does go down, leaving 45 seconds on the clock. The smoke's still on the way. And Walker and Fox, they find 2. Fox through the smoke here as well, and they're looking to turn it around.
I like how this has gone as well. They've decided not to challenge Vivorn down at the end of that ramp because they don't need to push too far off the site. Fox does go searching for him. Now they have the numbers to put some pressure down, but Vivorn actually gets the better of him. Pablo for one response onto Gummy as 2 members, one from either side, go down. Now Outcasts are all headed towards the back of the lane. The 2 Jumbo Team members actually have quite good site pressure until Walker takes out Matter of Flow and Blitzer finishes off Vivorn.
Just a friendly reminder, I did see some people in chat asking about the giveaway that they won. So we will remind you, you got to join the Hunt Discord. Again, join the Hunt Discord. There is a link in chat there for you as well. Make sure you open that support ticket. Let them know your name, your gamer tag that you won with, all that good stuff. And we'll get that over to you as quickly as possible. Everybody's working very hard here behind the scenes today. So I wouldn't expect it while the tournament's going on. But again, we're working very hard to get that over to you as quickly as possible.
2 nades going down a similar line out of spawn from the Jumbo Team squad, trying to delete and delay any pressure towards Sandwich from Outcast.EPA attack. But still has her eyes on Vivorn at the bottom end of the train there, but the bullets don't quite find the mark. Instead, it's Vivorn who claims the prize.
Vivorn finding Fox, and honestly, Vivorn has 10 kills, kind of been that silent killer. I mean, all those early nade kills as well. Pablo. This didn't work out for Blitzer Girl last time, but it does for Pablo. He finds Mataro up top and begins to reel that disadvantage back just a bit. Has to be careful of Dosh Jet to spray through. Not able to find the mark just yet.
Bomb being planted down on the A site now. No pressure has been taken. Nemo ready to challenge. That's a great swing from Nemo, but Gummy gets the planter. The bomb has gone down. Walker does give his life for it. The trade 1-for-1 after the bomb is planted actually falls in the favor of Outcasts. They delay that bomb plant, and it's slightly different, but 2v2. 2v1 with Vivorn on fire right now changes things. Nemo has to find this first kill. He's going to step straight into Vivorn's crosshair, and Vivorn is more than worth the wait. What a disgusting round out of Jumbo Team, honestly.
Yeah, that shot from Vivorn on the Pablo downfield, a quick snap to the right. That was an insane flick of the wrist there as well, and they'll begin to extend that lead a little bit now. We saw Outcast start to reel it back. I mean, in these first couple rounds, we've seen that back and forth, which leads me to believe that this is going to be a very close one that could come down to the wire. But I feel like Outcast need to put a couple more rounds on the board here. They don't want to allow Jumbo Team to get, toward that match point so early.
This is absolutely crazy. I'm actually really impressed as well. I've just spotted another amazing little feature of this brand new heads-up display. So if you watch closely to the left-hand side of the red team's names or the right-hand side of the blue team's names, you will actually see the individual kills collected in the round being displayed by a small white marker next to their names stacked up vertically, which I spotted at the back of the last round. It's really cool. Very, very, very excited and pleased for the improvements on the heads-up display as 1-for-1, 2-for-2 goes down, but it splits the girl, claiming a double. Dosh Jet and Vivorn have one apiece each in response. Bombs down on site, but Outcasts have pressure. Splits corn timing. Walker catches ankles, and Matter is no longer flowing. Nemo knocks down Dosh Jet, and it's just Kaguya left in a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, do you see that little the note there? The skulls on the side or the heads for the bodies that they have claimed. Kaguya taking quite a bit of damage here, and Nemo gonna back off a bit, maybe allowing that teammate to get into position. Kaguya on the chase, and just a millisecond from behind from finding that one. Nemo back on the peak spots and wisely says, I'm not going to repeat that one.
That's an amazing little bit of display of graphic. You see DosJet with 2 kills in the round, Vivon 1 in the round, Blitz with 2, Walker and Nemo still alive on 1 apiece each so far. Kaguya kills so far. He's about to run into his own death though as Walker's waiting. The 7th wonder of Walker himself being exactly where you don't expect him to be at exactly the right time. The Outcasts again close the gap to 1. Hawk, have we got a game on our hands?
That's why I said I truly believe it. I always look for those first 2 rounds of the second half. We saw both teams take a round apiece, which leads me to believe that it is going to come down to that wire. And honestly, I would pray to the Tarkov gods for some overtime because I just love seeing these 2 teams duke it out. Now, we've seen Fox starting to find their way, but still with only 2, needing to pick it up just a little bit more. JT, early aggression toward the A site.
Again, that's an A4 sandwich. Doesn't find Fox. Actually doesn't put any damage down to him either. That's going to see Fox picking up the kill on site as Kaguya's back is exposed from claiming that forward pressure. DosJet and VIP has full site control, but Outcast is just playing this one nice and slowly. Nade towards Rat's going to take out DosJet. You see that one thanks to the stream, and Pablo puts him down. Tucked in. Walker versus either a shotgun versus shotgun, and Walker's got the ankles this time.
Maybe look to collect another weapon here. Outcast EPA looking very strong in round number 6. They've got a big advantage here, and they've got to use it to their advantage. Just 2 tucked in toward the back of the site. The smoke's here as well. Gummy, a bit of a hop over. I think Nemo briefly spotted that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Also immediately gets up out of prone as well, knowing that if you see him, he probably sees you as well. And Nemo playing smart on it, finds his man. Fox is down on the ground, though, and he's swapped position with Nemo. Nemo comes up, Fox goes down. And so do both of the enemies. The Outcasts tie us up to 6 and 6.
Whew. I'm already sweating. These players got to be sweating out here. And I mean, this is when it matters most, right? Especially in the Arena Cup series. You have to be able to close out these important games when it matters most. Outcast EPA, they've been able to weather that storm. They've begun to battle back. Can they find a way to take a lead here late in this one?
Stack towards the A site again, but the Jumbo team squad has sent a lot of aggression through VIP. They are not giving this space for free anymore, but it looks like the Outcast.EPA squad have kind of read into this a little bit and have adjusted. Oh, that jump peek from Vivon is devastating, though, as 3 members are spotted lane 3. Outcasts adjust immediately, duck for cover towards blue and lane 2. Look towards site. Be ready for Vivon to hit that kill feed with 1 or 2 in a second here. He's trying to play his best position possible. Fox not quite there on the wall bang.
Ooh. Born fighting Nemo. Kaguya taking out a teammate, though, and that might be a little bit of a break that the Outcasts could use to their advantage. Fox on the 180, just trying to figure out where this press might be coming from. Here's a bit of an audio cue there, but we can see them in that prone position on the other side. The device planted, and now just 43 seconds here for JT.
Great pick off from Blitzergirl is going to remove one of the members pushing in. Fox backs out of the blue train as pressure comes through. DosJet's going to swing in. Fox is going to claim another kill onto DosJet. That's a great performance and confidence. And Fox for another! He's the last left alive. 1v4, and Fox finally has come alive on Skybridge. Blitzergirl's going to close it out, and it looks like the Fox has found his fire.
Well, never too late to find that fire until that game's over, so it's nice to see him. I mean, we saw 1-2 kills only up really until this point. Now at 6, right back into the swing of things. So maybe it took him just a little bit to find that stride. Now he's found it. We'll see if he doesn't look back. They've got the lead, and they're 1 away from match point.
It's actually crazy to look at right now that the difference between the 2 teams is not the shining stars, but the fledglings looking to get off the mark. Gummy and Fox both having a particularly difficult game respectively between the 2 of them, carrying that donut scoreline for a fair amount of the game and both managing to fight their way back off of that donut to get back into it. But Fox having the slightly better of the tail from the 2 so far, actually looking at it in hindsight. Always hindsight 2020 makes us the better viewpoint to be able to call it out, but these guys inside of the game are reacting to this line. Shots out at Nemo, so disgusting to remove sight, but Madara Flow has taken out that crucial shotgun lurking Walker. Fade.
Oof. Well, Gummy may have been a little quiet, but finding a big nade in a very important round as they look to tie it up. They've got that player advantage. Pablo, Madara, not a ton of health, but Madara has been enforced their own. This VIP looks away at the wrong time, and Outcast, they eventually capitalize. Pablo will find Gummy. Madara goes down, and it's all up to Doschet and Vivborn, who has been on a tear.
And it's adjustments all over the place. Honestly, might as well call us a tune-up shop for your import cards, because at this moment in time, both of these teams are reacting on the spot. You see the Outcast squad double up inside of VIP, send a second there after it's been a one-for-one duel all the way down the line, and it ends up catching the Jumbo team member over-aggressive in a 2v1. Now we see the pick up on the back line, and Pablo claiming the last onto Doschet puts the Outcast.EPA squad on their attacking side at 8-6, with the first map point in their hands and around cushion.
Yeah, they give themselves a couple opportunities to close this one out, too, to be exact, and looking very good. That's why we talked about, they got 3 on that defensive side, so it's not awful. You always want, around that 3 mark. Obviously, anything above is great, but they showed that they could weather that storm. Now they're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel here on the attacking side, so we'll see if they can close it out here in this final one, Jay, or maybe JT can squeeze their way back in it.
Kind of feel like it's potential to happen. They have to on the backside of jungle, but in the meanwhile, Madara's taking that space and pushing in. This time, it's the Jumbo team that doubles up towards VIP. They claim a couple. Kaguya puts down a third. Blitzer girl losing her life, but Kaguya had a lot of his health taken along with it. Really going to get taken out by Nemo through the wall. Second there is called out, but not claimed. Nade goes off over the top of Nemo's head, and he does not look away from the explosion. Not intimidated by that. That one looks dangerous. Smoke out. Has to peek.
Oh. Madara continues to be a nuisance here. Now they've just got to get through Pablo to find this one. He eventually spots him here, and a nice spray from Pablo. We'll find the first. It's not enough to get the rest, though. Gummy will claim an MVP this round, and, well, at least for the Outcasts, they don't have to worry about losing this game. At a minimum, they've extended to overtime already, but they would love to find a way to be able to close it out in what could be the final round here. Jumbo team looking to press this one into OT.
I don't know about final round after that one from Jumbo team. I don't think they're going to want to let this one go into the night that easily. I think they're going to want to contest this first map before going into map 2 to potentially claim it or steal it away. After an exceptional attacking half out of the Outcast.EPA squad. Both teams arguably put great attacking halves down on Skybridge here, but it's the Outcasts that currently have the better end of the results when it's hit the scoreline. Only one more chance on the board now to close this one out in regulation time. We go to 8-8, and it's going to be overtime.
Well, we've seen this from some Outcast crews before, that crab walk, the 5-player crab walk here. Where have I seen this before, Greg?
I have no idea what you're on about. It's definitely not something I preach to my team to clown about all the time when we play Div 2. No idea what you're talking about, sir. Not a clue. But the slow and steady pace is a very dice roll scenario here. Outcasts really putting a lot of eggs in the basket. This slow, non-aggressive line of scrimmage from Jumbo team is going to do them a world of good, because the crab walk is just not going to pull any defensive rotations. In fact, if anything, this A site is heavily stacked. It is definitely the Jumbo team's defending strong side. Kaguya is going to have the first to sort of instill that point of confidence back in the team even more so if the positioning wasn't enough. Madara on Fanta. Walker versus Madara, crucial point. If he wins this, start close up. Shots down. Nemo gets one, as does Walker, and he wins his fight.
And that's big. Walker takes a lot of damage. Does find that pick. Blitzer Girl's going to find Gummy, and now in a 4v2, they got a real opportunity to look to close this one out. They pressure the side, but Pablo, he goes down early. Doschet from behind claims a big kill. The device eventually being planted here.
How much more can he get done? Shots from Kaguya as the distractions come in now. The Outcasts for a second realise they've forgotten about the flank, and then the moment they've taken their eye off the prize, the member steps up from Fanta and replaces. Shots out of Apex Wall from VIP has claimed 1, but it is still a 2v2 with 35 on the clock, and the bomb planted on site. Big, deep swing from Kaguya gets covered off by Doschet from VIP, just in case E-Box challenges, but Outcasts don't need to take the tempo. They only have to fight when forced to. That's why Doschet steps, so does Nemo. More than man to the challenge. One goes down, and Outcasts find themselves one player between them and the first map collection. Shots out of Kaguya are disgusting, and he deletes Nemo. Onto the box, 13 on the clock. Took Dived in, but down he goes. Blitzer Girl closes it for the Outcast.EPA squad in map number 1.
I don't call her Blitzer Queen for nothing. Clutching it up when it matters most, but can we take a moment to reflect on that is called Pablo? My man was going insane out here. The 20 bomb without going to OT, 13 headshots, and 2 of those devices planted and or diffused here. A phenomenal showing from Outcast. It was a little bit of a rough start for them, but showing what they're made of in that second half and really finding a way back into it. I think Fox getting going there late was a little bit of maybe a reason for that, but it was nice to see Fox find that way again.
Given how strong a performance we've seen from Jumbo Team, I think OT says no to OT after the first match is the best foot forward to be putting towards looking at a 2-0 scoreline on the maps overall in the head-to-head. The first of those 2 steps has been completed in the Outcasts.EPA perspective, and I think you definitely argue that that match could have gone either way. Both teams playing out of their skin to try and claim the first point on the board. This second map now a chance for the Jumbo Team to prove that it's not going to be that easy to take both of them. The Outcasts.EPA squad looked like they had a couple of shaky moments throughout the beginning of the first half of the first map. Jumbo Team, not so much. Looking to seeing both teams on full form in the second map and how that starts the game off. We normally talk about the first of the second round after the half, right? About how that gives us an idea as to what's going to happen. I think this is going to be settled very early in the first half of this next match because the momentum will be picked up by one or the other team. The Outcasts.EPA have a chance to set a great start to their group stage efforts. Jumbo Team have a chance at revenge. It's almost a we've nothing to lose scenario, and you know just as much as I do. A nothing to lose scenario, that's the most dangerous enemy right there.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, we saw Jumbo Team. They showed that they have great use of utility as well, but it seemed, at least on Skybridge, to be much better on that defensive side. We saw Vivorn 2 or 3 nade kills. On the attacking side, we didn't see as much of that from them. So that's one thing I'll be looking out for on Bull. Again, much like Skybridge, a lot of great smokes for these lanes to pressure into sight. It tends to favor that aggressive side. A little more attacking favor, but I mean, we've seen teams be very aggressive on that defensive side as well, kind of limit the space that they're allowed to take around ambulance. Blitzer Girl often locking down that B side as well, and she's been playing very well. Pablo, though, always a great player, right? But I'm actually pleasantly impressed with how well Pablo performed on this first map on opening day after being away from the team, letting someone else step in for a little bit. So Pablo, chef's kiss performance there in that first one.
I don't want to burn on a broken record or sort of like take any glaze away from the praise, but you've got to give credit where credit is due, and I actually think it falls under a similar alignment with a very wise comment passed to me in this last week, is sometimes you take a break from the game, you step away for a week, and that first game you come back, you are just built different. A fresh mind is a fresh sight on the pitch, and when you get pressured into scenarios that maybe you've just been stuck in your ways. You've been doing it for so long that creativity's just been sapped a little bit away from it. That initiative, taking the authority on, maybe just pushing yourself that little bit, the motivation has gone. Well, you take a week off, and we all like Tarkov for a reason. There's that feeling that just keeps you coming back that really does invigorate those to try and succeed over and over again. And I feel like that definitely leads to the performance we saw from Pablo. It's not to take away from anything from Kaguya. I've got to give Kaguya a very, very honourable tip of the hat in this one here, Hort. The amount of times, maybe 3, 4, 5, I can pull off the top of my head, that we moved to Kaguya in a down numbers disadvantage, and he's still slamming people with a death flick of the wrist. It just goes to show that everybody on this pitch is an absolute demon, and you can't drop it for a second. You just can't drop the ball. There's no room for error.
Yeah, I mean, Vivorn, we saw 3 or 4 nade kills, really great shooting. Matera, great decision-making with that Enforcer class as well. Doschet, some really nice flanks. Gummy, a little bit of a tough game for Gummy. We're really used to seeing Gummy pop off. Great gunplay there as well. But, I think we saw Fox kind of have that same issue there. So, for the Outcast, they just did a little bit better job of weathering that storm and then really kind of propelling a little bit further on that attacking side. But you said it. Luckily for Jumbo Team, they still got another chance to kind of even the odds here as we get ready for Bolt.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to Bowl because we've seen a lot of changes to the maps and we've seen a lot of changes to utility. We've seen maybe 7 of the Wonders of Walker from those 200 he toted that he might have stacked up in his head. So hopefully we're going to get to feast our eyes over the next batch of maybe 11 surprises from the Skeisers. I don't know how many he's got held up for our next match, but we're going to get to witness all of that amazing action and 2 more exceptional bouts. However, it's time to give you all a chance to type in the chat to get involved in the giveaway. It's !ACS4 when that's going on inside of the channel all throughout the broadcast today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and all of next weekend, thanks to the work from Battlestate Games, partnered with Hunt Premier and SteelSeries. And that being said, Hort, it's time for a breather, right?
Time for a little breather. We got some highlights for you as well, so don't go too far. It's a great way to just kind of relax a little bit, eat some snacks, watch those highlights, and enjoy yourself as we are here too at Hunt Premier. But we are going to have a short break to get these players loaded into the lobby, so don't go too far. We'll see you on the other side.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the Arena Cup Series Season 4. That's right, we're here again to pit the top 4 teams in EU against the top 4 teams in the CIS region for a total prize pool of €25,000. 10,000 of those King coins going to the top placed team. Out of it so far, we have seen a clash of 2 teams for a full best of 2, and we've already seen the first half of our second. It's looked like the Outcast.EPA looking confident to try and take themselves a 2-0 victory, a match that from XPA in the first match, but we're going to get to see how the second map plays out right now. My name's Crack Wisdom, again joined in the booth with Hot Sauce to bring you guys the amazing action, thanks to the partnership from Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and our sponsors Steel Series. Hot, any highlights so far? Any thoughts for the future? And have you got your eye on anybody that surprised you just yet?
I mean, again, I'm impressed with Pablo. We know he's very, very talented, but the fact that he had such a banger of a first game, I think that was something that kind of really helped propelled Outcast EPA to victory, because we look at those first 3 or 4 rounds, and I felt like Outcast was still kind of struggling a little bit to kind of get going. But once they found their stride, they didn't look back, able to topple the Jumbo team. So I don't know why, but I just have a feeling that they're going to take this one maybe in similar fashion, but a little bit stronger, maybe 9-6, 9-5. And I don't know why I'm feeling that way. It's just a random, probably uneducated guess.
Random uneducated guess. We're gonna write that one down so we can just check that one later on. 9-6, 9-5. It says Mr. Hot Sauce. Okay.
He's gonna hold me to that later.
And we'll check up on that one later on. I do feel like you've got yourself on the right lines, actually. The atmosphere from the first game really does carry that kind of feel into the second, and both of these teams have shown to play well with momentum. Momentum, like I said, there is the threat, the dark cloud in the sky, that revenge becomes a heavier motivator than the momentum gained from the first game. So we might see JT come out of the gate with some aggression. But I do feel very much like you do that even if Jumbo Team is able to extend a small lead in the beginning and the first half of this map, that the Outcasts.EPA squad showed in map 1 their adjustment was better, and that they might be able to reproduce a similar form of adjustment going into map number 2, Ball, Jumbo Team versus the Outcasts.EPA.
Jumbo Team starting out on the attacking side here yet again, so we'll see if they can have some early success. Walker looking to cook up some nades of his own, and well, maybe just be a lineup Larry at the moment. Numanos, though, taking quite a bit of damage here in the opening round.
Quite a bit's an understatement. I think he's living on a wing and a prayer. Maybe he's feeling himself a little bit of shades of Codex with that one-leg crutch clutch that he managed to pull off previously in the HPL. See, good positioning, actually, out of the Outcasts.EPA defensive lineup. Most of the squad held in this line of scrimmage. Relatively strong side stack towards A, as Jumbo Team keep their bomb A plat. 2 members to cards to try and find an aggressive push, off timing. See Gummy just looking for somebody getting over eager here. Walker's going to throw a nade out towards the cards instead.
Here the nades raining down. Matera. Shift forward, one in front, but it's too good to find Nemo. Pablo answers back. Matera, Pablo, punch stripes in the kill feed. Gummy getting involved early. Fox as well. They're wasting no time finding kills here on Bull.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Speaking of which, is the kills and the rotation both falling under the same sort of category as everybody starts running back away to the other site. Vaughn picks off Blitzergirl whilst the rotation comes in, and that leaves Fox left last alive in a 1 versus 2. 18 seconds left on the clock, but Madara planting now, and Fox aware of the angle that could be holding him. Vaughn not able to land the shots either. Both members dance. Madara almost loses his life up top.
Fox showing some movement here as well. He's on the hunt. He spots the first one. He hears the audio cue as well. Reborn on the peak. Madara again dangerously low. Fox has to pop that reload. Begins to shift around. 25 seconds on the clock and needs really crucial clock management. The shot continuing out. Did he spot Madara? It's the repeat. Vivorn finds it. And Jumbo Team back up on top in the early rounds yet again.
Great battle buddy system at the depth of the round from the Jumbo Team defenders there to juggle Fox's aggro back and forth until they had a guaranteed crossfire on good timing. That's what ends up closing the round out for Jumbo Team. That's a really good showing of a round under pressure from the clutch from Jumbo Team to close without making a mistake. So definitely ready right out of the gate round number 1 in ball from Jumbo team. The Outcast.EPA squad also looking like they're here to fight for it. Pablo, I mean, no surprise to anybody in the court that Pablo is 2-1 already.
Yeah, I think some of that confidence spilling over from Skybridge down and into bowl here. But you can hear the bullets singing out across bowl. Matera just looking for maybe a bit of a cheeky pick through the smoke here. And unfortunately, the call has been answered, but it's from a nade from Walker.
Yeah, you hear the phone on speed dial. Hello, calling in airstrike just behind curtain, please. Yeah, that'll do. Can't park there, mate. One down. Walker wheeled in the World of Wonders. Fox and Walker, you see, deep towards the back of that tower lane position, actually just giving the space. Not looking to over-aggress. Nemo prone on site is going to find himself being picked up rather easily, though. Kaguya taking advantage of the lack of mobility he has to re-challenge.
Right now, we see him just slowing things down a bit here. They've got some time to work with. Kaguya trying to find some pressure towards Jin. We'll spot the dome of Fox on that quick peek, who has the ability to kind of just hang back and allow them to pressure in toward the crosshair. We see that smoke beginning to plume out here.
First, Fox peeks out on the left-hand side. He does get taken out in the trade from Kaguya on the right. 1-for-1. Jen now open. Kaguya has space to access towards site, but it's still 3 versus 3. And the one thing for me, Hawk, that clock is going very quickly down. 25 left. Bomb steps through curtain. Kaguya picks up the member on site. Gumby's taken out by Walker. He ducks with the shotgun. He does claim the life of the bomb. Kaguya steps in. Kaguya's been good for this all week.
Walker, can he find it? 10 seconds on the clock. Shots ring out. All they got to do is find the kill. Uh-oh! No rounds left in the mag, and that spells trouble. Honestly, he might have been able to kind of play back and buy up some time. I'm not sure if they had enough to find that plan or not, but it would have been very close. I like the attempt from Walker. Unfortunately, you got to make sure you've got enough rounds in the magazine.
Is there a current competition going on I'm unaware of between the professional teams as to the most comic clip in a shotgun? That's 2 shotguns in 2 best of 2s. Well, we've seen a click at the bottom of the magazine. Crazy scenes inside the arena, and that, I mean, with the magazine in, that's doable there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Walker's always had that if you can do it, I can do it better mentality, so he just wants to one-up him on the click.
Okay, mister. Okay, Bucko. Okay. In towards the ambulance goes Jumbo team as Hawk's firing shots off from his tower lane. Fox holds out. Watches out for the nade and doesn't take any damage to it. Vaughn's been tickled a little bit, but so far, not as much utility success early as we saw in the previous map. We did see Walker pick up that late grenade towards the ambulance previous round. Wondering if a similar cause and effect about to set itself up. You see, actually, an Outcast member moving towards Split, just peeking towards the B site. This Jumbo team's patience is really starting to move this Outcast event.
Yeah, matter of finding that first one on the Nemo really opens up the site as well. Blitzer Girl hasn't moved from B site yet. Fox finds one, but Pablo claims a team. Kaguya, Walker, back and forth we go, and JT on top by a player.
Going to take Walker to do Walker things for this to be turned around. He gets his first. He's down on the ground, and Gummy's going to come flying out towards that bomb. Walker with the reload. Timing is just in time. He's going to get himself there, but Gummy's already prepped for it. Walker's looking at the wrong angle. He's going to have to pre-fire for it. Somehow, some way, he knows! Somehow he reads it! But it's Walker for the clean house! There's no way! How many times are we going to see people with that much health as well? What is going on?
That was the last 2 rounds in the mag as well. He's lucky he finished that one up with the kill there, but Outcast, I mean, that was a crucial and close round that could have gone the other way. They could be looking at a 3-0 start here, so Walker, a really big clutch for his squad.
That's a 4K on the round from the shotgun, and you've got to be real. There's no way we're starting a petition for shotgun players to have 35 rounders, is there? This is just crazy.
Almost a similar start to Skybridge here as well. It wasn't until the Outcast swapped to that attacking side we saw them really take off, but Fox has spotted one early. Kaguya is on fire today, though. He continues to hit shot after shot.
Stim going to be used just by the inside of curtain to try and pop a little bit of that health back up under sight, under aggression. under pressure as Nemo's trying to jump and dance his way inside outside of the previous hop-up location. Now back up to Curtain, pressure to avoid the nade. A great rotation now. Nemo avoids it all, but the leg's being taken out from a single shell from the shotgun.
Gummy, though, serves up a surprise. Kaguya finds Demonos as well, and Jumbo Team back to firing on all cylinders. Pablo has something to say about it. Blitzer Girl has been alone on the B site the whole time and really hasn't got to see much of the action, playing that rotating simulator one more time.
You have to feel for Blitzer Girl now. This is nigh on impossible. At 1 versus 4, full site control and pressure from Jumbo Team, and they're not even going to risk pushing out towards Split to try and pick this up. First up, Clutch a Queen.
Let the gun sing, right, baby? Finds Vivor in there as well. But can you get 3? I mean, 30 seconds. I think realistically you might be able to find most of these kills, but to find the kills and the defusal at this point, pretty much unheard of. Gummy. Nice to see Gummy popping off here as well. We talked about Gummy having a really tough game in the last one. I think only, definitely I think the lowest one on the kills was around 4. So already almost matching that here in this one.
Different map, different environment absolutely sees these teams going through different looks as players succeed or fail depending on the map that they favor. It's good to see both teams actually popping off and getting some differences put to rest, I guess. A couple of grenades that were traded back and forth in the first map, now not finding as many marks as previously. So I think both teams rather aware that utility is going to be something that's just going to have to be hand shook on. We're going to wait it out from both sides, or somebody's going to pay the price. There, a quick duck, dip and dive as Madara flow left, right, snakes his way through the speed man chicane into top apps, and wait, Blitz is going after a really aggressive push and gets picked off as all of the team is here. Suddenly that call's going to come in and the Outcasts are going to have to respond. First from Pablo as Madara flow goes down. Nemo's got a second as the speed response comes in quick on time because of the aggressive push from Blitz.
Like the awareness from Dashjet, though, knows that that flank is most likely coming in from that A-plat heli side. Was holding that angle for a moment, but at the same time, Outcasts have the numbers here, so we see him just kind of being patient near that A-plat side. Doesn't have to get overly aggressive here. All the pressure is on Jumbo Team to make something happen.
Top apps is a tough fight for Vivon right now on this Valday. The angles, the close quarters confinement, much more suited to that of the MCX or the shotgun. Even the Spears barrel up there in the apps area, it's just really tight. Walker's going to get deleted as Dashjet's got better shots and crosshair placement, but the late lurking member is going to back up Walker for the trade. 1-for-1, Pixel now saved, and it's just Vivon.
Nemo, nice pick here. Yeah, again, we've seen a lot of this back and forth, but this is what worries me for Jumbo Team. A similar situation on Skybridge, right, where it tends to be a little bit more favored for that attacking side, and so I feel like they really need to put as many rounds as possible here. We saw Outcast weather the storm in the first half on Skybridge, then really turn and burn on that attacking half, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something similar here.
I'm not sure I necessarily think that Bolt isn't attacking sided, but I definitely think that teams are a little less familiar with how to attack comfortably on this map than they were previously, given the changes. Hop-up box not being there, a lot of different bits of scenery being moved, adjusted, or the penetration changed, whether you can actually wallbang through it or not. So there's a lot of in-depth work that needs to go into Bowl now for the teams to have adjusted, and that's really the question we're asking, is how much of each of these two teams really immerse themselves with the changes.
We see everybody still standing at the moment. Smoke's in place. Kaguya beginning to shift forward here subtly. A little pre-fire coming out as well, but nothing will find a home just yet. That smoke, though, beginning to dissipate, and the action most likely to ensue.
I mean, action to ensue is the right word, as all of the bullets fire out from both members, but it's Pablo that's going to claim the kill. Kaguya going down. And the Outcasts, the EPA squad, find themselves set with a pretty well-balanced line of scrimmage versus the strength, but that's member in Nemo Nas is being wait, hold up a minute, did I just see that right? Oh, he's good for 2. There's no way. What is this? What is that? He makes Nemo in spawn. How firstly, how do you read he's there? Secondly, how do you get the second follow-up kill? Walker's got something good in response. Matera gets one to shake him out. Trades kill instantly. Shutdown after shutdown. Pablo is going to knock the kill feed to an end. We're back to 2. How are we at 2v2? What is going on this game?
Yeah, this round happened quickly. I mean, it was slow initially, but then in a blink of eye, we saw it pop off. Blitzer Girl initially saw the rotation, but Matera, the enforcer, finds a big one. They should be able to get the plant down here as well. Pablo having a gunfight near mid, needs to try to isolate that one or pressure forward, and we'll begin to do so here.
That's the way we love to see the enforcer played. You go down with dominance and strength. You puff out the guns and you give them a big and you just take space. Vivaughn stands strong on the edge of Apex and puts Pablo down to finish this one off. And Jumbo Team's attacking half is at least solidified. A guaranteed even split.
Got that tie at half. Maybe a little bit of breathing room to work with, but again, they can't get complacent because they had that in the last one as well, and so they have to continue to do what's been working for them here on Bull. I think Gummy really stepping it up has been a big asset here as well, and so maybe the difference maker they need as we get ready for round number 7.
Smoke out early as Curtain is denied from space. The return trade in that flash is actually not going to catch Nemo. Did think we were going to see the site member here fully blinded, but not this time around. You notice the adjustment from the Outcast.EPA defense again already. Nemonas that was holding towards spawn last round. You now have a member playing outside of spawn to the left-hand side, and it's actually Walker on that shotgun that's playing the deeper angle this time. A complete switch around.
Again, we see things kind of drastically slow down, but Jumbo Team has been holding on to these nades for some of this late round action. Vivaughn finds that first one on the Blitzer Girl, and that's really going to open up the B site. We'll see if they opt for a rotation or if they continue to press toward this this A site here.
That's it, who's got more passion on the generator. It's Kaguya that's going to put the nail into Fox's coffin to close him out. But Nemo on the floor, Nemo on the ground. The bouncing rabbit's going to jump his way past Jen and through. Nemo tanks a grenade on the floor.
We kind of saw that on Skybridge as well, where he was laying down near those in rounds and it went right over his head, and Nemo not batting an eye. These cool guys don't look at explosions. Pablo tucked onto the site. Here's the audio cue. The call comes in. We can see a bit of a rotation from Outcast as well. Pablo finds Gummy and sets themselves up for success. 17 left on the clock.
Yeah, it comes off the top half and says, well, waits for it to drop off the top and gets him absolutely rinsed out of the game. 8 seconds left on the clock. The device is being planted. And the Outcast squad are MIA.
Yeah.
Missing in action currently as the bomb's on the other side.
Saw that initial rotation, maybe got bamboozled a bit here, so we'll wait till everybody gets in toward position so they can look to fight this fight together. 30 seconds on the clock again. They need about 6 of those to find that defusal, so they have to begin to pressure on here together, looking for this pincer play.
That shotgun is devastating. That shotgun is destructive, but it's good for one until traded. Pablo and Nemo, Nas! Oh! Somebody call an ambulance. That man's going to need taken to a hospital because that's stung. Jeez.
Nemo out here doing Nemo things. Great decision making, great snapshots there as well. A nice peek. It looked like he was at a bit of a disadvantage, but you talk about the confidence being exuberated on the battlefield right now by Nemo, and he is a shining star here as they look to battle back. They're down by one away from tying it up, and again, much like in that first series, they've kind of weathered the storm here on this defensive side.
Quest is on for Jumbo Team. Can they hit the final curse of the attacking round and double down with the Deja Vu and pull out that 5-3 attacking half like they did on Skybridge to give themselves a gap? You almost feel it's necessary if they're going to challenge here after the Outcast EPA squad took map 1 after a 5-3 attacking side from Jumbo Team.
A lot of shots ringing out. Walker, there's another nade to find a home, this time on to Matera. Enforcer gonna go down here. Vivorn has been spotted. Will dip back to safety. Does take a few bullets. Pops the cheese at his will here. And Kaguya finding Fox. Kaguya has been a staple for this team today.
Not sure Staple gives it enough credit at this point. We might as well be calling this guy Gorilla Glue for how well he's keeping the team together. He is immovable at this moment in time. Once that super glue is set, he's stuck there for good. He's not going to be dislodged from Generator after he's got himself a second. Gummy delivers with a grenade from the skies as well as the damage being dealt from Gen. JT, full A-site control. If it were not for this one sleeping lion in Walker, Kaguya knows. You can smell it from the sidelines, Hawk. Kaguya knows. It's Josh Jet that picks him.
Now again, all down to Blitzer Girl, who's kind of been playing this rotating simulator. Only gone to B really once or twice throughout this one, so has to shift back again. Now on a 1v4 yet again, and I mean, this is just something that we don't see happen very often, especially with the way Kaguya is shooting here today. He'll pop up to 12 kills with that one, and it's another 5-3 half.
12-6 is a ridiculous scoreline from Kaguya in the first half, and it is exactly what we thought. 5-3, they take themselves into the defending half with a cushion. Now, something we've not spoken a whole load about, because the teams don't necessarily specialize in this kind of gameplay, is that TRG, or the AXMC style gameplay. We've not seen that Lapua bullet in action just yet. Are we going to see a defending side approach from Jumbo Team with that heavily damaging marksman? No. Both teams sticking to the guns. One shotgun, two MCXs, or to one MCX. There's one slight adjustment. Both teams running double spear. And you've got Gummy on the SR3M. Other than that, both teams identically mirroring each other's kits going out into this attacking and defending half. Outcast.EPA now on the attack. Jumbo Team looking to push out really aggressively from B site on defense. They're going for the first. That's a great kill.
Yeah, especially when your first kill is on to Pablo, who's been that shining star. Dodge Jet will find Nemo. Fox answers back, though, but this is a good start to the round here for JT. The spray, Kaguya doesn't hit the mark. We'll back off just a bit. Still 130 on the clock, but already 2 members down for Outcast EPA.
Blitz is going to come through to Fox on this ramp for support. Fox trying to time the pick off onto Headshot, but Gummy more than ready for it, not dissuaded by the smoke in his face. He'll have a gulp of goblin gas whilst claiming the life of the Fox.
Things slow down drastically one more time, but only for a moment, and the moment's gone. Shots continue to ring out. Walker looks to line up the head, but instead he finds himself dead. Blitzer Girl on the swing, and it ain't no thing. She finds Gummy, but one is all she'll get. JT looking to tie this series up 1-1 and get a point of their own. They're 2 away from match point as they double up on the lead.
And as much as I am a player and an outcast outside of the casting booth, when we come into the commentary stands, when we sit in this seat, we're a main fan of entertainment. And I'm telling you now, this Group A is starting to look really scary, because Jumbo Team, if they can keep playing like this against all 3 teams in this group, they might just be the dark horse and the curse to one of these 3 teams that are looking quite confidently at those qualification spots to play off after a great performance here on Bowl since going down 9-7 in the first map.
Great job bouncing back thus far, but again, we talk about it. When you have a lead like this, you have to be able to close out these important rounds and solidify that dub. Outcast trying to work their way back in it. Fox finds an early pick. Nemo says, not without me, you're not. We'll find one of his own. And with that, they look to pressure toward the B site.
Madara again is going on this super aggressive push out, and that shotgun on the confidence on it is just allowing him to take space and delete faces like he's doing it all without even a shred of effort. Secondary teammate and that squadron coming in from the nose is going to play for support. Shots from Madara actually looking to take out the legs over Pixel. He knows he's there, he doesn't. Pablo's close on sight, and he's not there for long. Removed immediately. Walker responding into Gummy.
Yeah, Walker finding Gummy. Fox finds Dosh. Now Madara on this Enforcer. We'll have to swap the mags because the drums were dangerously low. Looks to pop to deactivate here. Pros don't fake, but when you got 3 members on the other side, it's very, very tough to deal with. Outcast trudging through the trenches. They're slowly beginning to reel this one back, one round at a time.
We're at that crucial point. Feeling like that deja vu dance is queued up on repeat at the moment. If we're to see the same scenario as we did on Skybridge, Outcasts or EPA looking to maybe put 2 more rounds in a row here, I don't know if I feel the same. I'm going to be honest, Hort. I don't know what it is, but my cracked wisdom, my instinct, my spidey senses, whatever you want to call it, it just tells me that Jumbo Team's got a little bit more in them here on ball. Big nade almost takes out the member by the ramp. Look at the position for Reborn. He barely tanks it.
We'll let some shots ring out of his own. Has to back off a bit. The pressure looks to come in. He's got the shots, but Nemo, a quick peek, will take quite a bit of damage as well. Kaguya on the backside, finding Blitzer here too.
Both battle buddy pairs from that Outcasts attacking squad on the side there. You see 2 top apps, 2 coming towards that yellow van position. The deep flare from DOSJet to the claim. Well, Madara again is moving with force and reckoning. DOSJet claims another one in between him, and it's all just a wipeout. Walker's the one sole silver lining, but it's merely a consolidation prize, and nonetheless, as Jumbo Team steamroll their way through to their 7th successful round on bowl.
Yeah, I'm loving this from Jumbo Team. It shows that they do have that great mental fortitude that we often look for in a team. You suffer a tough defeat on Skybridge. You don't let it affect you mentally, especially players like Gummy, who maybe had a tough time to start things off. Had a couple nice nade kills here already in this one. And so JT showing that, you know, they can play with the best of them here. They're looking to take this series, and we might have our first draw of the day where both teams would be credited with a point apiece. Gummy! On the Blitzer girl. There's those nades coming back into play.
Well, Vivon's under a bit of pressure, though, as he sees that there's 2 people outside of that angle trying to claim. Gets a load of damage onto Fox. Pablo finds Madara flow. Vivon taps in the corner. It's still going to be good for 1. Is he going to spin for the second? No, Nemo shuts him down. Only good for 1. That was dangerous for the Outcasts or EPA attack there, but it is going to be Nemenas. Full calm and collected. The cucumber for the squad.
Gummy and crew will slow things down. They've got the ability to be patient. We see on the mini-map there, the Outcasts begin to shift back toward that A site. But are they aware that DOSJet is up so far? Well, they are now, and Dosh will eventually get one, but it took a lot of bullets in that mag to find Walker.
2 of them come swinging straight back through as well. Cards not allowing that kill to go untraded. The one thing that the Outcasts have done a great job across both maps so far is making sure that they can match that aggression. Kaguya takes out a teammate, and Pablo kills the last. That slight error and mistake. We've seen them in every game so far, Hort, from both teams on each of the 2 matches. Little, single, minute micro errors costing a round immediately capitalized on by an opponent.
Yeah, I feel like Jumbo Team has to find a way to get to match point before Outcasts get to 7. I think that's the big stipulation here. If they can get to match point, give themselves a few opportunities to close this series out, and they give themselves a good chance to clutch it up. But if they allow Outcasts right back into it, find a tie here. Oh, from downtown, Kaguya with a Kabuya, baby.
Could I be forgiven for thinking that was the infinite Tsukuyomi? Because I'm telling you now, that came out of the sky and took 2 people immediately out of the equation. Flower blooms. And the rewards are being reaped by the Jumbo Team right now. Their aggression after the half really has carried their performance so far.
Kaguya, he has been so deadly here today. Already at 16 and 8 in this one. I think 15 or more in that first one. Blitzer girl, 3 and 12. Not the best start for them, but again, really not a lot of that action coming toward the B site. Walker will find Kaguya here as they look to slowly work their way back in. At 50 on the clock is a decent amount of time, but it goes by quickly.
This is an interesting scenario. Walker's been caught behind a teammate that's died, and he's actually claimed himself an MCX on this Enforcer class, which now turns him into a bit of a superhuman, because that weapon, carrying some of the better penetration armor, is going to check in the left-hand corner of the step, almost catches Vivon. The bullets are going to make it work. Walker with some weird and wonderful moves. He's almost going to get himself caught with his back exposed, though. The swing out of 90 doesn't find him. He's escaped with his life. How?
Yeah, and what looked like a for sure round for JT here, all of a sudden becomes a little bit more of a dangerous round. Pablo will hear the audio cue. Shots ring out. Back and forth we go. They pressured on the B side. They're going to look to find the plant, but Gummy finding Walker first. Denies the plant. There's not enough time. And with that, JT will be able to go to match point. They give themselves 3 opportunities to close it out. That was the stipulation I was looking for, and they may have just done it.
I think you might be right here as well. That round really does put a dent in the Outcast.EPA thoughts towards this map here. Jumbo Team have now gained themselves that crucial match point position with 3 attempts at the tall task. A great way to step up. There's a new name in the Arena Cup series. I mean, I know the members have been here before, but Jumbo Team trying to make a jumbo effort in their first match.
Certainly would be great for them. We talk about it, especially in these group stages. Every point can be very, very crucial here when you're trying to punch your ticket into that playoff weekend here. Now we see the Outcast slowing things down a little bit. They know that every kill here is going to be so crucial from this point on. They cannot drop another round.
And ducking and diving out of the angle, does manage to find the pick onto Nemo. You can see how cautiously the JT members are trying to take this space. They don't want to push in too quickly, and that caution is paying dividends right now. Fox showing a similar level of discipline. We see that member from the nose there silhouetted. You want to watch that number 8 member in Blitzer Girl watching off on that nose flank. That fight could be really crucial coming in a little bit. Right now the forward-facing action, most likely where the next point of contact is going to be, but you just know at some point one of those 2 members, the number 8 player for the Outcasts or the number 3 player for Jumbo Team, one is going to activate. And that might swing around the other way. 45 on the clock, Hort. Time is ticking away.
Yeah, you always look up and you're like, oh, 50 seconds. I got plenty of time. You look down and you look back up a moment later and you're sitting with 15. Vivorn finding Blitzer Girl yet again. And JT, 5 members standing strong against Walker and Fox. Jumbo Team looking to close out game number 2.
Shotgun goes in. 2 quick kills come down as the Jumbo Team don't even shed a doubt. No X's inside of this text channel. They're all confidence on the way through from Ball, and it's a 9-5 success from Jumbo Team. Your score, 9-6-9-5, was correct, Hort. It's not the right way around.
The script, well, I had the names reversed on the script over here. It was my bad. I misread.
Easy mistake to make, but Kaguya's not making no mistakes. An 18-16 scoreline, exceptional performance, and a great squad performance all round. Vivorn doing a great job as well to back him up.
Yeah, they're going to leave this series with a +2 round differential over Outcast EP as well. I mean, we saw the 9-7 victory, but they were able to do it just a couple rounds better here on Bull. So a great showing from both of these teams, but I did expect Outcast EPA to play a little bit better on Bull. I think that, honestly, I think Jumbo Team did a really good job and kind of not allowing Blitzer Girl to have any fun in that first half. And so we kind of saw her go cold a little bit. I mean, only 3 kills. It's not very often that you say that about Blitzer Girl.
Yeah, absolutely. The second match for your Arena Cup Series Season 4 ends in a 1-1 tie. Outcast stop EPA. And the Jumbo Team split the points in their head-to-head to put themselves on the board, both claiming points. But like you said, a better round differential from Jumbo Team actually going to do them a good service for their attempts at the start of the group stages. I mean, we spoke about both groups being a group of death for either team, but Jumbo Team, they're not ready to go home just yet, Hort.
They are not, and I love to see the fight in this squad again, especially after having a bit of a tough start on Skybridge. You know, you were leading, you were playing well, and then you let that game slip away. So it was nice to see them make those adjustments going into Bowl and kind of ensuring that that didn't happen a second time. Kaguya, the man was an arch nemesis on Bowl, and that double nade was just beautiful.
We gave a little tip of the hat to him and Skybridge for a great performance there as well, but I do think that, again, it's a bit of an evolution from both teams. We saw both teams, again, responding to each other's gameplay in the map of Bowl itself, but there was a little bit of a mindset change you could see from the Jumbo Team, where they kind of almost shook off this fear of challenging that, for whatever reason, had become a concern that slowed their gameplay down. You saw maybe not the top performance when it comes to the frags on the kill board from Madaraflow, But even just that adjustment of how the shotgun was played definitely allowed them to leverage and open up the space for Kaguya to get some of those crucial kills in the back of the rounds, which really impressed me. And we love our top fraggers, okay? Everyone loves your most lethal player, your most valuable performer, the best player on the team, or the guy that drops all the clips. But when it comes down to winning the all-important money, the position on the table is decided by a five-man performance, not just one person alone. And being able to play your exceptional talent individually towards the benefit of your team is what is showing up here in Arena Cup Series 4 so far.
Yeah, and you can see a shining star, clutch up or win a game here and there. But if you want to consistently win and do well, which is what you need to do in a tournament setting, whether it's group stages or in the playoffs, you have to have 5 players that show up consistently and play well together. Obviously, at times you have maybe one member that is struggling a little bit. You've got the other 4 to kind of step up in that place. But yeah, you can't consistently just have one player lead the charge and continuously win. I think we've seen a lot of teams kind of display that. So, as you would say, I think you hit the nail on the head on that one.
There we go. And it comes down from the skies again. Not the hammer onto the nail, but the truth to be written into the books. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. History made for match number 2. But we've still got 2 more amazing matches to be able to deliver to you guys for today alone. That's right. It's only the first of 3 amazing days worth of action we've got here for the Arena Cup Series 4 across today, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend, as well as coming back for a repeat in exactly the same fashion Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week too. Slightly later start time on the Friday, so everybody's got time to get home from work or whatever it is you're doing with your IRL daily lives, and then the standard start time of about 3 o'clock BST on the Saturday and the Sunday for those looking to tuck into the real meaty matches towards the back end of either of the weekends. We're going to settle the group stages Saturday and Sunday here this weekend, and then we're going to settle it all next weekend for the total prize pool of €25,000 being split among these 8 teams. Don't get it joked, folks, all right? Every single team that has made it here has already earned themselves a little prize to the pocket. Feels a little bit nice on the padding, but they're not just playing for a participation trophy. Everybody wants to call themselves champion, and everybody wants a shot at 10 Gs.
Well, as we claim or announce our second winner here of the series, that means we're going to be looking for another winner in chat. We've got 15. Yeah, that's right. Not a typo. 15 of the new USEC Deadly Frog outfits to give away. If you want to get in on that giveaway, !drip, because we all love a little bit of drip when we're out there cracking heads and finding all the loot that our little pockets can carry here. So again, !drip to get in there. 15 of these to give away. And like I said, I've already seen a couple of them out on the battlefield. My buddy's been rocking one for a while. I absolutely love the new styles they've added.
I'm going to show my age a little bit here, but if any of you guys in the chat want to get a hold of a little bit of a bling, then you better get in on that giveaway. And if you recognize the reference, then you're definitely as old as I am, because Crazy Frog is a word that I've not heard said, a phrase that I've not heard said in a long time, but it reminds me of a ringtone that a lot of us went crazy over when we were back as kids and all had those Nokia bricks that played Snake back in the day. So a little bit of a nostalgia bump for those in the chat there today. And folks, you guys in the chat are 50% of the reason why we're here. Sometimes we'd even argue more than 50%. We've got to give the credit to the players that turn up and play too. So we're looking to try and get you guys involved as much as possible during the Arena Cup Series Season 4, because myself and Hort in our spare time, we're always yapping about how epic you guys are. Fond memories and reasons why we come to do what we do on a day is made from the comments that you guys give and the way that you interact so passionately with the chat, just like we try to commentate so passionately from the booth. So please express everything you've got to give when it comes to supporting your teams and supporting all of the players involved. It's great to have you here, and we're thoroughly grateful.
Yeah, Hunt Premier, BSG, Tarkov has quickly become my favorite place to be. It's always a fun time, from the matches to just everybody kicking it with us, having a great time in chat. So just know we do appreciate each and every one of you and all of your valuable time here throughout these weekends and weekends out. So a big shout out to all of you there as well. And again, it is going to be !drip in chat. It might pop up a little thing in chat saying that you didn't enter or whatever. Just know that you are in. !drip will get you into the giveaway. And there are 15 big winners coming your way. So you definitely don't want to miss out on this. I wish I could get in on that,
You see there down below us, we've got those beautiful little graphics on screen, those new outfits available now as well to purchase for you guys in game. If you're not lucky enough to win yourself some cool drip, then go and check out some of the new content that BSG has popped out with this new wipe, the soft reset in Arena, and also you can take an easy, fast pass to exploring all of those channels. Underneath the magical, mythical mustache is a beautiful QR code that creates you a quick pass to all of those amazing channels. So go, jump on, take a quick pic on your phone or whichever optical device you're going to use to access that QR code. Go get yourself locked in with all of the new content. Find out, feature, and furnish yourself with some flair and fancy fandangos when you get into the battle space of the arena. If you've gotten involved recently, congratulations and welcome to Arena. If you've not and you'd like to check it out, it's on Epic Games. It's one of the greatest experiences you can have if you really like challenging yourself in a hardcore environment. And the new base game wipe that has a hardcore effect to it has come alongside of it as well. So if you're somebody that likes a really tough challenge, now's the time to get involved. And with that being said, if you want something to inspire you, Hawk, what a game.
Yeah, we've got just the thing to inspire all of you guys. And again, we got a ton of giveaways, not just in-game, but physical prizes as well. So you're going to make sure that you're sticking around for the entirety of the action here, all 5 days. But with that being said, we've got some wonderful highlights for all of you to check out at home.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. That's right, this is the fourth time that we have pitted the 4 best teams in EU against the 4 best teams in the CIS region to see who is going to take themselves home the title of Arena Cup Series Champions. Featuring here our returning double champions, Virtus Pro, on their endeavours towards a 3rd title trophy, and balancing out that fireplace so that it's got an even matched trophy on either side of their first. Virtus Pro going to be the next team we're going to get to see on screen taking on Sicario, and it wouldn't be Arena Cup Series without 2 of us yappers inside of the booth. Myself, Greg Wisdom, Hort Sauce, here to bring you all the action. And Hort, for this next matchup in this head-to-head, do you have a favourite? Are we expecting Virtus Blau?
I am. I mean, I honestly, I really like Virtus Pro. They're a fun team to watch. They've been for a while. We've seen Magic, I think 17-0 in 1/2 on Skybridge. You know, I always talk about the Andreezy nades on Fort, which is that second map that we're headed to. But for me, Sicario, an incredibly talented team. A lot of great individuals on this team. I've come to know and love all the different Sicario teams, but I think this is going to be a really big test for them. For them, I think the big goal is to try and take at least one of these games away to kind of show everybody, but hey, you know, we've had a little trouble recently, but we are still that dominating force to be reckoned with. And this would be a great, way to make that statement.
These teams very evenly matched across the board when it comes to what they both do for their team. Roles very similar. But arguably, Virtus Pro have probably the best track record of any team coming into this Arena Cup Series from recent results. Not only that, but Sicario have recently gone through a little bit of a slump where we saw an undefeated performance through Season 3 of the HPL. The Season 4 came to a close. They weren't just knocked off that top spot, but they took themselves a little bit of a slide down the table, further than I think they'd expected themselves. It's just the way that the competitive scene goes as each team grows. There are going to be developments and changes in how these teams do match up, but it's only 1/2 of the tie. We've got 10 players on the pitch, and we've got 5 pitches to choose from, right, Hop?
That is right. We got a ton of action to be had in this one as well. We'll see what Sicario has as we take a quick look at the map picks here as well. And I do see a lot of people in chat, so I just want to touch base quickly. It is !drip to get you in that giveaway. There might not be a notification letting you know, but as long as you typed it correctly, !drip, you will be entered in that giveaway. But back to the matters at hand. Iceberg, the first time we see that one banned away, along with Bull from Virtus Pro.
Absolutely not allowing that one to even be considered in the discussion, rather than having it left to the wayside like we've seen from both teams in the 2 matches so far. No, this time Sicario say we've not decided that we're comfortable there yet. We'd rather just not leave that one to the dice roll. Bull also, one we saw previously from the Outcasts EPA squad versus Jumbo team, going in the favour of the CIS region. So interesting that Virtus Pro are not interested in going there themselves. Bay 5 and Fort, as we said, almost a mirror match in the sense of the bans from the previous game where both CQB environments are being taken out of the equation. It doesn't surprise me though, Hort. We know how both of these 2 teams have an exceptional shotgun player or 2, depending on how they want to go about it. And the other thing that we saw a lot of concern about, and then an adjustment from, Furlex. On the TRG, on the AXMC, then going on to an SR3M or a Val, going through a couple of different kit choices at the moment and not necessarily finding a whole load of form. But then just recently we have seen Furlex starting to come back to his usual self. So maybe more of that being looked toward by Sicario and looking to try and play a confidence game with the maps being chosen here.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtus Pro has probably done their homework as well, because we see Sicario often picking Skybridge as well. It's another map that they really enjoy. Virtus Pro obviously loves that map as well, but Fort is another map that's really good for me. How many times have you heard me say the easy and Dreezy nade lineups on Fort? So I think maybe they're playing their map picks toward that competition as well. And so I think that's maybe why we see them going to this map against a team like Sicario.
Hit the nail on the head. It's not actually something that's going to be as easy as that, though. I will throw a little bit of spice out there. So the changes to the map have made those utility lineups drastically change. That nade that Andreezy is extremely famous for from the clip from the previous performance that Virtus Pro had on the Arena Cup Series Season 3 endeavors is outside along from the tree over the top of Arch. There's now a huge barricade that goes over the top of the portcullis there that blocks that grenade that goes through the top of the roof and into the lobby. You have to be a little bit more technical about how you approach using counter util into an aggressive A push in the lobby there now. So adjustments will be made. And I'm very sure after we spoke to Virtus.pro in the interview at the end of Season 3, that dedication they put into training and the hard work they put into going and theory crafting through these maps will have been applied before they've come here for their performance today. How much work have Sicario done, and can they match that level of dedication out to Virtus.pro?
Yeah, I mean, Andreessi's got plenty of lineups. I'm sure he's going to know new ones as well, but I often think about when he's chilling in lobby toward that A side. He's got one that clears quad toward whole side. He's got one kind of for Xbox and green there as well, or even toward 90 logs, through the windows there of lobby. So I feel like Andreessi's probably already done his homework, even with these recent changes. They're a team that has often come prepared. So that's something that I will be looking forward here today. But again, I think Sicario has been making some adjustments after they've kind of struggled a little bit, even in that most recent HPL. It wasn't until the previous ACS 3 where we saw Pandaric Apex 2-0 them for the first time. So I bet they've been doing their homework. I bet they're hungry for a dub, and what better way to do it than a back-to-back champion of Virtus.pro?
You're absolutely right. The Sicario strength and support I'm expecting to see rise up in the chat. The Sicario organization has acquired themselves a variety of teams across the different regions in the Escape from Tarkov competitive scene, and alongside of that comes a lot of support. So I'm hoping to see that the European squad from the Sicario side has the rest of the Sicario support all coming out in full force in the chat here today to support them. In response to that, I will not be surprised to see the bear. The bear that is going to plague that chat as it did through Season 3, and rightfully so. Pride powers the performance when that bear pounces, and the Virtus.pro squad, they didn't have an easy run Arena Cup Series 3. They did take a couple of close games that were very tough battles. The likes of Tarkov Help showed up well against them, so on and so forth. But that polar bear does not get stopped easily, and I am sure that it is making a beeline for the finals here, just as it did last time around.
Yeah, I mean, even though there were some close games, they didn't suffer a single loss. I mean, even in the group stages, they had that one draw that we saw, but they didn't suffer a loss on that previous one. They didn't drop a single map in that playoffs. Now, recently, XP Academy has toppled them again, and so it was a similar situation heading into ACS 3 where everybody was on that XP Academy train. This is the season that they beat Virtus.pro, but at the end of the day, they weren't quite able to do it. So I'm still looking for that team that is able to give Virtus.pro their first true loss.
Is it Sicario? Have they sharpened the sword enough to be able to bring it to bear on the two pitches that have been put out ahead of them? Fort and Bay 5 are both very heavy on mid control when it comes to being able to rotate from the attacking side. Defending side, it's completely the opposite from the same effect. You have to look to this not over-rotating mentality where the audio is quite well telegraphed across both maps. So if you are heard to be rotating away from one of the sites in the defending fashion and then leave that exposed as a weak site, the attacking side will most likely push onto that site really quickly. So interested to see how each of the two teams is going to play this one out. We are very curious to see what's going on in the next couple of games. There's a lot going on in the background as well, which we'll bring you up to date with in a little bit, but everything's spicing up, ladies and gentlemen. As always, from the Arena Cup Series Season 3, it's gonna be heat, fire, and explosions all the way out the roof. We didn't lock down the ceiling this time. We didn't pay for the brackets and the bolts because we knew it was going to be blown off day one. We didn't bother wasting on the expenditure. Got to keep to a budget, but just you wait. That roof, it's going to be blown off very shortly. I'm really excited for Virtus.pro's first performance in this one. We always are very keen to see them play, and normally they don't start slow. They start right off around one.
Well, we now have 15 new individuals that are going to be looking real flashy out on the battlefield. Mr. Automatic Drip, our 15 big winners. Ineffable Guy, Jake Jaws, Not a Clown, there's a name we're used to, Pasty Creases, Kunjuku, The Antidote, Dufro, Black Red Death, Ten Yum, Blind Tube, Shady TV, Energy Star grabbing a piece of the drip, Balib GS, DD Buddha, and I Sarge. Congratulations on all the winners. You can see them there in chat as well. And a friendly reminder, in order to get all this over to you, you have to be in the Hunt Premier Discord. If you're not yet, be sure to do so. Join that, make that support ticket, and we'll get that over to you as quickly as possible. A thing to take in mind, though, is there's a ton of people working very diligently behind the scenes to make sure the show runs smoothly. So be a little bit patient, but I can assure you, you will get that drip.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, they ain't no lies. Don't forget the wonderful words of the wise man with the mustache. You want to get your hands on your prize? Get yourself in that Discord. Pop yourself a ticket up. Mods will get to you as soon as possible. Please be patient, ladies and gentlemen. Free prizes does come with a little delay. At the end of the day, there is an amazing effort that's going on in the background, thanks to the hard work of the crew from the Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and the sponsors in Steel Series supporting this production to keep it up. And all of that hard work and effort is just going into making that performance that much better for you guys at home. So, little patience goes a long distance. We promise you your prize will come to you as soon as we get around to being able to hand them out. And then you guys can show us exactly how flashy you look in those amazing new shirts, courtesy of the update just brought from Battlestate Games. It's all cooking at the moment, Hawk. Battlestate Games, they're delivering updates, extras, quality of life improvements, just back and forth. And I'm all here for it, thoroughly here for it.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're willing to take some risks, and try different things. And at the same time, hear the response from the community and make adjustments as, necessary and needed fit. So as everybody collects their drip here today, I want to be tagged as well, but I want to see people posting the pictures of their drip on Twitter or X, tagging BSG, tagging Hunt Premier, and tag me as well, because I want to see what you're rocking with out there.
Absolutely. If you've got some flair to show off and you've got a cool paint design for your gun to go along with it, then let us know. We're all about that on the socials, and we want to keep you guys involved. And speaking of involved, let's get right on down into it. Let's crack straight into it as we see a couple of members jumping up and down towards the middle lane and a couple of dead members already on the floor, which means to me, ladies and gentlemen, that the game is not quite ready to be prepared, okay? They're still concluding the warm-up rounds. We're going to leave them to it, and we're going to yap on a little bit longer for context for you before we get into the action.
Left the device in the car. Just had to run out there and pick it up. We'll get everybody back into the lobby and get it popping off in no time. But again, we talked about some of those UI adjustments as well. There's some extra settings now when we're putting on these, so it makes it a little bit easier. So again, a big shout out to BSG for listening to the community as a whole and making these changes going forward. I've been having a ton of fun playing Arena again myself. I know I took a little break there, was playing more of the base game, but you usually find me on the base game during wipe as well. But I've been sharing my time. And I love money. I'm kind of a hoarder. So those extra funds that you can transfer over from Arena are very nice.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, apologies. It's always on his day off. Philbo has been enjoying himself doing Awakening, and I feel like they maybe just released that on the tablet because that would explain why the bomb didn't leave the car. Philbo's probably sat in that back seat, tapping away on the tablet on his Dune Awakening whilst we need it to be able to plant that device. But iPads aside, and intelligent jokes are not going to miss. We're going to look to the future, which is filled with fruition when it comes to entertainment and action. The Coliseum of Chaos is going to be entertained by Virtus Pro and Sicario as they go head-to-head in our third matchup on day one from the Arena Cup Series Season 4. We have two amazing close quarters battles to bring to the Bastion. First, the fort, the portcullis, and the powerhouse inside of the old castle is going to kick us off. And then we're going to battle it out for Bay 5. Starting to consider curiosity myself now as to whether I've confused which way around those are, but we're going to smoothly slide on past that. I think so too, actually. My mind's just triggered that. It's Bay 5 first, then it's Fort, but amok the missed order. Lots of
and honestly, I feel like Sicario has a great opportunity on Bay 5. This is a map that they've been playing a lot lately, and we've seen them kind of really excel on this map. So again, I think a great test against Virtus Pro. It can be tough toppling them on your first day, but I mean, if Sicario could even find a way to take one of these games away, for me, that would be putting their big old stamp across the ACS number 4 here.
Don't know whether I think day one is really going to decide anything other than our understanding of where these teams settle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know myself and you, we get to immerse ourselves a lot in the EU casting, so the EU scene is familiar to us, but as much as we endeavor to in our spare time to keep up with the other scenes as well, it's not as intimate because we just don't participate in it as much. The same thing can be said for some of the NA scenes. So I'm actually really, really curious for day one to bring my understanding up to speed of these CIS teams and where they really do slot out. I mean, it's great asking all the professionals that play from the EU region as to where they think teams level out after scrims. Good information. But it doesn't always end up playing out like that on the day. And that's where us casters, we get these instincts, these thoughts, or just a suggestion of something that's puzzle pieces maybe people haven't seen. And we put them together for you. And this is where some of the upsets begin to happen. So I'm curious for the storyline on this one. This is a set for Sicario to really sweep the floor with a crazy one, maybe.
Yeah, I'm loving it. We get to see a lot of these EU teams kind of taking on some CIS teams here in day one. And obviously, there's some room to make up some ground. You're definitely not defined by day one, but it just makes those next couple of days that much easier. You get a little weight off your shoulders when you can grab a couple dubs, put some early points on the board, especially, like I said, every game is really important here. Obviously, things can play out differently, but you want to stack those points and get that best positioning in that playoff bracket as possible.
It's very vital to who you end up playing from the other half of the bracket. It is an interesting concept for me. We consider 3 teams very strong in both groups, and 1 team to have a tough task against all 3 in both groups. That being said, in the later context of it, do you think the top 3 theoretical teams in each group are that closely contested that playoffs won't matter to the matchups? Or do you think it is hyper relevant? Because, I mean, nobody wants to go against Virtus.pro in the first round of the elimination. That's going to be a standard regardless of their performance in groups. But the rest of the teams?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll know a little bit more after day 2, but yeah, I mean, anytime you can have an easier route or not have to worry as much, it's only going to be easier on the players, kind of both physically and mentally. So, I think it does matter, and I think some teams are just better at playing certain teams than other teams as well, and so it's just where does that fall in play for you? Maybe EPA is better against a couple of these teams than other ones, and vice versa. It does switch from team to team, and so. I think it all is very important, especially like you said, you don't want to drop to the lower bracket on day 1 if you don't have to. Fight with your back against the wall. I mean, we've seen it kind of fuel some big flames like Pandaric Apex in that previous one, but if you can have that easier ride, I'm sure we'd all like to take it.
Everybody's going to be fighting for a better spot on the table. I mean, that's what the first weekend is all about. It's getting yourself as much of a head start towards that final title bout as you possibly can by pitting yourself against a theoretically weaker opponent. You take that first spot and you go against third in the other group, or second maybe, depending on how the bracket plays out. You'd like to think that's the best opportunity you've given yourself, but it is only an opportunity. The hand of cards you were dealt still have to be played on the day, and there's no trading out. There's no slipping an ace up the sleeve. By the time you've gotten to playoff stays, you've had a week to maybe adjust a few things, but teams have seen how you've played and what your intentions are going to be for the Arena Cup series. Short of an immaculate 5-day turnaround of like maybe 8 hours a day dedicated slog to a drastic playstyle change, I don't think we're going to see this coming down to somebody really blowing anyone out of the water. It's going to be execution in the final weekend as to who really takes it home.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I love the fact that we get close competitive games. Obviously these teams probably enjoy their blowouts as well. You get a little bit of bragging rights, some extra confidence, but I think those close games are just, a little more fun to watch and to get to commentate. But we don't have to speculate any longer. We're ready for Bay 5. The Polar Bears, Virtus.pro taking on Sicario.
Early opener into the first sees a 3-2. Stronger sight hold on the A side. Interesting that Sicario have 2 members. Bottom mid, just working their way up. Can end up in a 4v3. CT comes through hard down in the prone angle, picks up Zaki. That's a wild off position to be holding. Hard's good for 2 in the back alley.
Good start here for the Polar Bears. Magic. They're getting kills, not without me or not. Finds goes. Lukey, nice shots toward the target, but unfortunately no real damage here. The step, the peak. Lukey will find that one. Rask gets Furlex, but the numbers favoring Virtus.pro here in round 1.
Shotgun still alive for the Polar Bears, and those are the ones that normally do the damage, but it's just Magic. Here to close it out. 2 for Magic, 2 for Hard. And one from Rask is going to take Virtus.pro to their first on the board. One on the board for Lucky as well. It's only a consolation prize. Sicario in round one had some good positioning there, Hort, actually. Looking at mid, it was interesting to see that that didn't come through as strong as it had initially looked. The challenge and the re-challenge from CT from Ice Cream towards Gap actually stifled that space they gave up in mid, so well weathered by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I'm a believer in VP. Have been for a while now, and so it's going to take someone else to make me a little bit less of a believer at this point. It's going to be hard to change my mental because they're just consistently so good. And I mean, we all have our issues at times, but time and time again, they show that they're a very talented team. Magic is just, I mean, he's a fragger, man.
And as you may maybe known or you like to be considered wrong, I am considered an optimist, not a realist, so forever hoping for the fortuitous occasion and the underdog to succeed. We're going to look at both teams holding a slower approach, but a similar setup from the A side. But look at the mid pressure this time, Hort. They're two members of Sicario going all the way deep up top mid. Lone latent Maze member, the two from the B side are actually going to suffocate that pressure now. 6 goes through. Verlex finds one that's hard taken out in Maze. Zaki's starting to get some damage dealt as well as Virtus.pro is starting to unwind a little bit.
That was a nice pick from Zaki. Kind of surprised he 3-peeked there, but Magic's going to go down to Lukey. Furlex, and now Rask falls as well. There's that Furlex that we were talking about with this weapon swap, putting up some big numbers, and they'll find that first one as well. And, you know, Craig, I do have to correct you a little bit. You know, it's not that I like being wrong. I like being right. It's just that I'm good at being wrong.
Neither of these two teams good at being wrong, though, it seems, and they're going to display that throughout the rest of the matches. We're currently tied up 1 apiece, and I'm going to be honest with you, I almost wanted to credit Magic with some great positional awareness, because the rotation office space giving sight, but then going into the office looked like he'd played that really well to be able to do something to work back into the round. But the moment I considered it exceptional was the second that Sicario put 4 members in his face, and, well, positioning is good. It doesn't make you invincible.
We see things slowed down drastically here yet again, and for Sicario, pretty spread right here. 3 toward the B side. It's Furlex to find hard first, and that's going to open things up for him.
Wondering if we're going to see this bomb rotate out towards B due to the movement and the fact that we've hit the A site a couple of times round. You see Sicario almost pushing up to A, trying to make some pressure, point of contact, and pull a rotation from the defending side, but you can also notice that Virtus.pro are not moving a muscle.
Yeah, and that's great to see, right? We talk about how aggressive VP can be, but knowing when and the right and the wrong times for that are can be incredibly crucial. So showing some great patience here, especially on Bay 5 on this defensive side. Zaki just looking for something here, and not sure if Magic quite spotted that barrel yet. He's going to get a vision of the head on the run across. Has to be careful, though. Goes lurking close by.
There's several levels to that chessboard and how tempo plays out. Sicario now not hearing any of the rotations, realize that after taking that kill on the A site, it's still the weak side. They have to start moving in. The slow time it takes them to do so, though, allows Virtus.pro to adjust without giving too many audio cues. It's going to encourage the head-to-head shots from Magic. Don't actually find the bomb plan, so that's a rough. It's better for Magic as Stefamex stands up. That's the support from the team. 2-2. Actually, Sicario, stay strong on site.
Not enough time here, though. He's going to have to look to get it down now. It's immediately denied. Raskin and Dreezy will solidify the dub here. It came down to the wire. Lukey still standing, but at the end, not enough, and VP will regain that lead once more.
I had thought for a second that Sicario had managed to create enough space to get that, but the all-important kill on the bomb before it gets planted by Virtus.pro really saves the round for them. I mean, like you said, players are still scrapping for fights and kills at the end of the timer for the bomb to go down. Just both teams not wanting to give too much to the opposition in the way of giving lives and bodies. Rather give the space and fight back for it.
Maybe looking for a bit of a haircut there, but Furlex will inch forward. And the starts of these rounds have been very slow. I think we saw that time management begin to work against Sicario late in that round as We see them kind of pressuring here both sites. The A site a little bit more open at the moment. Shots being exchanged here, but no real damage done just yet.
Felix is poking his way into the connector here. I thought he was going to challenge that close member tucked in. Now that information comes out, gives Felix a reason to swing. He's got one. He's not quite good for two as FMX shuts him down. Top mid does go down. FMX is going to fall to Kiyoshima as Hard picks up one in between. Luki not so lucky this time around.
Ooh, Magic. Again, great positioning, finding the headshot on the Zaki. It looked like they were trying to get the util out so they could pressure onto the site. Goes up here early, spots one, has to get back though, and Free Fire's coming out, but Kiyoshima goes all alone toward this site here in a 3v2.
Two towards the door frame. It's going to encourage Sicario to push back the other way. That's a great shot out of Kiyoshima to shut Hard down. 2v2 now, and they create themselves space to move.
Well, Sicario's doing a good job of reeling it back just a little bit. You took a look at the health of Magic here as well. I mean, he is dangerously low, but again, it's time management, and it's continuously working against Sicario.
Yep, you hit the nail on the head. And speaking of on the head, Goes is going to claim one more head from the Virtus Pro lineup before the time runs out, but time is out. And that is the main key point to it. Virtus Pro rotate away from the A site, safe through spawn. They don't give the kills on the rotation because time is in their hands. They just let it tick away. Sicario need to find a bit more aggression and authority, push towards one of the two sites and at least commit. It feels like there's no full commitment to the final third of the push halt right now, and that's what's missing from the Sicario attack.
Yeah, you know, with only 10 seconds trying to pressure into the site with two members still standing, I mean, Virtus Pro can leave one there to defend the site, deny any plant, and the other one can just kind of run away and solidify the round win. So time management's incredibly crucial. I mean, we often say it, you look up 130, it seems like a ton of time, but before you know it, it does dwindle very quickly.
It's just the pressure that's being put on by Virtus Pro. They're not rotating aggressively at all. They are not being played by the audio, the fake rotations. You can see the bomb and a friend over towards this A site from Sicario are fighting 2 versus 1 for a member that's just not even committing to the fight. That player from Virtus Pro is tucked back all the way into the corner and it's just not going to engage. Magic just going to take a prone position in the back and just play it slowly and safely. 60 seconds nearly gone. Half of the time is off the clock and Virtus Pro have barely had to take a bullet.
And every one of these splits are, it's kind of 3-2 or 2-1-2 like we see here. And they're, you know, often on that attacking side, you have that numbers. You can overpower a site, look to use the numbers advantages. FMX will find Luki. Furlex, Rask both went down in the meantime as I was yapping as well. Magic just being cautious here. And again, look at the time. I mean, it's just dwindling away without the numbers. They've got to find a way to kind of up the ante a bit.
So Sicario sent 2 members over to that B side to distract, but they end up being the second point of contact, so the B side's more an afterthought than it is a bit of an attack or place of pressure. Now, Sicario, Zaki and goes. Well, Zaki's going to go. Kiyoshima's going to pick up FMX and the rotation bomb goes down. This is good positioning from Kiyoshima now, ready to King clutch it up as 1 versus 2. He's the last alive with 19 on the clock, though. He needs to do something. Pushes the member away. He's made space for the bomb. VP might let him plant here, actually. It's safe to do so. He's got support coming in from the opposite door. Hit the clock. And Dreezy's there. He's just ready for him. No mercy today from Virtus Pro.
And it goes back to this time management. I mean, we take a look at it. Not a ton of time on the clock here for Kiyoshima. He did find 2 nice kills, but he would realistically like some more time to try and find that third one before you find that plant toward back alley. He knows he's at back alley, but he can't kind of force that fight because he has to get the plant down. He doesn't have an option here. Virtus Pro playing it to a T at the moment. They've only given up a single round. Sicario's got to find something here soon.
Relatively even spread across both teams. Felix having a great game. Kiyoshima, we saw at the end of that round also doing a great job for his side, but Virtus Pro all very even spread. 3-5, 3-3, and 4 kills respectively, top to bottom. Everybody getting a piece of the action. Now, this is so interesting to me. The strong side of the Sicario attacking squad is not with the bomb. Again, they're looking for this, trying to pull the Virtus Pro defense apart, and they're not playing to the tune that Sicario are trying to sing.
I'm just a big fan of that attacking side of using that numbers advantage, especially when they're splitting up the site. Even if you lose a member, you get the trade at a minimum. You're able to then get that device planted, and it's up to the opposing squad to find that retake. But we see Sicario spread very, very thin, kind of allowing Virtus.pro to isolate some of these fights and not allowing Sicario to use that number advantage.
And Virtus.pro have recognized that this A site is being very weakly pushed from the attacking side, and therefore they've done the same thing. There's only one member inside site that's actually holding it down. Rask is going to find a kill with that shotgun. The Piranha snapping Lukey to pieces. Magic at the backside. Hard finds Kiyoshima, and Magic's not even needed to activate yet. This lone sculpture stood in the corner that is anchoring this A site is just hiding in the shadows, waiting to be needed. All right, now Virtus.pro are just holding off from all angles, and Zaki in company. Zaki's going to go down. There's Magic activating. It's just textbook Hawk.
I mean, what else are the Polar Bears known for? I mean, they are a textbook team. They got second in the first ever ACS. They've been champions ever since. And, well, they're looking to claim that three-peat here over these next 2 weekends. They don't have an easy battle, though. It's certainly a tough one for all the teams out here. But this is that Virtus.pro team that we're used to seeing. And it appears that they're picking up right where they left off.
I mean, you can see Sicario's intent. You can see the idea. There's definitely been a cook and a way about this that the team is trying to go about getting this attacking side put down. But where it may have been successful against some of the teams in EU or people have scrimmed going into this, you just can't beat the bear in full force. Magic doesn't even want to waste time this time. The walk out turns into a walk down as he melts his first adversary. Kiyoshima does have a response as utility swings, but Magic's on a rampage.
I just kidding. Ooh, he's a magic man with skills that are real, baby. Hard toward the back alley. It's Magic to find another one, though. He's got a triple. He's on a tear. And Zaki eventually putting hard down, but Magic lurking in the shadows finds Kiyoshima from behind. There's an ace on the cards, and Magic has done it.
And as Donk says goodbye to Magic in CS2, we in the arena scene say hello to Magic777. Virtus.pro and a full ace from the main man himself creates Magic in the arena and moves Virtus.pro one more round further towards a 7-1 half.
Magic, he is a menace. We talked about the 17-0 first half we saw in Skybridge last time. The previous ACS, and now 12-4, an ace in round 7 as we head into round number 8. VP looking for a 7-1 half.
Well, util out and no lives are claimed. It's a moment of breathing room before the chaos kicks off. Zaki in aggressively, and Treasy tucked out in back alley with a similar kit. He's not going to move. Magic looking for more. Deep. Dives in, does manage to catch Zaki. FMX and Hard are not allowing him the ace, though. Rask is in for the action, too, and they're looking for the full team ace this time around. Everybody's getting in on the kills.
Rask will find the second one, keeping Andreezy from getting that one, but 7-1, a phenomenal half, and you better fear the spear, especially when it's in the hands of Magic. 13-4 to kick it off. Almost everybody getting involved with an MVP there along the board. So, I mean, this is what we're used to seeing from Virtus.pro. It's going to be up to one of these teams to try and upset them, and right now, I'm not sure it's going to happen on day 5.
Yeah, I'm going to say it seems not to matter too much what weapon this guy's got in his hands, the Scout. And that MCX... Well, CBJ, he'll say hey to many members and claim himself a full 5-piece as well. There are too many different forms that this team shows up in strength and dominance across multiple maps, Hort. And, well, it's the reason they're probably seeded favourites to take it home in the Arena Cup Series. They might not be seeded hottest in their region at the moment in the minds of their adversaries, but they're not about to let that phase them. 7-1 here is a dominant performance into a Sicario squad that has been struggling in the EU scene recently.
Oh, Andreezy, my boy, from a distance finds Furlex, and it's early trouble for Sicario and Lukey. Not ready to go silently into the night. Rask will find one as well. Kiyoshima, the peak, the pop, and it's not there.
Kyo's going to step out, Magic's going to step in, and that's going to kill him on the back alley. The second on the door frame's going to go down as Magic's making Magic again. Goes the last left alive, the last hope to save off that match point, and it's not going to be the one making the Magic. It's Magic again for 3. Virtus.pro move to 8-1. Whew.
I mean, if I'm FMX or Andreezy, I'm telling Magic to hold up a minute. Let me go in there and see if I can find the kill before you take out the whole squad. At this point, they've got to fight their teammates for kills.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a grumble or two across the Virtus.pro lineup there. Hey, let us have a bit of the action. Leave some of them alive for us. You can tell the polar bears are bloodthirsty, can't you, Hort? You can see them out there, sniffing towards the action like bloodhounds, and here they come again. Got full force of the body of the squad's going to leave one on the tail end towards mid. Andreezy loses the majority of his health, but it's Rast that claims the first life. Luke does trade off as Hard goes down, and it's action inside the core A site going under pressure, but the rest of the Virtus.pro squad's retracting. Abort as the backside comes in. Felix and Lukey on the flank from mid lane, and it might just be the turnaround the Sicario needs. He's bleeding health as the fight comes back, but Felix finds FMX, and Magic is the last left alive for Virtus.pro. In a round that we thought was all but said, done, and dusted, Sicario somehow swing and survive.
Yeah, and for the first time, we see him get aggressive. It was something I kind of mentioned earlier. We don't see teams kind of matching that aggression at time for Virtus.pro, but they get out of B site quickly. They pressure up through mid. They find the huge flank, some big kills. And Lukey will wrap it up with Magic. Sicario will look to, well, trudge through the trenches here because they need 6 rounds in a row if they want to send this one into overtime.
It's a big ask. And it does give us a little bit of a question more towards the meta game, where we've considered that maybe Skybridge and Bowl feel a bit more attack heavy-handed. The defending side on Bay 5 definitely showing that when played with aggression into the Force and head-to-head definitely feels a little bit more comfortable for the side of the defenders. We did see a head-to-head clash though. We did see the full 5 members of Virtus.pro run directly into the face of the Sicario front force. Lukey is there for the first top. Mid's going to try and dance his way from the bullets, but is traded back immediately. FMX shuts him down.
We'll have to try and pop a heal here as well. Hard's going to let some bullets sing back through the smoke. It won't find the mark. Furlex look at the heal up a bit here as well. Raskin Peak has been spotted. A little pre-fire action, but it won't find a home either.
And neither team being able to, as we say it, put a player down one apiece. Now the bodies are starting to drop. Hard and Rask, again, they meet each other in the kill feed, but not on the way down. Speaking of going down, Hard's going down to Clown. What a shot is that from Kiyoshima as the Harbor rotation gets read way in advance. Interesting position from the 2 members left on Virtus.pro. Kyo remembers his duty, and that's actually going to put him away from the play.
Very sprint out here. Maybe looking to play from that audio cue, but for VP, I mean, they have an opportunity to isolate this 2v1, excuse me. Now, fortunately for Goes, Andreezy doesn't have a ton of health either, but he is in that background, slowly making their way forward. A couple bleeds to deal with, though, and that could maybe be that deciding factor.
Yeah, I noticed that forward-facing member still shotgun in hand. Both teammates are very heavily tanked up. First goes in, Goes is good for 1, good for 2. Goes huge for Sicario to save them again, and then falls over to the damage already done to his model. Good effort from Goes as Sicario swipe off another match point.
And again, I love to see this determination, right? I mean, 7-1, 8-2, whatever it might be, it can be a bit discouraging, but you don't see that from Sicario. They buckle down, they put their, nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and continue to give it all they've got. We've seen some life now breathed into Sicario here in these last couple rounds. Can they begin to build off the back of that momentum? And even if so, you have to feel like VP would still be able to win at least one of the next 5 rounds.
Are you ready for the motto of this next round, though, Hort? Because it's called Don't Poke the Bear. In comes the Boom Squad. Virtus.pro slam into the A site. Every single member except from that lone lurker goes to contest the door, and then number 3 turns to face from the flank. All full force fledged into that site as Hard then flings a grenade to the door to pick up Goes. Virtus.pro were offended. Virtus.pro were insulted. Do not call them entertained. Call them king killers in the court. They are not your champions for nothing. Felix is going to find a miracle shot through the side, though. Kiyoshima, hold up a minute. We might just have to rewind on that one because it's about to turn on its head.
Furlex Nice shot through the wall there to find that one. Not a ton of health to work with. 38 seconds on the clock as well. Kiyoshima finding hard on that back push as well. Has control of back alley. But with 30 seconds, they've got to find a way to pressure in after these smokes begin to dissipate. Find these picks and get the defusal.
Defuse? Felix is on site. If he gets told to tuck here, there's potential. Felix finds the kill. He's going to get the pro angle on the back. Felix wins it! Felix with a great two-piece is going to save Sicario again!
Puts himself in and over double digits with that one. Furlex quickly becoming that clutch master. It's a full house for him and Kiyoshima as they get 3 and 2 apiece. We talked about how good Furlex had been for so long and then was silent there for a bit on that TRG. I mean, this swap to the SR3 has been phenomenal. He continues to pop off here and some big rounds for Sicario. They cut that lead in half and all of a sudden things get a little bit more feasible.
Dicey is right. I thought for a second we were going to see just Virtus.pro absolutely steamroll their way through that last round to the victory, as the initial chaos was calamity for Sicario, but some ridiculous shots out of Furlex and Kiyoshima together give them space, and then they convert. A great clutch up as Furlex finds himself a two-piece.
Really shooting toward the back alley. Zach lingers forward. It's Magic to take out a teammate, though. Lukey, Magic. Nobody's safe on the other side of that crosshair. He'll find Zaki as well.
Magic's about to die as well. The bleed out's going to potentially claim his life. Rask is going to find Furlex, but Magic has got very little health to speak of. Kiyoshima finds the back of Rask. Magic now just about clutching onto that cheese in time is going to save that sliver of health and top it up ever so slightly. Goes down. FMX, how does he find that through the bus?
Oh, Lukey, my man, the two-piece as well, and all of a sudden, Cracked, we've got a game on our hands.
Hold up, wait a minute. We might have to think about this one for a sec. 17 and 8, Magic is popping off. 13 and 8, Rask is carrying his weight. Furlex is 12 and 10. Lukey is 11 and 10, which is a performance that we normally used to seeing Lukey be ahead of the kill-to-death ratio, but he's having to sort of pull some catch-up at this point in time as the team is down. There's an aid from Kiyoshima on the opener that we're very familiar with. Sicario starting off strong. 3-round gap starting to look a lot more possible.
Yeah, we talked about VP hopefully winning one of the next 5 rounds, but all of a sudden you got to wonder if they're going to be able to find one of the next 3 with the way that Sicario has really turned it up in these last few rounds. They've given themselves the player advantage with that nade as well, and so we saw some time management issues on the offensive side of things, but here on defense, they don't really have to deal with that as much.
We do talk about how the attacking side has to take the advantageous aggression to it. Never mind. Okay, FMX is not left alive for long. He's the last left, but he's not alive. Sicario take a flawless round and untouched members. It's not kills all across the board, but nobody's health bar was touched at all. 8-6. This game is getting a little bit crazy, folks.
Yeah, honestly, I think if we see just a little bit more from Goz and or Zaki, Virtus.pro could be in some trouble here, and it's not too often that you find ourselves saying that, but all of a sudden that big 5-6 point gap is now just within 2 rounds.
Oh, that's a 2-big man push towards the mid lane. That's a great, crazy push out from Sicario. It is going to go in their favor as well. Hard trades back 1 after that, catches them a little bit off guard, but Sicario come out with a 2-for-1 trade down mid. This is crazy. This is like they've taken everything out of the textbook and thrown it out the window and just gone for some absolutely wild horse plays, and at the moment, it's working.
Yeah, this could be one of the craziest comebacks we've seen here of any of the ACSs if Sicario could complete it, but they've got to get 2 rounds just to push it into overtime for that opportunity here. They've got the player advantage, and they look to get one away from that magic number of 8 here as well.
Oh, I remember the days of a LEDX 1 and 7. I don't know if you do. It happened once before, and my word, was that one cinema. That was set up for it here. Everybody's taking a moment to just remember and sort of check themselves before they wreck themselves, as both teams realize exactly how close this game has got. From being an absolute drastic sweep from the Polar Bears, now a level of respect has been delivered out on a silver platter to the Sicario squad as Virtus.pro go back to the Stone Gargoyle statue approach that saved them So many great rounds early on. Andreezy first finds the kill to level the numbers, and now 3 versus 3 with Virtus.pro recollected. They're ready to move.
Got to clear the corners. Goes, actually finds the peak, but it's Rask to put him down. And now they've got that player advantage again, but we've seen Kiyoshima already pull off some crazy feats here, and this one has to be careful. 2 onto the site, 1 to his right here as well, and they are dangerously close.
Yeah, smart play from Virtus.pro for both members of the B side. They know they've got a mid-cross there. Now Keo gets across to the site. That crosshair placement's not quite going to be up on the left-hand side. Shotgun pushes out a connector, and Rask might just be doing what is needed to get this over the line. Steps out as FMX puts the final bullet home, and Virtus.pro do just about escape from a match that was about to go tits up.
I definitely began to wonder and worry just a bit. Furlex, Lukey, both 14 on the board. And I think maybe it took Zaki just a little bit too long to get going there in this first one. We saw him on the Enforcer class, but I mean, he plays multitude of different classes here as well. And we might see a swap heading in toward Ford, but Virtus.pro, they get the job done, and that's the important part here. 9-6, they close it out. They'll put the first win on the board.
Don't know about the guys at home in chat, but I hope they enjoyed that just as much as we did, because I tell you what, my heart is pounding after that one. It's 7-1. It was said and done. I mean, Brazil, we almost took ourselves our first class ticket, my friend. That got scary. Virtus.pro do an exceptional job of getting it over the line after, honestly, one of the best mental resets mid-round I've seen to be able to get it home. But boy, oh boy, were they forced to really rein that one back to be able to close it out.
I love to see Sicario looking like Sicario again. I felt like in the last few outings that we've seen them on screen, they had a lot of struggles that we saw in those first 7 or 8 rounds, especially with time management. But once they swap sides, things to begin to click. It was just, we talk about it, 7-1, too little, too late. If they had taken one more round in that first half, we very well could be going to overtime. But at least they're not done yet. They still get an opportunity to bounce back and look to seek a little revenge as we get ready for Fort.
Now, here's my question for you. After that performance on map 1, if Sicario plays the entirety of map 2, like they did the back end of map 1, can they take a map off of Virtus.pro here?
It just depends. It depends on what they do on the attacking side for me. We need to see more than 1 round, right? I mean, honestly, we need to see hopefully 3 rounds for them. But the big thing for them was time management. How many times on that attacking side where, they couldn't get the bomb down in time. They had to find the kills. There's too many people left alive. They could just kind of run around. So, I mean, 3, maybe 4 rounds that we saw that happen at least. And so I think if Sicario can get that in check on the attacking side, they very well could take a map away from Virtus.pro, especially if they play like they did in that second half. But that second half, again, was defense. I need to see that same type of style on offense as well.
Let him cook, chat. Let him cook. Maybe. maybe Sicario have it in the makings. Yeah, get it cooked up. Let's see if we can stir up a bit of an upset. Look, every team that's come out on day 1 that has not been favored in their matchup has absolutely fought through the fire. Not one team has crumpled yet and just given up and gone home mentally. It's been great to see. Even K3 that went through a rough game was not the 9-6s, the 9-7s of a closely fought match that we were talking, but they were close rounds. The scoreline maybe didn't look as much so, but the game was still good in quality, and I'm looking forward to seeing these groups. It almost feels like day 1 sets the tone for the better matches later on. Like, you kind of want a couple of upsets so that you can encourage every team to really get their teeth sunk into day 2 and day 3. So, I mean, from a commentator's perspective, and I hope from the chat's perspective, this is thoroughly entertaining. It's only day 1, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of everybody that comes together to make this the beautiful production it is. Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and the sponsors in Steel Series for the Arena Cup Series Season 4. We're grateful to have you here.
Yeah, from the players to the chat to everybody in the back as well, working very hard behind the scenes to make our jobs look easy. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better way to start the day here, and so much action. I'm excited for this one, but I am a little bit worried. Again, this is where we also another map where we see Virtus.pro really kind of excel.
And as the game is in development as we're all striving to see it go through amazing changes and evolution, which is why it's starting to grab some traction, where people are really starting to enjoy and get involved in the nitty-gritty of the competitive scene. Each of these teams are also developing, and the fact that everybody's in a little bit more of a closer pool this time around has given us a lot of hope for closer matches, because we love an upset. Like, it's great to see a dynasty, a legacy, put together by a team that is successful multiple times over, but it's just that little bit more entertaining to see them fall off the high hill and down.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's always nice. It's fun when a team's winning for a little while. You'd like to see that kind of competition grow, but it's always great to see them kind of get toppled as well. We saw that with Pandaric Apex and Sicario in a recent HPL. Now we're seeing all of these teams continue to grow in the right direction. I think that's why the competition has come so much closer over time. And so I'm tough. It's tough for me. I would love to see Virtus Pro complete the three-peat. Obviously it hasn't been done yet, but I wouldn't be sad if someone does upset them.
My eyes for that specific upset story is on the match that's going to happen after this one has concluded. For me, it's the team that's been through that villain arc of not having a great season or two, maybe not investing the time in as a team, whatever the reason may be, not so great a performance. The originally XPA squad went through a bit of a lull, went to Oil Rig, did not place as high as I think they maybe thought they were going to for a season or two, and then have gone back towards Pandaric and the support from the coaching the Pandaric org has brought to them and everything else that comes along their teams. They have come back with a force to be reckoned with. I mean, this Pandaric Apex squad made a great attempt for the Arena Cup Series Season 3, which was a surprise to us. This time, we have only been proven that they are likely to be more ready this time around, and I'm looking to see them maybe be the one to knock them off the top spot at this Cup Series.
I'm excited for any and all upsets. I'm excited for the highlights that we've gathered here for you for this next one as well. So we got a little short break and some highlights for you all to view, so stick around, stay tuned, and enjoy the show.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series 4. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a note for you guys just to bring you up to date with the information on the standings on the table. As you will have seen on that screen there, the Outcasts.epa squad was scored on the board with a 2-0 victory due to a technical disqualification from the Jumbo team earlier on. So just to amend your scoreboards, if you're keeping up with your fantasy arena teams and scoring your points between your little social groups and the communities that have gathered together to bet on which games you think are going to be successful or not, that score has ended up resulting 2-0 to the Outcasts.epa squad. So that one going to be slightly amended, as you got to see in the graphic there, and thank you to the great work in production to keep that one updated live for the folks out to be able to follow along with. But we are going to focus our attentions, Mr. Hawk, to the game in hand, which is only half decided.
I do just want to quickly say that all of a sudden, because of that DQ, it does make my original statement right that EPA would win 9-5. They might not have got the 9, but they still did win. So just want to put that out there that we could go back, redact that, maybe put an asterisk next to my name on that one. But nonetheless, right? It just happened to play out that way. But all jokes aside here, guys, we are ready for Fort. This is going to be an exciting one. Virtus Pro, very good on this map. And so Sicario, I thought their best chance would be to take Bay 5. They kind of got a late start, so we'll see if they can allow some of that to spill over. Maybe they can find their upset on Virtus Pro's map pick.
That's it, absolutely. And if you guys at home are just joining us here in the chat, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games again partnered up to bring you a challenge of the EU and the CIS teams to decide who is crowned Arena Cup Series champion. For Season 3, we had some great support. This time around, we've brought ourselves in another familiar face in the technology scene. That's it. If you put power into your package when it comes to computer performance, then you'd be silly not to swing by a SteelSeries store to see if they can help upgrade some of the tip-top tech that you use to drive your performance. Alongside of that, ladies and gentlemen, SteelSeries has helped us here at the Arena Cup Series Season 4 to be able to bring you some amazing prizes, including some of these amazing items on screen. Hort, could you maybe take the beautiful folks in the chat on a small guided tour through the amazing products that SteelSeries has brought to the table?
I mean, they're all phenomenal, right? We got the Rival 3 wireless Gen 2 mouse, the Apex 3 keyboard, some products that we will be giving away a little bit later today and throughout both of these weekends. But you talk about the mouse pad that, pros have been choosing for more than 15 years. You've got that Aerox 3, that super lightweight fast mouse, which is a little bit more up my alley. And then, of course, that Apex Pro Gen 3 keyboard, probably the world's fastest keyboard, I think is what I read on that one. So I'm actually due for a new keyboard. I know I'm going to be stopping over at that store. And, of course, the Arctic Nova 7 wireless gaming headset. So much top quality products here. And it's just so great to have SteelSeries on board. And it's nice to see that, over here, everybody's willing to give out to the community as well. So we've got a ton of great giveaways for you guys in chat throughout both weekends here from Hunt Premier and both Battlestate Games.
Yeah, absolutely. And as somebody who's just spent a little penny on upgrading my kit that we've got on the table for the performance, as it comes into the summer weather, it's starting to get really warm. So that hex pattern breathable design on the mouse, or those amazing keys, some of the best actuation keys you can get on a keyboard out there right now, might just be that little extra step you need to be able to endure the summer whilst enjoying your gaming experience. Check them out, SteelSeries, a great sponsor for a great tournament. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of great, the games have been great so far. You'll never find Cracked short of a huge smile on his face and extremely tired cheek muscles by the end of a day's action when it comes to Escape from Tarkov Arena. And Hort, we wouldn't swap it for the world, would we?
No, I live for this stuff. I really, really do. And it's always enjoyable, from the players putting on a cinema for us to everybody behind the scenes here at Hunt and BSG. It's just so easy to work with everybody here. It's a great little family that we've got going on. Chat, I mean, you name it. And so, this is my new little home away from home, so to speak. But Fort, Virtus Pro, Sicario, I would say it's all Virtus Pro, but I mean, I saw so much life in Sicario at the end of that game. The fact that they brought that 7-1 half back to a 9-6, I think, is a crazy feat on its own. Can they use some of that momentum to propel them forward here on Fort?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I think that's a question that doesn't need to be asked. I think it's a statement that has to be made from them coming out of the gate. I think we need to see them put maybe 3-4 round gap. Maybe not even necessarily hold that gap to the half. If they go maybe 4-1 on the first opening 5 rounds and then get pulled back to 4-4, I can see that being enough to keep them in the right mindset they're going to need in the second half to get it over the line. But you really do have to think that that mentality needs to be on the bubbly, positive side of the margin than feeling like you're fighting for your life, because that's the pressure that the Cup Series puts onto it. These games are not just a group stage game for placement. Like, every round counts. The difference at the end of the day could decide your stack on the table as to whether you do make it through to playoffs or whether you have to face one of the demons in the other group. So every round counts, and I'm curious as to whether we're going to see Virtus Pro take that into their hands, because we've talked a lot about the underdog, but I thought we were going to see it for a second where Virtus Pro, you don't poke the bear because it gets angry, and it nearly did, were it not for a couple of really good choice shots and game awareness wall bangs from Kiyoshima and Furlex. So I don't want to gamble.
Off angry, I feel like. I mean, it's 7-1. I think the Bear maybe took a little hibernation period there, but they eventually poked it long enough to where it woke back up. And I mean, again, Virtus Pro, so good at this map. Andreezy with the nade lineups. Magic very rarely misses. Just phenomenal decision-making from the squad as a whole. So I think for Sicario, one thing's for sure, they can't afford a 7-1 half. They need at least 2, but ideally looking for 3 here. And so hopefully they've been able to kind of maybe talk about some of those time management struggles on the attacking side during this little break, something that I feel like they need to address here, because it's something that has haunted them a little bit in the last 2 tournaments that I've seen them play in.
We're looking at a 5-3 half in theory off of the previous track record would get to an 8-8 overtime. So a 4-4 even half is the minimum aim from the Sicario squad if they're going to be able to close out the second map here. If you're following the paperwork, if you're a person like me that likes to write things down and look at all the pieces of the puzzle and try and put the algorithms together and see kind of how it's going to go before we get into the match. The guesstimation, we like to call it. That's it. Halt's got his notes ready, hot next to the pen to keep him kicking, because we're going to have to calculate some of this after the end of day 1 to look at day 2, because when we come back tomorrow, things are going to be really important. Not that today isn't, but we're going to have margins to work with when we start tomorrow's day. Today, everything is to play for. Tomorrow, it's like setting yourself up for the final days of groups.
Yeah, and I think it just increases as each day goes on, because after day 1, you get to see where you fall on that leaderboard. You can't allow those top teams, or at least if you're in that bottom spot, you just have to shoot for that 3rd spot. So you can't really allow some of these teams to begin to extend that gap on day 2 to get day 3. So I think, obviously every day really important, but you have a little bit better understanding exactly what you need to do after day 1.
So much to consider. And speaking of so much to consider, I'm curious as to what everybody is thinking is going to happen in our next map. So as we do rock on into 4, Virtus Pro taking on Sicario, folks. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be successful. Are Virtus Pro going 2-0, or are Sicario going to tie it up 1 apiece?
Magic's opening up with an early pick. Lukey, Rask will find a pick of their own here. So Virtus Pro is the main team, but Zaki waiting patiently, spotted by FMX, immediately put into the dirt, and Virtus Pro right back to the polar bear things.
Lots of util going off. Both teams to smoke over towards backside and headshots, causing the last 2 members of Sicario a lot of problems when it comes to being able to put pressure down to the road. Towards headshot, trying to clear one out, doesn't find one. Rask take one out with a shotgun. Rask is just eating ankles alive with that piranha. Virtus Pro take the first.
Speaking of asking chat questions, I've got to know, and you can see this drip on the panel below Battle State Games Twitch page there. There's a nice panel of that new drip. But who do we think has the nicer drip? What drip do we like better? Do we like the new Bear drip or the new USEC drip? So I want to know in chat what everybody likes a little bit more here. I just want to kind of get an idea of everybody's fashion sense out there. Oh, early shots.
Out under mid. Ooh.
Early shots to mid here. Hard stepping forward. Magic finds Furlex as well. He finds the two. And with that, again, they take this A site so well. They haven't even really needed to use a lot of those nade lineups just yet. You can see the smokes in the way, and all of a sudden, 130 down to 50 seconds. It's another very fast plant.
Down he goes. Hard's trying to hold this from the floor. Stuck in a bit of a tough spot, but the numbers are in his advantage. Goes is going to try and find something from the corner. The grenade's going to be pulled at an awkward timing. Hard's going to be the one picking up the kill. Nothing goes as it expected to. Randy Snicket might be playing himself a little entrance into the site here. No, he's not. No surprises in the back end of this. FMX just going to close it out. Virtus Pro look unstoppable so far on 4.
Again, I talked about this is another map for them, much like Skybridge, that they are very, very good at executing at. And the fact that they're starting out on the attacking side and playing this well is absolutely phenomenal for them. And it does make me worry for Sicario just a little bit here, because the attacking side is where they struggled a little bit more in that first series. 2 rounds up on the board here. Sicario needing to battle back. Lukey, the only player thus far that has any kills through these first 2 rounds, but Goes will find one here. Furlex taking out a teammate, and Hard respawns back. Sicario experiencing a few more troubles. The TK, a tough one to deal with, and it allows Virtus Pro to maintain that player advantage. Nade from Hard. Smoke goes out as well. Just looking to control some of this mid pressure here. We can see all of the red as they begin to linger toward the B site, trying to mix up the ebb and flow a bit here. There is a long lurking flank from Sicario as well.
Andrews at top of the ramps, actually looking to just try and find some form of aggression through that smoke to Mini, but there's nobody standing there waiting for it. We can see thanks to the silhouettes on screen, but Andreezy just trying to play with that 7th sense of the game, trying to find the missing member. Instead, it's Hard that's going to deal the damage. The MCX comes out. Sicario player goes down. Lukey almost finds the member on site, but it's going to be hard on Andreezy. It's all Virtus Pro. Nobody willing to lose the ones.
3 in a row. 6-0 for Hard. I mean, we saw Rask pop it off, but that's the thing is you try to focus on one player who might have a crazy round. You look over and everybody's got kills in bunches for Virtus Pro. Just through the first 3 rounds, they've been this dominating force. And for Sicario, I mean, Lukey's got 2. Go's got his first one in the previous round, but 3 players with donuts still on the board. I know it's only 3 rounds in, but it's tough if you're trying to build that momentum as you look to fight back.
Good with pressure out of Sicario to try and remove anything that walks its way towards heaven. Furlex is going to find the first. Andreezy does get taken out from that SR3M again. Furlex gets himself on the board. One from Hard on the right-hand side. The Battle Buddy squad brings the bomb into Mini. Goes Rask, Magic. All connect and collide, and it's going to be Goes claiming the last kill. Steps out again. That's a great swing out of Goes as Lukey picks one in between. Goes pulls one back for the Sicario squad.
And that's what we need. Again, you can't allow it to get too far out of hand. So we see Sicario start to reel it back. I see some USEX and some bears in chat for the drip. I love the fact that we've got, you know, a little bit of both sides here.
Both teams are going to stack up again. 4 rounds down. This is on track for the 7-1 that we saw from the first match, but definitely looking like a better showing from Sicario at the moment. They've found the pace a lot quicker than they did in map 1. Goes for the first. Bedroom position played well, but the rotation is a bit aggressive. Magic picks him off. Kiyoshima trades out, as does Furlex, picking up a really crucial refrag. Bomb down. Oh, how does Hard win that through Con?
Sicario. We talked about hopefully shooting for 4, but just getting 1 on the board and putting rounds in bunches can be that big factor here. We'll see if they can grab their 2nd one in a row, but FMX Hard just trying to clear so many different angles. It's kind of an awkward position to be in at the moment, and you take a look at where that device is down as well.
Zaki sat in the craziest position right now. It's so tough to be able to read. Interesting approach to planting on the site right now. You see the Virtus.pro member just walking into the sight box to try and push for the aggressive play. Shots out from FMX, and it's just too good. The bait pulls the members out from the midsection and into the crosshair, waiting from a defending FMX.
Lukey trying to thread the needle. Now hot on the chase here as well, but unfortunately for them, he's stuck in between a potential pincer play here, and FMX hard. Well, it's FMX to find that one. 8-1 for Hard, though. 5-1 for FMX, and everybody just firing on all cylinders here as far as the Polar Bears go.
And look at how the last member of the Sicario squad, and Lukey, tries to go out towards Secret, and then after pushing for the space, he expects an aggressive counter push, but Virtus.pro all matchup long in this head-to-head have not been swayed by a pressure approach. They have not over-rotated. They have not moved a muscle when it comes to being faked out from a site of pressure. And that has done them probably be 70 to 80% of the job of the scoreline. This is a great early walkout from Kiyoshima onto cannons, though. The off-timing just waits out the grenade and then picks the man running.
See Sicario showing some patience of their own toward mid. Magic slowly working his way out. Time means everything. Goes looks away, but he's got help from behind. It's Zaki to find Magic. And Dreezy will find one of their own, but Sicario working with a player advantage here and looking to cut that lead in half.
Rotation from Sicario coming in deep. Actually, is Rask. He's going to slam the shotgun again into the legs of Lukey. Two members from short is good. The Sicario have a good position to retake until Zaki gets deleted from the other side of kitchen. Andreezy, the man with the utility, now also a menace with the weapon.
Little flash over the top. Time ticking away, 27 on the clock. We need 5 or 6 to find that defusal as well. And well, Virtus.pro has the numbers. They have the ability to be patient to force Sicario into the crosshair, and FMX finds the first. Now he can't get the defusal. Rask, peekaboo, ICU goes down into the dirt one more time. And well, Virtus.pro chasing the dreams of another 7-1 half.
It's like they will not peek any angle to force a 50-50 until they get a whiff of the enemy team pushing an aggressive challenge towards it. You see, the second that Sicario stops holding these angles player to player and they start to push for a sprint towards to close the gap, that's the second that the Polar Bear steps out and swipes the claw to knock them down. The timing read so far from Virtus.pro on Fort has been very well played.
Hard an opening pick. Goes, though. Quick to return fire, and with Magic down. It was kind of that shining star in the previous one. Rask, though, so many stars here for Virtus.pro. And again, they consistently find these little pincer plays, always getting a trade. Zaki, nice headshot onto Hard, though, and begins to reel it back.
Everybody's trying to show up and show out in this round. Zaki looking to try to convert on more than one, but instead, on this defending half, realizes that it's not enough picking off the one member. Keeps his space and keeps his life, crucially.
All of a sudden, we get to hear some of these wonderful ambient sounds momentarily before the beautiful chaos will ensue once more. Kiyoshima to pop a smoke down here. It begins to plume out. Has to be careful. We see one lingering on the other side. Now, BP has 2 toward that A site, though. Andreezy's going to find this pick onto Kiyoshima, and that might bite out an early rotation from Sicario, but Lukey finds him.
A little bit of patience paying off for Sicario instead of Virtus.pro this time around, and the positions they hold finds the defense standing strong. It is just Rask left alive. He's on a shotgun. He has got the bomb. Distance a long way. Shotgun steps in the middle, looking to try and fight off both at the same time, but it's not going to be enough. Sicario claim another round, 5-2.
Well, at least it's not a 7-1 half, right? We talked about how they absolutely could not afford that. So they've gotten that magic number of at least 2. We talked about if they had gotten 3 in their previous one, it would have ended in a tie. So again, just slowly inching forward. We always say 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time. That's the goal here for Sicario. It seems like they've been able to reset that mental, but I'm just worried about that attacking side. It's where they've had that clock management issue in the past. More importantly, we saw it on Bay 5, so hopefully they're able to kind of navigate through that here on 4.
Grenade off the top of mid to try and cover off anything aggressive out of the bedroom. Shots from underneath as 1-for-1 goes. Does get his man before traded out. Hard. Furlex is going to step up. Furlex finds the kill onto Hard. That's a great pickup. And Sicario sees it and is invigorated to damage. Destruction alike. Andreezy, the last left alive. Keo pokes and prods his way out to CT. That battle goes on for an absolute decade, but Andreezy does come out on top.
On top of the fight, but in a 1v3, would need one heck of a crazy clutch here. And ideally would like to find a pick or two before considering picking up that device here as well. But as we like to say from the booth here, it's always easier said than done.
Yeah, the bomb is the one problem at this moment in time. Its positioning probably more tragic than any we've seen from any of our players today, just purely because of how hard it's going to be to get to. Both of those vaults are audio cues. The tucked position here being taken by Luke. He is too good. He's going to look peak. Andreezy's going to potentially win this one out. Both of them run out of bullets. Neither Spear able to get through the tanky member. Both of them lose about the same amount of health and swap places. We're going to go again.
One more time, but Lukey will find this one as well. Sicario, a little bit of a tough start yet again, but they've been able to reel it back here, at least in that first half. They gather those 3 important rounds that would have ensured an overtime in that previous setting. But again, the attacking side was where they had trouble, where they struggled a little bit on Bay 5. So again, I'll be looking for these first couple rounds of the second half.
In we go. 5-3. Side swaps now. Virtus Pro go onto the defense, and Sicario move to the attacking side. 2 spears. Furlex sticking on that SR3M, goes on the MCX, and Zaki on that Enforcer. Sees the kit staying exactly the same. Virtus Pro also looking to a similar tune. Both Rask and Andreezy on those shotguns again. I mean, Fort really does play into that play style, and an aggressive push out on this A site is what it looks like, but presence has been shown towards B, and Virtus Pro realizing that they have weak side on that B site now. Members are starting to rotate to come for support.
A lot of space here at mid. Furlex begins to shift forward, just trying to clear all these angles here. And with that, they pressure onto the side, but it's not long. FMX finds the first, Rask another. Zaki got one before being taken out. Lukey spots another here as well and tries to pressure 4, but it's VP with the numbers.
I'm absolutely amazed that Andreezy won that one, but he did. Kiyoshima comes back for a success into hard as the members trade 1-for-1 per team, leaving it 3 versus 2 Virtus Pro, a member up, and the bomb. Again in a tough spot. That nade is going to be great into Rask, and that pushes for the swing to Ghost, but the shotgun and that Enforcer kit's going to weather the storm, and that sees the round closed out by Virtus Pro. Magic for the final one onto Kiyoshima. Enforcer's just looking a bit too tanky in this one, Hort. No one can knock down the big beefcakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically where we see that marksman class kind of come into play, or the TRG, something we talked about in the past that can nullify at times some of these enforcers, or, you know, sometimes you just got to fight fire with fire, but, you know, it's tough to deal with at times, and so it's something that you got to talk about, you know, try to address as a team and figure out how you're going to deal with that. So Sicario, BP, I mean, the lead is doubled at the moment, and again, the attacking side is where they struggle. They've got to find some rounds here relatively soon. FMX has other plans as he finds a 2K.
Yeah, the one thing that's missing from the kits for me is the BSAK. One that's been very, very common recently, that's been doing a lot of damage in the scout class, and we've not seen a single person run it so far. That smoke out towards CT is going to try and cut off Andreezy's rotation, but it's not going to be out in time before one of those members from Virtus Pro sneaks out towards Cannons hard on the offensive. Not this time around, as he gets backed off a little bit by Kiyoshima's presence.
Hard probably has an idea that Kyo is here. We'll spot the barrel. A little bit of a pre-fire. Kiyoshima stepping back out here, and Hard will collect the head of Kiyoshima. Now with a 4v2, Magic finding Zaki and Virtus Pro, the Polar Bears. I mean, this is what we're used to seeing. They continue to dominate here. They're going to get to that magic number of 7, and they'll be 1 away from match point.
Yeah, pressure on now. Sicario can't let another round drop or they're going to find themselves one away from the full donut on the day in the head-to-head. Speaking of head-to-head, that Blade not managing to find the head there as Magic just looking to have a little bit of fun with his teammates model after claiming the round. Virtus.pro looking good so far, ACS4.
I think it's to be expected. Back-to-back champs, you know? I mean, we know the skrills are there, so to speak, and you look at the kills again. I mean, pretty much evenly distributed across the team. This time, Hard is kind of that leading the pack here at the moment, but they just play so well together consistently. I mean, we say it time and time again at the risk of sounding like a broken record, and they just know the job that they need to do, and they do it well.
Luki's not wasting no time as they storm onto that B site. Zaki also there for one of his own. 2 members swinging strong into CT, but here comes the defense. Here's the retaliation. Andreezy and Hard have got one apiece. Zaki closes one out, shuts Andreezy down, but Virtus.pro are not stepping back. I mean, they're going to get sent back. Goes to lead to member top mid. Response from Magic as he clears destructive though, and it's just Magic left in a 1v2.
1v2 Magic. He can be that clutch factor, but with how little health left on the cards here, certainly going to be a tough one. Maybe looking to bait out a bit of a pre-fire as well to get some intel. Sicario's done a great job of being patient. Zaki, from the heavens above, will rain down some destruction on the Magic. Sicario will look to claw their way back in it. They did it in the previous one. They fell just short. Looking to do so here, but for me, I feel like they gotta get to at least 6 before allowing Virtus.pro to get to that match point.
We're not going to predict too much into it, or at least I'm not going to send my fishing rod out into those waters. I'm going to let it play out on screen because we saw them pull it all the way back to 8 and 6 before Virtus.pro put that one over the line. It's a similar scenario right now, but you're absolutely right. These have got to be consecutive rounds back-to-back. And speaking of consecutive back-to-back, it's going to be consecutive kills back-to-back for the FMX defenders on the B site.
Fast. Finding 2 early ones here, put shots downfield, but it's Zaki to pick up on Magic, who seems to have his number momentarily, and FMX holding that action toward the mid. Zaki's pressured up very, very far, but there's still one lingering back here at the moment, and it looks like someone shifted all the way toward that cannon side as well.
Line of scrimmage almost dissects the Sicario attack right now. That number 9 members go down to the grenade. It looked like that could have been the sting of the tail that they needed to be able to split this attack apart, but Virtus.pro were ready for it. Sicario give full space here, actually. Look to rotate towards the top of mid. Interesting. What's the play here, boys? What's the play? Someone's cooking. I can smell it in the kitchen, but I'm not sure. Oh, no. They know.
They know, they know, they know. And FMX will find one. Zaki does pick up on the Rasky, though. Or Rasky, excuse me. Now the jump over, though. Zaki somehow still alive and fighting for his life at the moment. We'll backpedal just a moment here, but again, it's time management, right? A 1v3, 20 seconds on the clock. How do you find a plan? I don't know if you can. I think you got to find all 3 kills here.
I mean, he went for it as well, but Andreezy's not going to allow him to get away from that one scot-free. 1 versus 2, and the third wrapping for the pincer of their own. Virtus.pro cross that line to match point and put themselves one away from a comfortable 2-0 in their first tie in the Arena Cup Series. It's not short of what we expected from them, but Sicario did a great job of trying to play spoiler in map number 1. I think in map number 2 here, just run out of steam a little bit, but that is kind of what you would expect from any team versus the Titans that is Virtus.pro, here to try and repeat with a 3-peat.
And this is the Polar Bears map pick as well. So you expect them to do a little bit better here. Rask already at an early peak, finds Furlex in an early grave here. Did take quite a bit of damage, though, and it might be something that Sicario could work with. Luki able to find one of his own.
That picking goes onto Magic's going to come through as you see the better angle from the top of heaven down through Colt. Hard picks up Ghost in the response, though. It's only good for 1. The shotgun inside a mini. Rask takes out Zaki. Nade in. Doesn't pick up the kill. Hard actually goes down as well to Luki. Wait a minute. He takes and tanks the grenade ammo reverse, and then Hard kills Luki inside a mini. And that's the round done and dusted. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Did that grenade go off in mini, or am I blind? It did it not?
It appeared to, but I don't know. We saw Nemo pretty much eat a couple grenades earlier today as well, and some of these guys are just fearless. You know, they trust in themselves, and a big win here again for Virtus.pro. 9-6 on Bay 5, 9-4 here on 4. They'll close it out in 2-0 fashion and gather 3 points on day number 1.
I'm astounded. I'm honestly astounded. That last little play at the end of the round there has got me completely shook. That did not go how I expected. But then again, that's kind of been an underlying theme for the day, as these games have been wild. Virtus.pro, however, do not cause drama in a scene in game number 2. They keep it nice and clean and clear with a concise 9-4 victory versus Sicario. Sicario do a good job of putting up a tough fight in map 1. And they're definitely earn the respect in map 2, but Virtus.pro put them away comfortably and claimed 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, I think just a little bit too of a slow start for them on Bay 5, but they showed that never say never attitude. I mean, they fought back very nicely in map 1. It made it a real fun match to watch. Obviously, they were hoping for a little bit better showing on Fort, but we've seen Virtus.pro just play near lights out on Fort time and time again. I was surprised that we didn't see as many nade kills in that one, though.
As mentioned with some of the adjustments from the maps, I do think that utility has gone to a phase where it's a lot more difficult than it was previously, on Fort specifically. So that maybe might lead a reason as to why. The other thing as well is these map changes are very new. So teams won't have had as much time to work with grenades right now, nor will they've had as much time to be able to work with counter grenades. And that's normally where that utility level really gets exceptional from Escape from Tarkov. As you see, the attacking team has 2, the defending team has 1 lethal grenade. And that trade back and forth of, oh, I'm going to go for him here because he's throwing to him here, and then I'm going to throw for that to deny the bomb or to plant the bomb. It's all a build of a 3D chess game, and that kind of macro meta game around the outside of the gunplay is something that we're going to see develop all the way through the Cup Series. I mean, it's actually a delight, Hor. It might be tough day 1, day 2 for the teams getting used to it, but the further into the Cup Series we get, the more creative these teams are going to get with the grenades, and the more of them we're going to become seeing used in some very niche scenarios.
Honestly, yeah. And I feel like you probably don't want to show everything you've got to offer on day 1 as well, right? Save some of those cheeky nade lineups or some of that stuff for some of the tougher teams that you might be facing down the road, or when it maybe gets a little bit closer and you got to pull out some tricks up your sleeve. So I think there's some real good value in what you're saying there. And so maybe that's why we didn't see a ton of those nades from Virtus.pro.
There's the argument as well, pace and tempo requires you to be at a certain spot at a certain time, and throwing a grenade takes up a certain amount of time from an animation, so there are definitely some plays that require you to not be able to throw utility before you execute, and you save it for post-plant situations on the attacking side, for example. Another thought process to that for the folks at home that, maybe just looking to immerse themselves in a little bit more of the complex details of how competitive Arena plays out, but we get to feature it all here live on screen for you folks, and although we have concluded our third game of the day between Virtus.pro and Sicario, we still have another exceptional match for you folks at home before we conclude out our first day. Stepping onto the pitch for the final match of today is going to be the Pandemic Apex squad and Tarkov Help. And I am honestly really, really, really keen for this one, because Tarkov Help right now, they're pitched to be the top CIS team. Like, they're out there right now fighting for the pride of CIS. Like, they're theoretically the crown champions in their region. Pandemic, they've played for the same place, right? So arguably it's, number 1 versus number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I have to see it from Tarkov Help. I've heard it through the grapevines, but I want to see it myself. And same for Pandemic Apex. I mean, they have been making strides in the scene. They did really well in the last ACS. They recently won HPL as well. And so I think this is a good stepping stone, or a good opportunity for them to see just how far they've come as well. And so, if we could see them do something crazy like a 2-0 against Tarkov Help, all of a sudden you think, okay, they can beat this Virtus.pro squad. They potentially could win it all here, but it's going to depend on how well they play here. If they suffer an 0-2 defeat, then all of a sudden you start to wonder, do they have what it takes?
You've got to think, for Tarkov Help, Pandemic Apex, and EPA, the Outcasts, that EPA squad that found themselves in Group A, importantly, not in the same group as Virtus Pro, that they've got themselves the better side of the table when it comes to not having to fight the demons until you get to the playoff stages. The argument is there then that these three teams are going to be fighting it out for the seeding to go as long as they can without having to play Virtus Pro, regardless of the crossover from the brackets. So I think there's definitely going to be a lot of fire in this one. I think more importantly, the Pandas have seen a lot of success recently, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tarkov Help just want to maybe put out the campfire a little bit and just remind them that although they've been doing really good in EU, there still is a EU CIS differential to take into consideration.
Hey, we're gonna find out here really soon, and for me, I don't know. I've got faith in the Pandas. I've really been enjoying the way that they play. You know, we talk about that ace, one of the most fun competitors to watch on the TRG, if not the best to do it. So I'm hoping to see all of that come into play here today. And for Pandaric Apex, I mean, if they play the way that they've been playing together, they very well could 2-0 a team like Tarkov Help. But that comes off the back of me not having as much knowledge about teams like Tarkov Help.
I'm
So
gonna
take a guess.
I'm going to sort of look to the players and maybe give a little bit of background for the folks at home whilst we fill a little bit of time, just because, and I'm actually pulling something very important up here, because this is a set of names that, I mean, Tarkov Help may not have put the results on the board on the day, but I remind you of Arena Cup Series 1, the first Arena Cup Series, where Tarkov Help's Romza, Paravision at the time, 1v5 aced to win the first ever Arena Cup Series. That's a point. Natrig. The time and time again, me and you watching Natrig play have commentated on how good this player can be, alongside the likes of Solyara and Eevee. And I'm looking forward to seeing that combination of players maybe really show us exactly why everyone in the pro scene considers them to be right up there. I mean, it is Natrig, Romza, Pomani, Solyara, Eevee, and the Blind Shogun as the coach, helping this team to try and succeed. As we talk about that, we'll remind ourselves of Pandaric, and something I'm quite pleased to see listed on there, but Bakizi, Cacao, That Ace, Codex Rapid, and their coach, Banshee. Which, for those of you at home, if you're not too familiar, Banshee's played a little bit of Arena. Was previously involved in the competitive scene for a little while. Pretty good at the game, to be honest with you. Also, delightful individual. Likes to show themselves good presence around the community and keep themselves involved in a good way. So, a little shout out to Banshee, jumping on board with Pandaric as the coach there. I think maybe part of the reason why they're doing so well, because Banshee was an exceptional player when they were playing, for sure.
Well, we've had a bunch of winners today. We've had a bunch in chat as well, but we're going to be looking for a couple more winners. Again, courtesy not only of Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, but Steel Series. So to get in this next giveaway, it's going to be !Steel Series. And for the first winner, you're going to get that Rival 3 wireless Gen 2 mouse. The second winner, that Apex 3 keyboard. Some phenomenal products coming here from Steel Series. I would just love to win one of these. So make sure you don't miss out in chat.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado then, to give you a small insight on what Steel Series might be able to deliver you to power up your performance, here is a little look into that exceptional Series product line. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be one of the first people to get your hands on one of these amazing gifts brought thanks to the sponsorship from Steel Series for the Arena Cup Series Season 4, it's !Steel Series in the chats right now. And just to remind everybody exactly so that nobody can say that they didn't get the right information, the first winner will take home that insane mouse displayed there. The second winner is going to take home the keyboard, that Apex 3 version that has some of the best keys out there on the market, that amazing actuation, and like you said, Hawk, some of those amazing colors to top up the aesthetic on your gaming setup. So get yourselves involved inside of that giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I'm telling you now, real people win prizes, all right? We were here the last time, Arena Cup Series 3, and my partner won the monitor that you guys are all sat on right now. That's right, that Gigabyte Aorus white monitor ended up on my desk thanks to my partner being in the chat during the break whilst we were at work. So if you don't believe it, then take my word to trust it, okay? Real people win prizes. Get yourself involved in that giveaway, and you might just get your hands on some awesome gear.
And I do want to remind everybody, you have to type that in the BSG channel over there. So head over to that channel. Make sure you type !Steel Series in chat to get into the giveaway. You can see the message over there as well. For the mouse, your first winner, the keyboard, the second winner. And then, of course, just to remind everybody, if you have won a prize today or if you happen to win, make sure you join that Hunt Premier Discord. There's a ticket in there that you can create. And then obviously we'll get that over to you as soon as possible. Or if it's one of these physical prizes, the information that we would need. But as always, with that being said, we've got some highlights for all of you to check out at home. So do please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. My name's Greg Wisdom, joined in the booth by Hot Sauce, the man with the mythical mustache, and all of the menacing words of wisdom to crown these amazing chaotic players that we're going to get to see as each of these teams collide to try and fight for the title of Arena Cup Series champions. Hot, day one has already been insane, and we've got one more head-to-head to be able to bring it home with, right?
I'm excited for it. Pandaric Apex taking on Tarkov Help. Pandaric recently winning the HPL. Tarkov considered probably the top of the scene for CIS right now. These two juggernauts about to clash head-to-head. Bakizi, Cacao, that ace, Codex, and my boy El Rapito.
On the other side of the pitch, the Tarkov Help squad stacking up with strength from the top to the bottom. Some names you might recognize and some names you maybe won't. Depends on how familiar you've been with the scene and whether you've kept up since the beginning and its inception. Natrig, Eevee, Solyara, Pamani, and Romza taking to the stage today against that Pandaric Apex squad to see which of these two titans of their respective regions can be considered number one at this moment in time. And without Virtus.pro in the equation, Hawk, theoretically, this battle would be confirming in our minds the number one seed to take it all, contesting Virtus.pro, are we not?
Yeah, I'm still considering Virtus.pro the top right now just because they're back-to-back champions. I know that Tarkov Help, some teams maybe have recently toppled Virtus.pro. We talked about something similar was said in the previous ACS. So for me, the team to beat is Virtus.pro. I think it's just too hard for me to disrespect back-to-back champions like that. So I'm throwing a little respect on their name here with this one. But yeah, I'm excited for this one nonetheless. Pandaric Apex, Tarkov Help, maybe considered currently two of the top teams despite or given their region. But I look at the map picks, right? We've got Bowl and Skybridge, two maps that Pandaric Apex has absolutely been on a tear on. They've been loving Skybridge. I know Tarkov Help also very good on, but I haven't seen them on Bowl as much.
It's going to be a curious one. I like both environments for both teams, actually, given the play styles. Tarkov Help, not necessarily the most aggressive when it comes to gun force or taking space, but you know that they do have a great, well-rounded team when it comes to utility. Romza, Eevee, Natrig, all able to throw grenades, as we've seen many a time before. And in addition with that, we've also got Pandaric Apex showing strength of their own across a couple of different styles. I mean, that ace, we don't need to say it, do we? The man's a demon. But he's not the only one. Every single one of those pandas is going to be looking to try and strike fear into the hearts of the theoretical number one seed from the CIS region. And with that being said, we're not handing out fear here. We're handing out prizes. And I believe, if you're ready, chat, it's time to delve in for two lucky winners.
That's right, chat. Are you ready? Get some hype in, chat. We've got two winners to pick. One of you gets a mouse, one an amazing keyboard. The product's near flawless from SteelSeries. A big shout out to them again as well. And well, we're about to crown two champions in chat who are going to be sitting a little bit nicer at their setup here.
Maybe not just sitting a little bit nicer at their setup. Maybe, if they're lucky enough, they might get to grab a hold of one of those amazing 15 keys worth of drippy kit to wear alongside it. Maybe you're not just piloting a brand new mouse or a brand new keyboard or both. Imagine getting both of them. But you then also get to drive yourself in an all cool, new looking flashy car in that kit. So, ladies and gentlemen, without too much further ado and a slight drum roll in the chat, if you sat there at home, get those fingers on the buzzers, drum away on that desk. The first winner, ladies and gentlemen, is 6 Typhus 6. Winner number one, ladies and gentlemen, and the congratulations to the victorious member winning the mouse, 6 Typhus 6.
6 Typhus 6, you've done it, baby. You are the winner of that amazing mouse courtesy of SteelSeries. And I gotta say, I'm experiencing a little bit of jealousy inside. I know I'm in store for a new mouse myself, but the jealousy is only going to continue on my side. The Siderium DSSIDERIUM, winner number 2 of the amazing keyboard from SteelSeries, the Apex 3 water resistant 20 million key pluses plus. I mean, there's so many great facts about both of the equipments that we've just given out, from the mouse to the keyboard. Two amazing winners in chat, and we thank you all for participating here with us today.
May just be a rumor, but I actually heard that those two SteelSeries products have got enough bright, vibrant colors in them that you could run your own mini disco. Welcome to a brand new setup with some cool RGB to pack a power in your punch. Not only amazing performance, but we're cutting shapes in the booth that you are now going to be able to enjoy. Congratulations to those two exceptional winners. And a little bit of a tip of the hat to SteelSeries for providing you two some amazing prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, time to take a quick nosy at the next head-to-head matchup and the maps that we're going to be looking at with relevance for context. Hort, take us away.
Pandaric Apex banning away Iceberg here. I think it's only the second time we've seen this be the case. Tarkov Help says, let's get rid of Fort as well. Both of the newest maps done and dusted out the window. Pandaric Apex on Bull, a map they've been very dominant on, and it definitely plays into the hands of the snipers of that ace.
And I don't think anybody at all at home, myself included, yourself included in the casting booth, is going to be surprised that Tarkov Help is going to take us to one of their more familiar territories in Skybridge as the response for their half of the head-to-head. Pandaric Apex probably going to look to start off on the strong foot with a 1-0 victory if they've any hopes of splitting this tie at a 1-1 bare minimum. I know those of us from the EU scene are going to be hopeful, and if our bias was to show, we're going to say that this could be a 2-0 Pandaric win. But if you're looking at this from the perspective of reality, this could go any which way it likes. This feels like the FA Cup tie of the day. If you're a UK football fan and follow the reference, this one really could be anybody's game. I can see 2-0 Tarkov Help, I can see 2-0 Pandaric Apex, and I can see an even split both ways. What I am saying, Hort, and I'm quite happy to put a gamba down on this in the table, I smell an overtime in one of these two matches.
Oh, I'm praying to the Tarkov gods in hopes as we get ready for this first one on Bull. Though I want to give a huge shout out again to Typhus and Desiderium and to all of our winners here today. Maybe you're wondering, okay, I won. Now what? How do I get my prize? You head on over to the Hunt Premier Discord. You make a ticket, and we will get those prizes over to you as soon as possible. Just keep in mind that we are still running the show here. There's plenty of people working very hard behind the scenes. So just, display a little bit of patience for us as we look to get that prize over to you as quickly as possible.
A bit salty, I'm not going to lie. Massive fan of the SteelSeries products that are two insane winners going to be taking home 6x6 and Desiderium. Sir, madam, however you identify, doesn't matter. You've won a prize. Please make yourself known in the Discord. Get yourself in there, create a ticket, and bless yourself with that wonderful gift thanks to the sponsor. As we cook up ourselves into our final match of the day, you've cooked yourselves up some prizes, and everybody has cooked themselves up some opinions since we've started our topics from the day of the matches, and I'm sure that you're all keen to express those opinions and share them with us. So we want to see you, we want to hear you, we want to feel that passion from the beginning of the Arena Cup Series Season 4 all the way through to the end of it. We're going to be locked in on those socials, at Battlestate Games on Twitter, at the Hunt Premier, at myself or Hort on our Twitter pages, so that you can let us know who you think's going to take it, who you think's going to make it, and who you think's going to break on the way, because there's been amazing, exceptional plays so far, and players that have crowned themselves King of the Court. Maybe Kaguya was your Poff-Off Princess from earlier on, or maybe it was those crushing plays out of the shotguns from Virtus Pro. Whatever the take may be, we want to know about it, and we'd love to hear from you.
Hey, maybe you weren't lucky enough to win today. That's okay. We're giving away so many wonderful prizes throughout all 5 days here. All the more reason to not only click that follow button down below for free, but to make sure you're part of that notification gang, because we want to see you here. We want you to have the most opportunities to win these prizes. There are so many more great prizes in store, so many great games in store. I think Kirk's going to be in here with you tomorrow as well. I'm excited to maybe kick back, relax, and watch some of the action unfold myself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we couldn't have day 2 when all of the details are laid out on the table without our expert analysts. Where would we be without Kirk on the lurk to bring us all of the nitty-gritty details of the weapons, the dynamics, and all the percentages that stack up for the probability which we get to yap about for the pre-game. And speaking of pre-game, just like pre-drinks, it don't last for long because the action's ready and packed up to go. Here we are, Bull, Tarkov Help, taking on Pandaric Apex.
From the pregame to the party, baby, we're ready to get the action popping, never stop at an Eevee. Already toward Drin. Here's the audio cue. Now the quick peek. Spots one. The spray comes out. Will collect Codex as they look to pressure up toward Jim, but Eevee's still dancing around, so Yara will find one. Rapid, though. A quick 2K.
And of course, it would be the man that's stepping up and making a name for himself across the scene, regardless of what team he's in. Rapido. The destructive forward force that is that entry frag on that AK we spoke about as well, but we've got to remind ourselves of Romza. Romza around the corner is going to find himself one. Solyara also playing his corner as well. Takes out Crank, who's stepping onto the pitch today. In that place of Cacao.
Showing patience at the moment. Hoping to get at least one pick. It appears that he has an idea where a couple of these players are, and Solyara, hiding like a snake in the grass, will be flushed out. That ace, a nice shot, but can he find the remaining two here?
Honestly, we need a popcorn emoji for chat for every time we're left with that ace in the clutch, because this is just pure cinema. He almost manages to make the second happen, gets the shoulder peek for the quick info, but Romza's not going to give him space for the reswing. The Balti looks good for one, but this is the level, Hort, where it really gets tested. We saw him make it work at this stage in Arena Cup Series 3. Times have changed, and teams will have 100% done a lot of breakdown of Panderic's success the last time over.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here, and it looks like Crank is filling in for Codex here, or for Cacao today, which is kind of been a pretty big staple, I would say, of Pandaric Apex, often on that Enforcer class. So I think Codex may be trying to fill that role here today.
Shots out from both sides, and it's only Solyara's health bar that's actually taking a bit of damage there. I say a bit of. Poor Solyara might need to go for a re-up, because that is a lot of chip damage. Really interesting setup from both sides here. Are we gonna... Okay. Feast your eyes on number 1, number 4. Sorry for cutting you off there, Hob. But notice how we have two Tarkov help members towards this spawn that are playing... It was like an aggressive B-push walkout, but they almost smell this play on the A side. It's so crazy how Tarkov help are able to read this, and I think it's actually going to force Pandaric to match the reverse rotation.
One toward that B side. Solyara doesn't have a ton of health. It's him that's over there, but that ace wastes no time. Rapid will find the second one on the Eevee as well. And just like that, they've got the player advantage. They're looking to tie it up here early in one-to-one fashion, but lurking through the smoke is one. Codex finds Pamani.
It's Codex on the shotgun. He's in on sight. Getting frisky with it. Speaking of dirty dancing, Romza's got himself good for one, but that ace again, he starts off the action finding that first initial pick to push the site, and then he closes out the action to secure it. Solyara last left alive, and Crank's on the ground ready to put him down. You almost felt, Hort, like that round, the longer it took for something to happen, it was just waiting for that ace's name to fill the kill feed. The slower the round goes, the more it just seems to play into that mentality of the Balti, right?
Yeah, I love watching that ace, man. I mean, he's just so talented. I don't know how many clutches I've seen this guy master in a 3v1, jumping no scopes. I mean, you name it. He does a little bit of everything, but 3 kills on the board. They found that important first round here, so I think you might be right. We might just be blessed with an overtime at some point in this series.
And I mean, this is the ever-ending duel. You've got Pamani on that Enforcer, and it's whether the Balti can find that pick onto the Enforcer before it can close the gap. You see Eevee's going out aggressively on the A side this time, pushing up to Ambo. The push out from Tarkov help's going to read information really quickly and look at the response. One defending member to CT, second going to back up and support. Bombs on B-plat in a really dangerous position right now. Pamani's going to have full information of all 3 members out in the B-plat area. Apex goes down for 1. Solyara ready. Minimal health left as he only trades 1 for 1.
Codex finds that pickup. Still have to recollect that device. 2 toward green here as well. We see a long lurking flank, but it seems that that ace is prepared for this as well. Eevee looking to climb up on top of the box, will be spotted, and just like that, that ace will find him.
Down he goes, Pamani's got a response, and that shotgun does manage to find that crucial pick on the Balti. Tucked in as Codex is not able to respond in time. Cheese in hand. Natri finds a pick for free. Rapid gets one, but then Romza closes out Codex on site. It's all left on Rapid. Now 1 versus 2. Needs to go quick. Bomb tap. Faked. Knows he's got off. Rapid plays it slow. Smart. Salty gets one. Gets the aggressive. Great pick, but doesn't manage to respond in time. And 20 on the clock. Tarkov Help will secure the round.
Yeah. Great job by them. And again, I would love to see Kakao out here today. He's kind of the one that often anchors toward this B site. We've seen some crazy aces and big plays from him over there. And honestly, often not on the Enforcer on this map. Tends to run that MCX. And you know, I'd love to see these two teams duking it out. But they've got Crank here, who is another extremely talented player. We've seen them playing with Crank recently a decent amount in some of these other actions that we've seen. But I just, I would love to see that full roster taken on Tarkov Help.
Yeah, you see the little gesture at the end there as well. The little, come again. Come faster next time. I dare you. I double dare you. But those kind of emotes towards Rapid is not going to remove this man's discipline. He's playing exceptionally well so far. That grenade almost airstrikes 3 members of Pandemic on that aggressive push out towards the nose. They were very fortunate not to have taken much damage from that.
On a shot swinging out. Solyara somehow doesn't find that one. Crank will eventually be put down by Ramza, though, as Codex able to answer back here on the Enforcer. Does put Solyara into the dirt, but still has 4 to get through, and we can see that rotation already coming into play here for Tarkov Help.
Ramza just softening out that left-hand side, waiting for the jump across. The patience pays off dividends as Codex's back is exposed and Ramza puts him down. Up top, Audio of the Wood prepares Ramza for the angle. That ace is going to step out, not find the kill. It's Ramza that's on fire so far from Tarkov Help at 7 and 2.
Rapid just slowly trying to pressure, maybe try to find a pick here. Seeing if they get a bit overzealous. They are going to step into the crosshair. Rapid will find Ramza. Eevee, though, picks up onto Bakizi, and for Rapid, they are all alone in a 1v3 clutch. But if there's one person you want in this situation, it's most likely old Rapid.
Neither Tarkov Help member on the A site has moved, so if Rapid is able to find this one isolated kill, there is the potential to plant, but interesting. Fakes off. The drop off from Natrig is good. Tarkov Help move to 3. 3 to 1. And a good start on their defending half. It's not been easy though. Pandemic have done a good job of being able to pick a couple of players and find their way in towards site, but that final third of approach and getting the bomb down at the moment is just slightly eluding them, Hawk.
Yeah, and again, I would love to see, you know, I feel like I say this about that ace as well. Kakao is one of those players that's just kind of a talisman for Pandemic Apex, and I'd love to see how they would perform against Tarkov Help with them, but Crank's got one on the board. Now we just got to see Bakizi maybe cook up something with an early nade here and, you know, find a way back into it. It's a nice 2-round lead at the moment for Tarkov Help.
Pandemic not dissuaded from this B site as well. Solyara playing a really, really off angle here. It could catch him off guard. Crank's going to read it. He's going to step out. Crank's going to try. Oh, look at the model drop. Crank tries to get himself off the ground and instead gets put straight down like a sack of spuds. Solyara's out of there.
Oh, there's Bakizi finding that important first pick. Solyara dropping down, kind of lingering back toward mid. It looks like Codex was over there, maybe gathering some resources off of Crank's body, but not really sure as to where they want to pressure just yet.
What's nice is the bomb and that one member that's holding off towards the A site has fully hidden their activity as far as we can tell. Tarkov Help only have 3 members left, and that piece of utility is really going to help put pressure down. Lurking member, deep back site. It's all on Pomani here for Tarkov Help. They've got to save so much time for support to come in. The flank's working on the nose. Splits there for pressure from Headshot. Site member's about to go down. It's for free. Bakizi doesn't go down too early. Natrik picks up the 1-for-1. Natrik's good for 2. He could be the saving grace for the Tarkov Help squad.
Ooh, Codex flirting with disaster there. Look to regain that device. Why that smoke is down. And now Solyara, though, from the backside of Jin, finds that ace. Codex, 20 seconds on the clock. He needs a clutch.
This is so hard now. He can't plant because the smoke's about to go out from Headshot, and he's going to challenge top red the second the bomb is planted. The jump shot from Solyara is going to try and find it, but instead Natrik steps up from behind. It looked like it was all on Pomani on site, but instead it's Natrik that steps out aggressively from headshot through the smoke to make the play needed to claim the round.
Oof. So close, but just not quite yet here for Pandaric Apex. We often say close only counts in those hand grenades and those horseshoes. So they've got to find a way to start reeling back a couple rounds. I feel like Bull, much like Skybridge, tends to kind of favor that attacking side, especially when you have a nice set of util to kind of play around with. But 3-2 has been the split here for Tarkov Help, and they continue to find success.
All of these grenade lineups, you see the crisscross of the smokes and the lethals going off against each other. Pomani's got 2 with the shotgun. The early opener followed up with Eevee. 3 members of the Pandas. Now Sleeping Lions 4. That ace is going down. Codex is going to pick him up a consolidation prize, but that's it. Tarkov Help feeling comfortable now. 5-1 on the scoreboard. 7-4 for Solyara and 7-5 for Romza, but everybody's showing up.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's doing a great job over there. We saw Bikizi had a little bit of a slow start, but he's got a couple kills on the board. Crank, we need to see just a little bit more from here to apply that assistance. But take a look at the kills on the other side. Everybody fairly even over here. Tarkov Help's just making great decisions. They're locking down the sites. They're winning their gun battles, finding the trades at a minimum, and making smart decisions when it comes to rotations.
You see we swap positions from perspective, but it's the same angle up towards the air as these grenades are lined up time and time again. One to back sight's going to go past Pomani up on top of the box, this time with the shotgun, looking for an aggressive play. Grenade on sight gets baited out. Close tuck position. There's a lot of people here. Pomani goes down for free. Codex on that shotgun is good for 1, but Eevee's going to have the response. That ace does get taken out delayed.
Rapid though, the 2K from Jin's side. Pandaric trying to inch back into this one. They've got some work to do, and they need at least one of the next 2 rounds, but ideally, they've got to get both here. They've got the player advantage to do so. 45 on the clock.
Now, Tarkov Help are playing exceptionally well right now, but in a 2 versus 4, even the best of teams can be knocked down. Pandaric looking to try and improve this round differential regardless of the final scoreline, at least here. Step by step, like we say, from behind is always the best way to play. Small steps. Slowly, you make your way back into the game. Crank's going to pick off 1.
Keezy wraps it up. A beautiful headshot onto Solyara there. And Pandaric again will find that inch. Can they take a mile, though? They'd love to have that 5-3 half. We've seen them be down 5-3 at halftime in a couple recent showings from them as well. And so that's why I'm always looking, I guess, you know, for those next couple rounds of the second half. But you feel like, especially against a team as tough as Tarkov Help, that they're going to need this 3rd round if they want a strong fighting chance.
Sometimes it is that curse of the attacking side. If a map feels attacking side favored and you get put on the defense first, you just kind of have to weather the storm as best you can. And 5-3 is not bad, right, Hawk? We talk about that 6-2 golden scoreline being the one where you've really, really got the job done, regardless of attacking or defending. But 5-3, 4-4, it starts to be contestable. That's a great pick from Solyara's timing. Picks off Codex, trying to put pressure down onto Yellowvan aggressively.
Yeah, I think Pandaric's experiencing a little bit of that trouble because they have Codex kind of on toward this Enforcer class. Crank stepping in here now. Pomani able to pick up onto Bikizi, and Tarkov Help just consistently has these player advantages. Crank has already been spotted out. I mean, he's chunked down to virtually no health. Didn't spot Solyara there prone. And that rig finding Rapid as well. The troubles continue here for Pandaric.
Being slightly outpaced in the second half in this round. That's ace. Seen him pull these kind of things off, but time is not with him. Oh my word! Hey, he's not going to live through it, but brother Solyara got sent somewhere for a second.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the outcome, that ace, a player that's always fun to watch. So putting in some work, but unfortunately not quite enough to get it done. They were looking for that magic 5-3. They're not quite going to get it. They fall a hair short 6-2. They're going to have to come out swinging in the second half.
And we expect nothing less. We know full well that they're going to be coming full guns a-blazing towards one of the 2 sites. We have seen that Pandaric have shown a lot of strength and presence towards Generator. Can they reproduce a similar level of dominance and consistency here on their defending side? whilst Tarkov Help are allowed to dictate the pressure.
Important here for Pandaric. You gotta wonder if that pressure is affecting them here at all. They really need to try to grab this first round and the one that follows it here. 6-2, not an ideal situation. We see those nades beginning to rain down, and unfortunately for Codex, he's going to step into the one from that rig. Pomani finds Rapid, and this spells trouble.
You can hear the death knell from one of the players there. Is not too happy about it at all as the Tarkov Help members bounce like bunnies onto site. A hop, skip, and a jump, and that bomb's going to be planted. Yeah, the grenade on site afterwards to counter the plant. Just a little bit late and a little bit wayward. Only Pomani taking a bit of chip damage from that counter utility.
Scary sound. When you hear the shot ring out, you can always glance to the kill feed and see that ace's name up there. He finds one. Tries to nullify some of this player advantage here. One on site, spots him, but it's Makiki to go down to Solyara. That ace on the peak, and Solyara is on fire. Pomani will find Crank, and Tarkov Help is looking to close out Bull in dominating fashion.
Yeah, Tarkov Help looking to put home a performance versus Pandaric that Virtus.pro would be looking at a little bit intimidated when talking about the long story for the tournament. The Pandaric, definitely not a team to be going down lightly here, but it's a great showing. Solyara 11-6. Natrix doing great at 8-3. I always harp on about this, don't I, Hawk? But only dying 3 times is a very valuable statistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's the time to kill in this game is not much. So the fact that you're able to consistently find kills, keep yourself alive, make sure that you're contributing to your squad here is huge. Crank, patience pays off, finds Pomani on the jump peak. No one's home. And a good early pick here for Pandaric.
Interesting part, though. Evie managed to find the timing to get through and past Crank without being spotted. So Evie up top's going to pick off Easy because of it and get through again. Crank twice, not managing to match timing. He's ready for the third. Evie's going to dip, duck, dodge, and dive out of the bullet spray. And he found the response. Evie steps. Crank ducks. Good play from the team all-rounders. Rapid then picks off one mark. The action's going down. Evie ducks and gets deleted. Crank good for 2. Crank's insane. What was the second as the bomb goes down? Oh, my word, Crank. Welcome to the ACS. That was disgusting.
Love to see it. Love to see it from Crank, but you got to wonder, was it kind of like what we saw in that first series from Sicario moments ago? Is it too little too late? Crank, only 1 kill moments ago, now up to 5. Can he help rekindle this flame here for the Pandas? They've got to win so many rounds here in a row, I feel like.
Big KW, but check in PC because we might be considering it with that kind of performance. If Crank can play like that for the rest of the game, then we might have to consider ourselves that overtime we've been talking about for a little while. That flashbang early is going to do a real good job of dissuading Rapid from an aggressive push out.
Why is he able to hunker down, though? Yeah, just kind of getting behind that smoke, buying some time. So no harm, no foul just yet, but we do see things kind of slow down drastically.
This is what I'm looking at right now. Where is that ace and how much impact is he able to have? You can see the line of sight he's holding right now does have 2 members just tucked off to the left-hand side. So either one of these Tarkov Help members takes a step too far to the right, they're going to find themselves taken out very quickly. 1 crosses, info gained. Just more utility setup. Tarkov Help really not wanting to push onto site until they need to. Solyara gets a good pick. Crank goes down.
Nice pick from Rapid. They've still got some work to do. It feels like the cards are consistently stacked against them in each of these rounds. They've been able to overcome that in at least 3 of them, but they've got to put them up in bunches. Rams is going to find Codex here. And now things get equally and exponentially tougher here for Pandaric.
Separated of the Pandas as well as Rapid, and that's a support to try and make a pincer work somehow. The ball team trying to pick up Evie up top, doesn't ring true. Solyara closes out the round, and Tarkov Help move to map point in game number 1 in the head-to-head.
Tarkov help, man. They are looking phenomenal here today. And so, they kind of been talked about. You were kind of informing me as well. Kind of considered that number one team right now in the CIS region. And I had a little bit of doubts in my own mind, but I can say that I can safely put those to rest here.
I think a lot of the chat also are saying a similar thing in the Battlestate Games channel right now as well. A similar amount of impressed people at how well Tarkov have done in helping themselves. Yes, pun intended. Sorry, folks at home, but a little bit of cheese to ease the squeeze as members are hopping left, right, and centre. It's a bouncing bunny battle as Pamani's going to stay on the ground and bring bodies down with him too. Shotgun shells claim lives. Evie finds that ace as a response, and we're not going to let the action die just yet.
Crank, nice pick on the Solyara, but between him and Bakizi, they're going to need at least 4 more here. That device already planted, 44 on the clock. Evie aware of the flank, but not the one up on the plat side. Crank finds Evie, and Crank has really come alive here.
Natrick for the first. Crank's going to make magic happen. Left hand versus the right hand is a tough angle for him to play. He's going to have to closely slice it, and he's not going to get given a chance. Natrick forward with aggression and authority. He closes out the first map on ball for Tarkov Help. 9-3 and a 14-8 performance out of Solyara, an 11-5 performance out of Natrick is 2 great ways to start off their campaign for Arena Cup Series Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, to beat Pandaric 9-3. Again, I know Crank played very, very well. I still would like to see Kakao in the mix to really get a little bit better of a judgment. You talk about team synergy when you're playing with a team for a long time, but I do see some of our winners lingering in the chat here. So again, a big shout out to Typhus 6 and Deseterim on winning that. It was Typhus 6 for that amazing mouse from Steel Series, and Des picking up that Apex 3 keyboard. A friendly reminder to those of you in chat, if you have won a prize today and you haven't been able to claim it, you gotta get into that Hunt Premier Discord. Hop into the Discord, open up a ticket, let them know, and we'll get that prize over to you or the information needed as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the winners again there. If you keep an eye out, the main man himself, Vilbo, has added you both with a little tip there to help you get on your way to the prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, like we said, Typhus 6, and Decidium for claiming the mouse and the keyboard, respectively. Here in this head-to-head, we've concluded our first map between Tarkov Help and Pandaric Apex. It went in the way of the helpers. They might have been helping, but they're definitely not helping the Pandas in this head-to-head. They've helped themselves to a 1-0 lead after ball. And in our second map, we're going to be settling the final match for the group stage on day 1. Hawk, is it going to be a 1-1 tie? Have Pandaric got what it takes to bring this back around?
I mean, after what I just saw, I'm not sure that they have an opportunity to make it a 1-1 here at this point. I mean, they've got to make some big adjustments. Got to make sure they hit those shots. I mean, we saw Crank Bakizi, some of these players starting to come alive at the end of that, but again, maybe too little too late. So they got to make sure they come out firing on all cylinders, off rip here on Skybridge. Really impressed with Tarkov Help here. I know how good, I mean, I know that they're already very, very talented, a ton of talent littered across that roster, but to see them come out and perform so well on day 1, especially after the last ACS, I'm pleasantly hyped to see them in all of the action.
It's the level of improvement we've seen from a lot of teams throughout the EU scene, and it was the question we asked at the beginning of the day, wasn't it, Hawk? Were we actually having ourselves a similar level of improvement when the CIS teams came to the stage? And the answer so far has been yes. They've seen the improvements made by the EU teams. It certainly has pushed them a little bit on day 1, but it's also seen them rise with an equal challenge and put home improvements of their own. Tarkov Help here, not necessarily needing to adapt too much, should we say, in map number 1, but merely showing us what the difference is in this current state and form of that team versus the one that we saw in Arena Cup Series 3.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by that. I expected a little bit more from the Panda squad. I know that, you're missing Kakao, who is a star player, especially on Bowl. He's anchoring that B site. So I think there's a lot of important factors to consider, which kind of just leaves me wondering here, unfortunately. But That's not to take away anything from Tarkov Help, because they played their game and they played near flawlessly. Very, very impressed with their showing here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, rather than talk about it too much, we're just going to take a nice, easy sail through some amazing scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us so far. Please enjoy and delight yourself in some of the highlights from this game. We're going to see you very shortly after the highlights and a short intermission where we will conclude the game between Pandemic Apex and Tarkov Help for our final map of the day, Arena Cup Series Season 4. Don't go too far. We'll see you very soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. Yep, that's right. It's the fourth time that we've taken 4 teams from the EU scene and the CIS region, and we have pitted them against each other to decide which one is the best of the best. 4 teams into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, battling out. The top 3 places in each group will qualify for those elimination stages, where they'll get to duke it out for the title of Arena Cup Series champions. Now, as we get down to the playoff stages and the elimination brackets, the maps that are being played are going to be increased. We're going to go to best of series, and there might even be a big blockbuster towards the end, which means that featuring our brand new map might be on the horizon eventually, but we're not going to get to look at that just yet, because there's a whole lot of action between now and the thoughts of the best ofs in the elimination section. We've still got to conclude our final matchup of the day. And that being said, we've also got to conclude our first day of the first weekend, which will see victorious people both with giveaways. That's right. Congratulations to the 2 of you in the chat. They've already claimed yourself some Steel Series gear, but also those that are claiming themselves some of that awesome drip to rock on with. My name's Crack Wisdom. Glad to be here to be able to talk about all the action alongside my co-compadre in battling in the arena from the casting booth. That is Hort Sauce. Hort, delight as always to be sat next to you on the booth. Has anything really stood out for you today? Have you had a favorite just yet?
Honestly, I was hoping more from Pandaric Apex. That's where I'm a little bit surprised. Not that a standout performance, but maybe a little bit of a lack of one, which is not something that I often say about Pandaric Apex. So I think they've got a real opportunity to bounce back on Skybridge. Question is, are they able to do it? Looking back at some of these other games, though, Outcast EPA did really well. I was actually pretty surprised by Jumbo Team in their second matchup. Obviously, they eventually didn't get credited with that win, but I thought that they made great adjustments from game to game and was a really fun team to watch. So that's another one I'll be looking out for. Kaguya today, also a menace.
Actually, kind of a good point there for me. Kaguya was one that impressed myself from the first match of the day. There's been a couple of different highlights for me. I think double checking. Yep, that ace is definitely the only Balti we've seen today. And I want to argue that it's not a good test of the weapon in the field. I feel like it's just that Tarkov Help really were ready today. And Balti or no Balti, I don't think a different weapon in his hand, it would have made enough of an impact to change the game story. So I'm not going to talk too much about weapons being the betrayer of the EU teams today. I think it's just been a case that, don't get me wrong, Outcasts.APA, they ended up being credited with a 2-0 win, but on the day in the match, it was essentially a second map loss. So CIS, I think day one, looking happy with their team's performances and definitely looking to start off Cup Series Season 4 with a CIS flavoured tone to the favoritism, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see more from XPA. I think they played phenomenally today, but and again, nothing against K3. I love these guys both on the field and off the field. Stand up gentlemen. But XPA dominated that game, and they had probably the easiest game of the day. So for a team like XPA, I want to see what happens when they're challenged just a little bit more. But I was certainly very impressed by their showing today as well.
Interesting to see the K3 Sicario matchup as another one that's going to come in the future that I'm also very excited for, after Sicario kind of stumbled a little bit to begin with, but then swung back with a lot of strength, actually. So depending on which version of Sicario turns up versus that K3 game, that might be a tournament decider for them in the group stages, because, K3 get around a 2 extra there that they don't necessarily intend to or believe is possible, and that game could be a very close one to watch out for. So that's going to be one in my eyes for the future, but we like to speculate to accumulate so that we can gather information for the now. We've got to focus on the present. That's the gift that's going to keep on giving. For today, we've got one more small gift for you guys, and that's another map to play between Pandaric Apex and Tarkov Help. Our final map to close us out is going to decide whether we're splitting the points or whether it is a straight up 2-0. Personally, I think we're on bounds and on track for a 2-0, but not because Pandaric Apex have not got it in them. Tarkov Help just look like they are that good at this moment in time. I also had a bit of skepticism the comments made that Tarkov Help were the #1 team right now, given what we've seen from the previous 2 domination series out of Virtus Pro and then XPA alike, respectively. It seemed out of bounds that Tarkov Help might be the tip-top team. Let me be persuaded.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think if we look at the Virtus Pro Sicario matchup, it kind of reiterates that a little bit. Virtus Pro looked phenomenal. They looked like that was the same old team. But then all of a sudden, we saw 4 or 5 rounds in a row where Sicario was just consistently getting the better of them. We didn't really see that happen in the Tarkov matchup or the XPA matchup. Now, again, that XPA one was a little bit easier, so it's hard to kind of compare apples to oranges. But I mean, Sicario had some great showings there. And so, it kind of makes you wonder a little bit, but it just goes to show how talented all 8 of these teams are. And we talk about it all the time. Any given Sunday, just because a team is better most of the time doesn't mean they're going to win on that day. And so, I'm hoping that we do see a little shift up in the power ups or the changes here as far as the leaderboard standings. But I'm not even going to worry about that too much yet because we're only in day number 1.
We're going to show a little bit of appreciation and a shout out to the energy from the chat today and a little bit of a nod to Nonny Viggies. A bit better late than never. The king captain of Click himself showing up after the first half of our tournament was played with what could be called the Nonny effect. But shotguns have run out of ammo already. That's been done and dusted. These shotguns are ready to start firing. And this time around, the Pandas have actually got a slightly stronger swing to that bamboo sword than the initial anticipation for Tarkov Help. But trades only ever end up in an even scenario. You can't give a card without getting one. And Tarkov Help levels it back out.
This is another map that Rapid is very scary on. We often see him finding a lot of triples, a lot of multi-kills here on Skybridge. Eevee, though, showing good patience here. Spotted the barrel, shots ring out. Rapid not able to find the pick, though.
That ace instead on the SVDS that's going to pick up Eevee. Solyara's taking out Rapid from the side, but that ace is going to claim the life back and trades. Flavor of the spaces, Skybridge, and there's the multi we've been talking about. There's the power from that ace, and that's the difference maker. Round number 1 goes to Panderic.
And this is what we want to see from them, right? We talked about it was Bikizi and Crank that kind of had that slow start in that previous one. But that ace kind of maybe picking up some of that slack here. I still want to see Crank and Bikizi finding some early picks, though. I don't want them to kind of be quiet for these first 4 rounds because, again, we can't have that too little, too late effect here.
I'm just watching the fight for VIP, the way that Skybridge has changed. There's a couple of adjustments to this A site that makes the VIP timing completely altered. So that fight in there is a lot more even now. That ace looking to line up one of these all-important grenades. That timing's starting to look pretty tasty. It's naturally...
I mean, you talked about it earlier, Nat. He has been insane here today, and it continues. Rapid, though, on the Ramza, able to answer back for at least one. That ace raining down the snipes here up the lane. Natrig, though, quick to answer back, and Tarkov Help keeps the advantage.
Bikizi's just going to anchor from the back of jungle here, whilst that ace is just sent on a mission. Try and find any pick you can from any place you can without giving your life, and that's the thing that the Balti plays into favourably. The way the playstyle works is you're rarely out of the angle for long. Straight to the smokes, almost good. Natrig's got the nail! Straight through the dome. That ace goes down.
Well, had some success, but that moment is gone. It's going to be all up to Bikizi to crack open the cookbook and see if he can pick up something himself. Unfortunately, Solyara waiting patiently in the prone position will find him. Tarkov Help will answer back, tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think Tarkov Help have had enough of this kitchen nonsense. They're calling this a slaughterhouse instead. Kills all around. Objective denied. One apiece, though. Definitely looks a lot more even than the previous map did, that's for sure. Even scoreboard, actually. Look up and down the scoreboard for now. 4-1 that ace, 4-1 Natrig, 0-2 Eevee, 0-2 Crank, 2-1 Pamani, 2-2 Rapid. It's all very, very similar. Ace for 1 in the opener of the first blood as the Balti rings out. Trade for Eevee, though, immediately.
Oh, back and forth we go. Natrig finding Rapid once more, and with Rapid down, we get tougher. Shots continue to ring out from Codex, not able to find one. It's Solyara to pick back up on it. Crank still at 0, as well as Bikizi.
There's 3 players over there. Codex is stuck in no man's land in the 1 versus 3. The shotgun's strong, but again, nothing makes you invincible in Tarkov, where TTK is so short. You have to really pull something out of the bag there to get more than one. Doesn't even claim one himself. Just takes half the life off of Natrig and Solyara. The plant on site as Crank's lurking in the smoke. Might be an opportunity to collapse upon, but Roms is ready for him.
Keezy all alone again, and already Crank on that donut. Keezy as well. I mean, we are now 3 rounds in and kind of experiencing some of the similar problems that we saw on Bull, excuse me. So it does make me worry just a little bit.
Tarkov help on the attacking side. Skybridge, we agreed earlier, definitely a little bit more attacking side favored than defending side favored. Again, we're going to just sit in the casting booth and kind of talk you through it as it goes for the time being, chat, because as we all know in the wise seats, the game doesn't normally get decided too favorably until after the halftime mark. It's more about which team on the attacking side first gets what size of a cushion going into that half.
There's Bakizi. Wow. Got to get him on the board. He's finally able to do so. Now we just need something from Crank here as well. And you see a lot of space taken up from the B side this time from Tarkov Help.
The aggressive push out, that is crazy. He's going to come with pressure on the side now.
Back and forth once more. But it is Panderic to come out on top of this battle. And now it's Solyara to go down. So Bakizi, Crank will both get on the board. And we'll see if that could be that single spark to ignite the spectral fire we often talk about.
Slower pace from the Panderic squad and playing a bit more reserved in positioning's really done them a massive favor here. I mean, the bomb's down. There is 55 seconds left on the clock, but the space to cover between positioning of the Tarkov Help members and where the bomb is down is so large. This is, I mean, pretty much said and done for Halt. We're going to have to see miracles here for success.
Need some miracles, but I wouldn't put it past Tarkov Help after that performance I saw on map 1 here in that rig. Up top, only 30 seconds on the clock, though, and that's going to be a big factor here as well.
Nice with the Balti at range, at its best effective range, is going to claim both lives of the remaining Tarkov Help members. The Pandas do strike back, and the score goes to 2-2.
Loving the tug of war. It makes it that much more exciting, and I like to see that Panderic is competing early here. We saw them, you know, have a round here or there, but it was really all Tarkov Help in that first one. So Panderic doing a great job of keeping it close here on the defensive side as well. Skybridge, another one of those maps that can kind of favor that attacker side. Obviously, it kind of varies from player to player, team to team, and their play style, but I'd say overall as a whole.
You watch some of this early utility out of spawn. See enemy fall prey to a couple of these cool little bounced grenades that are back and forth through the new design and sandwich. That flash comes out towards Apex, so Phanta Wall is quite a common one that's very good at removing this aggressive player to try and take VIP space. On the attacking side, that nade's top tier from Natrig, as that ace is going to pick up one of his own.
That ace puts a ton of bullets through the smoke. Unfortunately, don't find the mark just yet. The device has made its way onto site. We'll look to eventually get planted here, and the Tarkov Help, they're in great positioning. We got control toward VIP as well. We see some counter smokes coming in. Bakizi on the flank, he spots the barrel, but it's going to be Evie that finds that kill somehow.
Solyara's got one as well. Evie's back's turned, which gives Rapid the opportunity in opening. Codex then responds to the fact that everybody's back's turned for a second again the other way. One of pieces. Codex is on site. Is he going to go for the pros don't fake? They've got cover and pressure for this now. He's going to commit to this one halfway through. Rapid just needs to hold him true, and it's done. Panderic! Pros don't fake as the Ninja Diffuse comes down under pressure. Codex is going to sneak it under the suppression fire from Rapid. The Panderic squad takes the lead, 3-2.
Back on top, baby. The Pandas, they're showing up and showing out. I mean, honestly, I feel like they need to win this game here. They need to put at least a point on the board here for day one. To do that without Kakao, I think would be great for them. Suffering, no points on day one, I think could, obviously, you still have way in through 2 and 3. You got to play some of these other teams, but it's always nice to get that early lead.
Shots come out from the shotgun as Codex and Crank pair together for 2 in VIP early on in round number 6. Patrick loses half of his health but claims the life on the way. Codex does finally get shut down.
Ooh. Rapid, so fast with it time and time again. He spots the device on the peak. Rapid will find Solyara, and Pandaric Apex is looking to double their lead.
It's just Natrick. Left alive in the 1 versus 4. Shots through the smoke don't quite find the member, but it's that ace with the bold seed that you know full well is just waiting for his piece of the action. 4-2, they are going strong on the defending half, and Tarkov Help have hit themselves a little bit of a wall. Couple more on the scoreboard, Horton. 6-2 is a very scary score to be swapping over with.
Indeed it is. We'll see if they can reel it back here. They certainly have got the talent. I love the way that they've been playing here today, and definitely have won a fan over in me. But Pandaric showing that, you know, even after a tough loss, they're able to kind of regain, take that deep breath, mentally reset, and focus on what's at hand. But again, the job's not done just yet.
Slow and steady as the sounds of the footsteps inside of the arena is the only sound that can be heard. Quiet as a mouse. Both teams are just slowing everything right on down here. Evie finds great shots, and the captain of the Pandaric squad is going to bite the dust again. Solyara's going all the way back for a nade towards ramp. Oh, that looks good. It is good. Conversion.
Software 2.0. Pamani fighting Codex here as well. And that ace! Solyara, what a shot from that ace. Evie finds one of their own. The jumper doesn't connect here. Now up. That ace dangerously close to finding that one as well. And Evie continues to flirt with disaster, but it's Ramza. The stack is good. And Tarkov Help will slowly work back in and out, one away from tying it up. And we've only got 1 round before halftime.
This is a good position to be in from Tarkov Help to level this back up to 4-4. A good round from them as well will help motivate them slightly more going into this second half. For Pandaric, you have to feel that this is one of the tick boxes to have to check off to be able to look for success at splitting the points here, is they need to find this half at 5-3, I would feel, to go into their attacking side to deliver the final killing blow.
See if they can... They're taking quick space into VIP. Codex will take a little damage and begin to back off. It does appear that all the action is once more going to ensue around this A site.
Rapid. First down. Big kill from the Tarkov Help squad. You know how devastating Rapid can be with weapon in hand. The trades of the smoke trails from those grenades being thrown, almost mirror matched side for side there as they cross paths on our screen. These teams very evenly leveled. It almost grinds the round to a standstill as I'm actually keeping my eyes very keen on that number 7 player in Bakizi, working his way out of heaven to the flank. Tarkov Help has a member watching it, but that fight is away right now.
Oh, and that is tough to deal with if you're Pandaric. Bakizi ace immediately going down, followed by Crank. Pamani putting in the Piranha round. Codex finds himself at half health. He'll get Solyara, but is it just a consolation prize? Because he's going to need 4 more.
It's a lot to do, and it's not going to be enough for this time around. 4-4, the half is split even between the teams. Tarkov Help claw their way back after going down 2 to an even 4-4 attacking side.
Love it. Tied up at halftime. You couldn't ask for a closer game. Again, we talk about it, though. Skybridge is one of those maps that, at least in the past, has favored that attacking side, especially when you've got great use of utilities. So we'll see if Pandaric can find a way to solidify their first dub here in day 1. Look to even up the scoreboard and take a point apiece.
Possible. Yes. Probable. I don't know just yet. First couple of rounds. Definitely going to tell a story in this one. Are we going to see a B site push out of spawn from Pandaric? We saw a lot of aggression put over towards B from a couple of teams earlier today. It is as well. Weak side 1. Member strong. Look at the aggressive push from Tarkov Help, though. They're already out KFC. They're going to read this quickly, but Panderic also not afraid to get on site. Bomb is slow. Tarkov Help 2 players in response. That smoke is out. It's good. Actually, that's very rough right now.
Yeah, I think it took a little bit of a funky bounce there. Evie trying to bait out a bit of free fire. That ace from downfield, though, finds one. Rapid another. Can he get a second? He does.
Rom's the last left alive as he gets one of his own, but that ace is still firing down from heaven. Rapid finds his third and claims the MVP for the round. The Panderic squad on their attacking half do show B presence. They take a good, swift first round. Now, this is where we look to adjustment hot. There's a one-membered B site hold. Massive weak side, and the rotation was matched extremely well by Panderic's forward pressure. A couple of different gunfights, it becomes more difficult. But if Tarkov help stack this uber heavy now, it could spell a little bit of a difference. Question is, which the two teams both approach from? Because Panderic could call the bluff and push A. Okay, good setup.
Toward the B site. Codex will find the first one here on the Ramza. To open up that site just a bit. Codex is going to find another. So you're on the quick peek, finds Rapid, but Crank, a good job here to answer back, to maintain the two-player advantage. And I knew that ace was popping off, but when the hell did he get 12 kills?
Yeah, exactly. The other thing to say as well, a little bit of BM from Tarkov Help trying to play that lane 3 box that is commonly known as the Bakizi position against them. You can't use your own spot against the team that designed it. That being said, the Battle Buddy squad from Tarkov Help have just forced their way into red presence. See Natri pulling out a grenade. Where's this one going? Down the line. 35 on the clock. This is a really good plant position. Both Bakizi and that ace are set up really well to defend this. Oh, the smoke for the defuse. This is the play. This is the play, Hort.
Oh my! That ace continues to be a menace. He hears the sound, but Bakizi in that prone position knows where the device is. It's tucked close to that tram. The spray comes in. It's an easy one. And Panderic Apex takes the first 2 of the second half. They extend that gap. Can they close it out when it matters?
Proper prior preparation prevents piss poor performance. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's not just the kill from that ace. It's the prone position for Bakizi that you know they have cooked up. That bomb plant position, and he is able to shoot the member defusing it through the smoke immediately because it's muscle memory. It's been practiced, it's been trained in, and it's been honed like a sharpened edge of the knife. A great round from Panderic as jump peek from Rapid spots a high member from the Tarkov Help squad trying to peek off the box.
Matt Riggs with the lineup here as well. Nade doesn't find the home just yet. 3 tucked toward the A site. Panderic gonna opt to linger this way and keep thinking about that nasty snipe from that ace in that previous one. Getting that first one through the smoke really set them up for success. And now we see the smoke pluming here around, and this should allow them to pressure onto the site.
Device goes down. Panderic have great site control from this. Natrik gonna tuck. Actually waiting for a boost from Ronza to try and get on the box to be able to peek over to site. That's not working out right now. So instead, Tarkov help jump out, push out. Bakizi and Rapid get 2, but 2 are responded with from Solyara and Pomani. Good trade, 25 on the clock. VIP's a rough one. VIP's a tough one, and it's Codex that's going to blast his way through Solyara's leg. Romza's in his other spot now, and you know Codex is normally good for that, but not for Romza. Craig for 1, Craig for 2, and he saves the day.
Beautiful job here by Crank as well. He finds that first kill. The shots start to get a little sporadic. He knows he's got a little bit of time. You see him take a moment there to let that recoil, kind of reset, deep breath, finds that pick, and that is a huge round there for Panderic.
Oh my, oh my.
They got
you want to watch out.
Back.
Yeah, they got me pumped too. You want to watch out. You'll be coming after Kirk's analytics job with that kind of expertise. So you could not have said it better myself. The discipline out of Crank to just let the gun stop, like you say. Recoil, not a friend in Tarkov. You need to hit those bullets, and the time was also against him. Diffuse already in tow. Just well played from Panderic all round. One short of the mark. Evie!
That might have been what that ace was saying as he was falling to an early grave, but Rapid and Evie will find the pick of peace. Crank spots one on the flank. Shots ring out. Needs to reload. Calls in for a bit of help with the team. Maybe looks to pressure this way, but there's a flank from below, and it's Ramza to get Crank. Codex, though, answers back on the net. They know there's one still below.
Yeah, Desmond the Moonbear effect feeling a little bit odd right now. How did he get here? What do you mean he gets the 3-piece?
Unfortunately, I think Codex maybe dropped down a bit early. It allowed Ramza to find that one with ease. Bikizi just wasn't quite at the bottom of the escalator in time to find the swing at the same time. Spray gets sporadic, and huge round here for Ramza. Not allowing Panderic to get to match point yet. Closing that gap a little bit could be huge for them.
It's a big round, like you said. This is the one that really is crucial for me. You move to 7 and 6, and it's possible and doable. It does look like, though, we are going to need to quickly fold out and iron out a couple of the creases on the pitch so that both of these teams get their absolute fairest chance at a shot at closing the game out. So whilst they fix that, we're back on screen to have a little chat with you folks at home in the chat to see how you feel from the first game. So for the next couple of minutes, folks, we'd like to see your voices heard. Give us your one-liner for how you felt the games have been today. Give us your impressions as to who you think is going to close out our final game of the day. And let us know who you think might be crowned Arena Cup Series 4 champions. It's been hot topics all day. And I think I might be growing myself a mustache out for the amount of time we could be sitting watching ourselves the further we get down these tournaments, because these teams are getting closer and closer every time they come to clash.
It's always hot in her, baby, and that's exactly how we like it. From the battlefield to the booth, love to keep the entertainment flowing here for all of you in chat. And again, a big shout out to all of you in chat for coming and kicking it with us today. Your support, typing in chat, it does mean the world to us. So we certainly appreciate each and every one of you. I know the players love it as well. So be sure to hype up your favorite player in chat. Let them know that you're here screaming from the stands for their victory.
I'm just looking at all the great comments in the chat right now and the people that have been yapping about bits and bobs of the bracket, just getting involved in the general theme of things. And we love to see the interaction with you guys at home. Without the chat to be able to watch, there'd be no point in putting a tournament on. So we always appreciate your time and bringing yourselves out to show out in full force. Not only that, but I did spot a wonderful comment in the casting chat there about a comment from Johnny Depp. Somebody walked into the room and looked at Hort and may have mistaken him for a famous celebrity there, which did tickle me a little bit. So you have to forgive my distractions. ADHD is a wicked force and a cruel demon all at the same time.
You got to be careful doing that to me on screen, though, because I feel like my head is big enough. You know, I don't know if it needs to swell up to hot air balloon size, but nonetheless, I always appreciate the glaze a little bit. Who am I kidding? Go on.
Just shine it off a little bit more. Let me polish my shoes whilst I'm down there, you know, innit?
Oh man, but you know what, it just goes to show we're always having a great time here, whether it's in the booth or in chat, and we certainly can thank both Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier for that, alongside Steel Series and all the wonderful gifts that we've been able to give away to everybody in chat. It doesn't stop with just today. 4 more days after this, packed full of giveaways, from in-game giveaways, from drip to physical things like amazing mice, keyboards, wireless headsets, mouse pads, all from Steel Series. So again, a big shout out to everybody involved here today and throughout both weekends.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it in a numbers scenario. Okay, big number got burr, and I think at this point in time we've given away 15 designer shirts to cool people in game overall. Total 10 additional bits and bobs to be given out to other various victorious winners, and Steel Series slamming home a couple of cool cookie collectors today in the form of 6 Cypher 6 and Decidium that have both earned themselves a mouse and a keyboard respective, thanks to that sponsor in Steel Series. I mean, folks, there's only one place to be when it comes to the top tier of competitive Escape from Tarkov arena action, and that's right here on the Battlestate Games channel, partnered up with the Hunt Premier, sponsored by Steel Series. If you've not had a moment to go and check out the socials to pop a follow on there so you can keep yourself up to date. Now's the time to do it. Whilst we've got some downtime in the game, go get yourselves locked in so you don't miss out the rest of the dates on the calendar. Tomorrow, Sunday, next weekend to finish off the Arena Cup series, and many more competitions coming up very, very soon. If you're not locked in, then you might miss it. You don't want to miss it.
Don't want to miss it, especially with all the wonderful things we've got to give away here through both weekends. And I mean, those two new outfits that BSG has just dropped, you can see them below, cracked there, kind of alternating through the scene there, as well as in a panel below the BSG Twitch page there as well. So make sure you click on that, get yourself some new drip for the battlefield, take a picture, post it on Twitter, tag Hunt, tag BSG. We want to see what kind of drip you're rocking out there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think you're the next craziest flavor on the scene, then make sure you let everybody know. You got to put a picture out there, because if people don't know who you are, how can you create all that hype that you've been telling all your mates about, all right? So don't forget to show up and show out in full force with all those amazing drip selections. Oh, the teams have been showing out all day long. Since the start, not one team has dropped the ball when it comes to delivering entertainment. And I'm looking forward to seeing it finally closed out between one of these two teams here to settle it on the day, as anticipation is at its highest for this one for me. The Panderic Apex squad have put themselves in about the best position you could be other than match point. But it's Tarkov help. And that's been the undertone of this game for the whole time, but it's Tarkov help.
Yeah, and I mean, I was pleasantly impressed with their showing on that first map. And so now, now heading into Skybridge, they find themselves behind a little bit. And so, you know, again, that's what we like to say. That's what makes those great players great. That kind of pressure that creates those diamonds. And so Tarkov help, you know, they're certainly capable of finding a way back into this game and making a comeback. So I think for Panderic, they have to try and find a way to close it out, you know, as quickly as possible. But I find myself at the beginning of the day waiting for the end of the day because I want to get through the matches. I want to see the outcomes. And then the end comes and I'm like, oh man, I'm ready for the next day. I don't want to wait any longer. So excited to see how it plays out, but we'll be sad that we have to wait just a little while before the next day.
Well, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. So whilst me and my balding self and my master of Sea of Thieves sitting on my left take to our pirate ship to sail on through the Wrath of the Storm in our last match of the day, we are going to look to Panderic Apex to see whether they can close out a 7-5 scoreline versus Tarkov Help to split the points for the end of day one.
Here we go, 7-5 into round 13 we go. Of course, Tarkov Help on that defensive side. Panderic looking to see what they can do on the attacking side. They've had a lot of success toward the B side. Tarkov Help shifting 3 this way. Konex, the jump shot is a hot one, but Ramza will find the trade.
1 for 1 apiece. Early opening start from both teams with just a single individual pick. See, Panderic instantly rotates back to the A site. That pulling of the defending team's force actually on the hold for the time being. It does allow that ace to pick up a pick on the rotation. The grenade's not killing people, but the Balti certainly is. Solyara's got one back, and that ace goes down. Crucial for Tarkov Help.
Yeah, nice return pick here. Some good early damage from Panderic, though, and because of that, they get that plant down. Now they have that luxury of kind of playing back, forcing Tarkov Help to play into their game, and with only 40 seconds on the clock, you have to make some quick decisions.
His jump peaks over E-Box, just trying to find one of the two players over towards the bench area. Not actually successful, as the site tucked member from Panderic's in a great position. Solyara creeps up, left, right, back and forth. The dancing moves from both members. Again, we see a battle of two assault players that don't go down quickly enough. The 3 members swing onto site and clear out that last lone Panderic member on site. Bomb being deactivated as Rapid steps round, reduces the last left alive, but the device is already done.
Done and dusted, and it goes to show you why sometimes it's a good idea to hold on to some of this utility to later in the round. We see these late smokes come in as well. It kind of blocks off the division of where that device is planted, and it makes the job for Rapid and Bikizi much tougher because Rapid can't press through that smoke, or excuse me, Bikizi can't press through that smoke. Rapid on the left side, they kind of isolate that 3v1 and then get the job done. Tarkov Help 1 away from tying it up.
Tarkov Help will be hungry for this next round. Again, every round at this point realistically is crucial, but more so for Tarkov Help to level this up to 7-7 before Panderic put it on that all-important map point. Straight across, Codex clears the space. Solyara knows he has to back off. Lane 3 could be caught unaware with timing here. Good step out from Rapid. Pressures Solyara down, but Solyara's step is also good. Rapid wins the fight. That's a big pickup at the end of Lane 2.
They've got the player advantage, but they've got to continue to use it. We've seen Tarkov help be able to reel it back in from time to time, but it's Rapid. His finds the Eevee here down the lane. Ramza looking for a bit of intel themselves, but that device is going to go down early here, and all of a sudden, now 45 seconds. Pamani goes down to that ace. Natrig, a nice shot back toward Codex.
Back and forth we go. Panderic still find themselves 2 members stronger than Tarkov help at this point in time, with 30 left on the clock to defuse this one. Time is slowly ticking away. Rapid does pick up Natrig, and it's all on Ramza to save Panderic from squeezing the way to that point. Rapid back and forth. Out comes Ramza, and down he goes. That ace helps to put Panderic 1 step away from closing this one out.
1 more to go. Can Tarkov help find a way to tie it up? I mean, I know they have the skill to do so. This team has looked very good here on day 1, but now on Skybridge, Panderic wanting to make sure that they get at least 1 point on the board here in day 1.
It's looking good, but I do fear we might even go to 8 and 7 before they put it over the line. Tarkov help are not allowing this to go easily at all. They have been fighting tooth and nail for every round. Shots out of Eevee. Devastate the member inside of VIP.
They did it with 3 on the B site too. Because of all this pressure from Panderic, they were stacking 3 on the site to start there. That pick from Eevee really put a halt to this pressure from Panderic.
Crank's trying to push his way around this corner inside of VIP to get pressure. Eevee moves in, trying to catch him off guard, but he's ready for both. Pamani shotgun stronger than the this time around. Rapid not able to respond. Pamani defends the ground.
Now Natrig says, I want to get involved as well. Share some of the spotlight here. Finds that ace. Ramza on to Makizi, and Tarkov help. 1 away from pushing our final game into OT.
Wouldn't it be just desserts for the first day to go all the way? I'm here for it.
You and me both.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't know about how many of the players might be, though. I think these guys will be just as warm as we are, given the temperature right now. And definitely looking to put this one to rest either way around. I mean, Tarkov help don't have a choice now. It's overtime or no time. But Panderic, they have 1 more round to really put this one home. 2 strong into VIP to jump out from the Enforcer. That ace opens up with the first blood. Big kill onto Eevee.
I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. That ace just doing ace-like things here. They've set themselves up to close this one out, but they have to find a way to finish it here. They're only down by a member as Tarkov help, and we've seen him reel this back many a times, but from snipes to nades, he's doing it all.
Got to watch Apex wall. Pamani up on the high angle. Rapid's trying to play with his life as best he can by tucking into Rat. Solyara picks up Crank. Now the numbers are flat leveled 3-3. The device has been planted, but with 40 seconds left on the clock. Tarkov help have space to move in. Ramza picks off Makizi. Difficult. First and Rapid helps to level the numbers. That's a good bit of space retaken. 2v2. Ramza goes down. That ace puts one of the final nails into the coffin. Solyara's pushing. I'm sure you want to do it that way. TFN. Ta-ta for now, sir. Get out of here. 9-7. The Pandas take it home right at the end.
I love the fact that we saw both of these teams take a game. I felt like, you know, Tarkov help obviously won their game much more decisively than Panderic Apex was able to do so. But it just shows that, again, it's another one of these teams that suffered a tough loss, that is a good team. They bounced back very well in that second game, and they do it without Kakao as well. Again, Crank, very, very talented, but to do it with a sub on day 1 against what has been kind of considered right now the #1 team in the CIS region, I think does speak volumes for Panderic here.
What a set of games. What an awesome day's worth of action to start off the Arena Cup Series Season 4. The scorelines on screen don't necessarily tell the full tale of this match, as obviously that's the kill to death ratios for each of the players respective since the restart, but very grateful for one of the updates that allows us to just go straight back into the rounds where we were at without the teams having to trade them off anymore in the background. Shout out to BSG from the improvements and quality of life that comes in from both the spectators' side and the viewers' side of things. This final match of the day ends 1-1. Pandemic Apex do split the points versus Tarkov Help after a really strong first map from Tarkov Help. Really had us all a little concerned as to whether the same Pandemic Apex had turned up. I think we would call it the pick of the maps for this one, right, Hawk?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Pandemic Apex struggled a little bit because they didn't have Kakao on Bull, and he is that anchor toward B, but Tarkov Help, it played so good on that map. I mean, they played really well on Skybridge as well, but they looked almost unstoppable on Bull during that one. And so got to give credit where credit is due. Certainly, they are very well deserving of that. After day one, I think it's XP Academy, Virtus Pro, and EPA, the only ones to win both of their games and put 3 points on the board here.
You've got to love some of the strength out of the Tarkov Help team, even right at the end there. The Tarkov Help aggression that created so much of that pressure that the Pandemic squad had to fight back against to get that second map over the line was very strong. The one thing I do err on the side of caution for, Sol Yara at the end there pushed extremely aggressively towards that ace, and there is probably a couple of arguments you could make towards maybe not challenging the most consistent player in the game. We don't call him King Consistent for nothing, and that's without the TRG being involved. And we do call him the best TRG player in the world without a shadow of a doubt. So that combination is quite deadly. I wouldn't personally run at that guy with that much confidence, but I'm also a commentator, not a pro player.
Yeah, and honestly, I like to see that confidence from Sol Yara. And it's not something that he did consistently, right? So I think it's no harm, no foul. It's one of those risk-reward type things. You take a little bit of a gamble. Sometimes it pays off. Sometimes it doesn't. And it was an important round. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for them. It kind of led to the demise. But I like to see that risk-taking, especially on day one as well. They already had one in the bag, so they got a little breathing room here. But one of the best matchups we've seen on the day.
Absolutely. The shout out to a particular team of the day definitely doesn't happen for me today. I think the shout out goes to every team that performed here, and I am even more invigorated if I wasn't before coming to cast the first day of this to come back and cast the rest of it. We're looking forward to tomorrow's action where you're going to get to see 4 more amazing games where these group stages are going to be battled over again to try and fight for placements. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home maybe didn't catch the bracket earlier on or missed the lowdown on the showdown, top 3 teams from each group are going to qualify for that playoff section, and then once they're in there, they're battling it out for elimination.
Yeah, luckily you got that lower bracket as well, but obviously, if you don't have to put yourself down into that hole, you hopefully won't, but someone's got to go down there. The fact of the matter is, so looking forward to that. But again, we've got so many more great games ahead of that point there. So I'm looking toward these group stages. Like I said, maybe get to relax a little bit, watch some of the action here tomorrow before I come back on Sunday. But really excited to see day number 2.
I'm also excited to see day number 2. I will say one thing. I am a lower bracket fanboy, okay? And that's where some of the best storylines come from. And you know me, I'm a little bit of a nerd. I love myself a good fairy tale storyline, okay? So looking forward to tomorrow. It's just a piece of what we've got still to come. Okay, we've got amazing days worth of action, some more giveaways to come your way. So if you weren't able to claim one of the prizes today, don't forget to be present for the rest of the tournament. And if you did claim a prize today, also don't forget to be present so you can tell all the rest of the people to come and claim prizes and show off your goodies to all the guys in chat. First of all, thank you everybody for being here today. It would be time to take a moment to say thank you for everybody that takes part in making this production great. And it wouldn't be what it is without the work in the background, right, Hort? I mean, from our spectator crew, to the mods, to the main man himself, Philbo, and even the king kicker on the keys that does the production power. It's a philosophy and an ethos of hard work that drives the Hunt Premier Group, the Battlestate Games ethos, and what makes this game amazing. And we can't thank them enough for the hard work.
Yeah, again, a big thanks, a big shout out. I'm just honored to be blessed to be a part of it all. So very thankful for that. We'll remind everybody in chat, if you did win today, whether it be one of the Steel Series prizes, some of the drip, or the extra stash spaces, make sure if you haven't done so yet, you join the Hunt Premier Discord. Open that ticket up so that we can get that prize over to you as quickly as possible. And as Crack said, if you didn't win today, there's plenty of more opportunities to do so. All the more reason to hit that follow button for free and become part of that notification gang.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick stroll through the highlights from that last game for you folks.
Taking a look at some of these highlights, though, Cracked. Eevee, Soyera. I mean, Tarkov helped started off very nicely in their first half. Pandaric began to reel it back, and it was Rapid combined with that ace who was really lighting up the competition.
Yeah, you spoke about Rapid multiple times throughout the day, as we do when we see this squad play, but some great utility use out the Tarkov help squad. Started to put a bit of a dent in the aggression and the space that Pandaric had put on the scoreboard, and then we come back to seeing a 4-on-4 split where the Pandaric squad shows exactly what Rapid does best, like you just said, a three-piece there from the back of Maze and some great work. We then come back as rounds were traded back and forth, one after the other. That is puts his adversary down with the Volti, as we are so familiar with seeing some good battles in VIP. This was a highlight for me, a good turning point for the Pandaric squad. Crank makes that clutch 2-kill on site, and it closes out a round that Pandaric had advantage in. What is that, by the way?
Yeah, that Eevee shot onto that ace, the jump over onto the snipe. I mean, maybe not even maybe, just the best shot of the day, I feel like.
We've seen some insane plays today. We've seen some cool grenades being thrown as well. We've seen some great use of weaponry. This one here is the start to the end. The final round, he puts one down with the Volti, he puts one down with the nade. Romza steps into it, and you know full well that ace doesn't miss those. Doesn't waste the bolt here on the jump peak. I want to just point that out really crucially, actually. It's a bit of discipline. That just goes to show how experienced he is on that weapon. If he takes that shot on the jump peak there, the bolt reload time is not in time to take the shot on the corner of the box. So instead of risking it on hitting the jump shot, plays for consistency, waits the angle that gives him the better chance in the fight, and lands the final killing blow. Yes, his team's in numbers, but this Pandaric squad has seen success, Hawk, because they've not given unforced errors. They won't allow the chance for Press X to down.
A lot of fun, regardless of any of the outcomes here today. I think all the teams could be very proud. Even K3, they put on a good show for us. And so, again, just blessed to be a part of it all. I think we've got the groups ready here so we can kind of see exactly how everybody fared on the day, as they're going to have a little time to get prepped for tomorrow. But Outcast, EPA at the top of their group here. Tarkov Help in second place. Pandaric Apex is going to be fighting from third, and Jumbo Team, they put on one heck of a show as well today. A bit of a technical issue that kind of results them ending up down here, but nonetheless, a ton of fun to watch.
Group stages after day one look a little bit juicy. Gonna be honest, this Group A, there's no way after day one you'd have told me that Outcast.EPA would be in the first place and that Pandaric Apex would be in the third place after the first day. Honestly, that to me is wild news. More standard weather report from the group stage in B. Over on the other side of the bracket, where XPA and Virtus.pro both claiming themselves good 3 points on the board, but you have to look at XPA's 13 round difference and think, sheesh, that's a big differential.
Yeah, it is, and XP Academy, they looked so good here today. But again, we kind of have to flash back a little bit. They did play K3, nothing against K3, but probably one of the easier matchups, if not the easiest one that XP Academy will kind of run against. So they get that out of the way on day one. I think we will see a little bit more of a shift in some of these point standings after tomorrow, but I'm still waiting. I'm excited to see where this crazy upset's going to come into play.
It'll happen. It'll come for sure. We have many of them before this tournament is over. 100% can guarantee you that. It wouldn't be the Arena Cup Series 4 if it wasn't without some upsets. I mean, we've had many a tale before, like I mentioned, of the LEDX 7-1 turnaround from the HPL scene, the Sicario 9797 versus EPA, when that one went all the way down the wire. We saw the blockbuster matches even most recently in the NA scene, where the Sicario NA squad had their first map taken off of them by Redacted Society. It's all popping off in the arena scene right now, and more teams are starting to rise up to a similar level where the challenge is not a foregone conclusion. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute delight to join you for day one. But, with that being said, we do have to close the curtain at some point.
We do indeed. It was not a short day, but a sweet day, as we like to say. But as always, I would like to take a moment to thank everybody behind the scenes. They don't get enough credit. They deserve more. So just quickly here, we're going to go through the list. But Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, the Turbo Bear, Cynthia, Crispy Lemon, Step Sherpa, our main man, Boosh, Klish, the Overlords, King Connor, and old stepdad Philbo for always holding it down over here. None of this would be possible without them. The players, all the chat, hanging out with us here today, BSG, Hunt Premier, and of course, Steel Series. If you did win today, make sure you get in that Hunt Premier Discord to make that ticket. A big shout out to everybody involved today. And before we get going, I'll remind you, follow button, the notification gang, back here a little bit earlier tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. BST. Cracked Kirk, it's going to be a good one. But until then, guys, take care and have a wonderful evening.